Alrighty. Welcome. Got ourselves a quite a long stream here today. Whole lot going on. Oops. Okay. Probably don't need to do it up here. Sorry, I always forget to do salmon run, so I figure I'd play a little bit of salmon run just to. Wait, you get one shot by missiles? Oopsie. I thought I'd give myself a little chance to. Get adjusted. No, I didn't one shot. Can I snipe that? Oh, let's go. Oh no. I'm getting hit by all the globes. Special. I am not a salmon run player. I respect the salmon run gamers. I have no desire to ever get into this. But it's fun to mess around with. Only if they gave us a battle salmon run. That was like a battle Tetris. Where you send the garbage or other salmon enemies to like another team that's currently playing. And then there's like a back and forth that way. Which probably would not work at all. But I think it'd be maybe interesting. I don't know. I've never been a PvE person. But I have always enjoyed the idea potentially of like a very a very raid bossy type interaction, which the Zuka or whatever the general, the big bosses, the extra waves, whatever the general categorization of those types of enemies are. Almost feel that niche, but it requires you to have to play like an entire rotation. But the one thing I will say that they did nice about all of that is, at the very least, unless you get unlucky, you're more than likely gonna get at least one of those extra waves as you get to your 1200 points or whatever, so they can get the super capsules or whatever they're called. Yo, what's up, Ify? Welcome. Kill a flyfish, it spawns in another person's game. Yeah, there's something like the battle Tetris stuff, where if you have like a bunch of Tetris lined up and T-spins and double T-spins, like if you have this crazy combo ready to go, the enemy team's just like in shambles. Like the idea I don't even think is good, you know? Like I have no problems with this mode, but it's a very casual experience for me. And it gives me free stuff, so I like that. I almost got knocked off. I think I accidentally canceled the knockback of the little goofy goober. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to you as well. It's almost Fribes Day. Fribs Day? One of those days. But I'm down for a weekend. Be able to relax a little bit. Gonna be weird though. I don't think they're, unless I was missing something. I don't think there's any like big, because usually there's like Splatoon tournaments that I'm interested in. Usually there's at least like one a weekend, and maybe there is something, but I don't think there is. So it's like a weekend of no tournaments. I don't even know what to do. There is a big Splatoon tournament going on. There's like Low Ink. We don't talk about that, which is like a lower level. It's still really good gameplay, but it's like it always has the most entrants of any Splatoon tournament. They have like hundreds and hundreds of teams, but it's skill capped, so certain teams are no longer able to participate. But it's still a really fun event to watch. And I know some people that are participating, so it's fun to see them succeed or attempt to do so. But, you know, as with a lot of stuff in the Splatoon community, it's just a community event that everyone's kind of excited about. I didn't use my specials this game. Oopsie. That was not intentional. We made a mistake. It's so almost Cribs attack. Let's go. Okay, I'm trying to figure out what kind of lands to have. Although, isn't there like a... Isn't there something going on? Isn't there like one of the golden rotations happening this weekend? I think that's next on the Sammy run rotation. I could maybe try for that. Maybe. But I might use it as an opportunity to like actually get the stream stuff upgraded and catch up on some other stuff. And hydrate and watch trash TV, my favorite. Also, welcome in, AI. Hello, hello, hello. Trying to look at upcoming VOD submissions. I have a code from Lucy, a code from, I believe that's Jade, Demo, and then I think, I don't know if it's pronounced Phil Creamy or Filet Creamy. I apologize for getting your name not proper. I don't remember if you told me before. If so, I really apologize for forgetting. But if you did not, feel free to correct me. That way I do not mess it up in the future. Also, are you participating in Low Ink this weekend? I think you mentioned that you were, I'm assuming it's your footage that you submitted, but I think you mentioned it was like a Div 7 scrim, so I feel like y'all would be really prepping for a Low Ink type of tournament. If so, definitely let me know what team you're, or the name of your team, so I can keep up. I always love having like the brackets up and just keeping track of the usual suspects. But a lot of the teams that I followed before are Low Ink banned at this point. So there's still some teams that I want to definitely see do well. I know one of the teams, like Tactifuelers, I think is the name. I believe Brick is on that team. They're a good friend of the stream. They recently won, I think, from the Ink Cup over the last couple weeks. But I think they can definitely push into like Alpha Bracket and stuff. But Low Ink is one of those tournaments that is really long. It's a game of stamina and just trying to be as consistent as possible. Sometimes you get thrown into a really difficult, like, first couple rounds. And then sometimes you have the ability to warm up a little bit. Which some can be better or worse than others. Sometimes it's better to get the difficult rounds out first because you're just like, you know, some teams struggle over time dealing with like fatigue of long tournaments. Which I'm definitely a tournament grinder, so I prefer the longer days. I get better with time, but you know, to a certain point, it can still be a lot of games even for me. I don't know if I'm focusing on the right stuff, but this thing's annoying, so that's easy for me to take care of. But I don't want to drag everything over here, so maybe I'll back up a little bit. Oh, we must have the record, not record, whatever the normal amount is. Oh my, I actually overshot that. I really struggle on this map mode. Not mode, it's just salmon run. I really struggle on this map. I wonder if they'll ever do like, cause like with the funny events and everything, you'd have to figure at some point they would make it so that you can play PvP on the salmon run maps. Even though they're not symmetrical and it would be very, very silly, I feel like that would be a fun rotation. I want to play Clam Blitz or Splat Zones on Marooner's Bay. No, I always get this on the third round where there's no bosses. I guess technically I can hit that, but... Oh, they're throwing it right. Oops. I don't know which way people are going. Looks like we're going left. But I feel like that could be interesting. Like, that's one of those things where, like... And I think with those events, that's what I would be looking forward to the most. Like, I want to play bad ideas that last for, like, just about only 2 hours. Like, if the event was to go any longer than the 2-hour window or whatever, or the couple 2-hour windows, like, it would no longer be fun. Okay, I'm here for the gimmicks. Truthfully. Oops. I'm sorry, is anyone excited for the new season stuff? The Sizzle season? Oops. Small fries are vicious. Egg reckon. There's nothing in particular that I'm looking forward to with the new season, but I think in general it'll just be nice to have some new content, you know. For Stint? Oh, the Sorella tent. I've never been in a meta where tent is relevant, so I've never seen like the what's it called? I've never seen like the little abbreviations. Like everyone's gonna call the new thing like diaper. The new wiper, like the wiper deco, I think it is. And people are just deco wiper. I shorten it to diaper. You get some very quirky abbreviations with that, but I've always been a fan of tent, but tent's never fully been my thing, so it would be cool to see it have more general usage so that we're able to actually like so that I can do a better job of observing it against watching good players play it, because I know that some teams are running it in like either scrims or like higher level scrims or tournaments. And there are some players like Shadowwind is a Very, very good tent player. I remember playing against them, and I think in an early SOS, and they were playing tent. I think it was like them, and I think it was Chase, like 24/7, and I forgot the whole team. I think it was Shadowwind, but they were playing like a tent comp. We got absolutely destroyed. It was miserable. I think I've gotten a little bit better to be able to deal with it nowadays, but tent seems like a really cool weapon. New blaster, yeah. And I'm always a fan of the cheesy Nintendo references. So Nintendo referencing their products, I'm here for. Which is funny because they've had a lot of really weird gimmicks. I feel like they could probably have like, they could probably make some specials and sub weapons into like weird Nintendo peripherals like from the past, which would be super funny. I know someone mentioned like giving the Wiper like a Wii skin, which I think would be like awesome. I'm gonna die. Thank goodness. That almost got brutal. Oops. Okay. Let's get that theme right. Awkward. I don't know, I think I've always said it, and like when I've played other games, it may not translate to Splatoon, but the one thing that I would mention, I mean, it does translate to Splatoon generally. I don't know if it's going to translate to this new blaster, but one thing I'll say, my bad. One thing I will say is that having flexibility with what your weapon can accomplish helps a ton. Actually helps a ton. And the fact that the new blaster has 2 different firing modes, which like, there are some restrictions to the flexibility in a weird way. Like you can't jump shot longer distances. But, you know, being able to shoot at a short range and being able to shoot at longer ranges can't be like understated. Not that it makes the new kit like broken or anything, because blasters, I think blasters are in a better state than a lot of people will, oops, than a lot of people will want to give credit for. Wait, we have a DC. Oh no. Oh no. Oops. What am I doing? Okay, that didn't work. I thought they were locked in place. This is why I don't Samurai. This is why whenever I want to play Samurai with Bab, he hates me. But like, short range blasters are scary. The reason why they're not actually scary is because you usually often don't have a lot of other ways to approach the enemy. And you don't have other ways to interact with the game. But with the current kit and everything, like that whole, and like having the 2 firing modes, like changes a lot of that dynamic. Oops. Okay. Probably score that. There's no way we survive a wave 3. But yeah, because there's sometimes we're like playing against like the and I don't know the damage numbers on the thing. I know that can both firing modes one-shot. I know the longer range one can definitely one-shot. I think the smaller range 2 shots, which is kind of unfortunate. But overall, like, I don't know. I think that kit needs a little bit more credit. I've played with the Reef Slider and I believe in Reef Slider, unironically. And it looks like they're like buffing it or something. Or at least that's what people were taking from the footage that we saw. Is that I think it like, I think it started up a little bit faster or something. Like it's not a weapon, it's not a special you necessarily want on your team comp. But if you have to have it, like there are some legitimately like really good uses for it. That you can alleviate a lot of pressure from your team. And some of that I don't think's been fully explored because we don't really take those weapons all that seriously. Which, to be fair, like fair, you know. But, oops, we don't talk about it. I'm not trying to insinuate that kid is going to be top tier because I don't necessarily think so, but people seeing the kid and thinking that like the hype is dead for it, or I think they're selling it a little bit short. Oops. I can understand where it's coming from, but like I can understand where people are coming from, and then truthfully they're probably right. But there is a certain degree of flexibility that I think people, they see the 2 firing range modes and stuff is like, it's cool. But I don't think, like in terms of power, that level of flexibility is like really, really important. Like actually important. Wait, what was the sub? I forgot the sub that they gave it. Was it Sprinkler Reef Slider? That's hilarious. But I believe. Hold on, where is it? Let me look. Let me look. Let me look. Find this video real quick. Yeah, Sprinkler Reef Slider. But honestly, I think it'll be okay. And like, who knows, maybe they buff like Sprinkler. Although if they made changes to Reef Slider, I guess we'd have to look at the way Sprinkler functions now. And if it doesn't look buffed in the little trailer, it probably isn't buffed in the actual game. They can also just make it tankier. I feel like you shouldn't be able to one-shot it. Yo, what's up, Demo? How's Salmon Run? I mean, it's going about as well as someone like me is going to have playing Salmon Run. But we're having a good time. How you doing? I think your review demo is about 3rd on the list. So I think this should be the last rotation and then we'll start reviews. Okay, let me catch up with China. If it doesn't get Zuka. If you're talking about the new blaster, I think they revealed that it's unless there was like a second like actual blaster kit, but the new super scope or whatever, that's definitely has the Reef Slider based off of the footage that they had when I think it was like 2 days ago or something. Oh, no position. Oh, I got stuck on the little doodad. Don't come to me for salmon run. Salmon run footage. Holy. Hang on, let me catch up. The Wemo wiper, for real. Alright. I might just try to scam the rest of this where I'm just focused on not getting swatted. I'm gonna be honest, it's probably for the best interest of our team. I can wave clear for you, that's all I got. Or we just escape. That works too. Well played, team. Flexibility is key in Splatoon, yeah, definitely. Which, you know, having a long range blaster and a short range blaster, like, that isn't necessarily the flexibility that you like. It's not as flexible as a splash with a burst bomb and a crab, you know. That's like an extreme version of flexibility, which is why it's so powerful. Is that it can be effective in literally all ranges. And like super short range, it's very effective. It can at least deter the mid-range stuff with burst bombs. And it has enough paint and mobility to just get out of bad spots. And then obviously longer range it can test. Holy macaroons. Yo, Squid Schoolers. Jim P. Hello, hello, hello. How goes? Welcome, gamer. How was the stream? I was a little bit busy, so I wasn't able to catch it, but I was watching Jim and Devi go over the trailer. I think it was yesterday or maybe it was a couple days ago. It was really funny watching like it. Oh shoot. Jim missing the little fist pump animation at the at the end of the trailer. I hope everyone is doing well. Wait, we were saved. So yeah, Salmon Run's going about as well as Salmon Run usually goes for me. Alright, maybe we'll just get to some other stuff right now. Anyways, thank you so much for the read. Let me actually get to my screen where I can thank people, because I think I heard a follow potentially. Octo Crispy, hello, hello. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Looking at the paintbrush's victory animation, want to see if it feels different. Oh, paintbrush. I see everything as just paintbrush, but yeah, a paintbrush. You just feel if you have a teammate named F+. I mean, at least they got the F+. They're putting in their best effort, and truly, that's all you can ask for. We'll finish up this rotation some other time, but yeah, let's hop on over to some gameplay. I think we actually have some scrims that we'll be watching today, question mark, or at least competitive players. I don't know. Actually, this might be a lot of X rank. One of them is a scrim. There's a Div 7 scrim toward the later half. Anyways, yeah, hope stream went well. We are just kind of going through it. We're talking a little bit about the new Sizzler stuff, which I think for the most part I've been very happy with. I expected like when they showed challenges and stuff, I thought that it was gonna be baked in to League, or like we'd have a separate League mode and then the events would happen after, but that didn't pan out. Events are its own separate thing. So then I was hoping that they would just at some point get rid of Anarchy Open so that we can have a proper League. But with the news and the update today, League is now part of the Anarchy Open, which again, as I was mentioning, I made like a tweet, but I'm sure none of you all saw it. Basically just saying that I think they did the best they could. Like, this is the best compromise of having League with Anarchy Open. Because part of the problem with Splatoon's ranked matchmaking, especially in an environment where they separate, which I don't think any of Open is, and I don't think League by extension will be separated by region, but I guess we have, you know, we'll have to wait to see if that is the case at some point. But we're in a situation where sometimes it can be like, it can actually be hard to find matches, like ranked competitive matches. And I think the more playlists that they create, the worse that's gonna be. So either replacing certain playlists with that, or like they did, which I think is kind of smart, where they kind of baked it into what is already there. It's probably the best they can do. And for anyone that's played Anarchy Open, you've had those scenarios where you play against a team of 4 and you're like by yourself. And, you know, if you're playing with a team against another team, it can feel really nice. But if you're like by yourself and you're playing against like a really competitive team, it's like, this is not a fun experience. So we'll have to see exactly how they cater the matchmaking for people that are going for powers. But I would imagine that for the most part, that should be pretty, I don't know. My faith in Nintendo, like I have no faith in them whatsoever, but I also believe that they're capable of making it work. So we keep expectations low, but I think they can actually make it into something important. But I don't know. Not that it's like a conspiracy theory, but I think just as a theory for me, I think because this game has so many more playlists for people to play the game versus other other iterations of Splatoon, I wouldn't be surprised if part of the League infrastructure, they wanted to get some numbers and some data based off of sorry, I can start typing in codes and stuff while I talk, and then I'll catch up. But I think some of it, they want to be able to get those numbers and get that information before they actually release stuff. Also, like, Splatoon was developed during the pandemic, which I always like to reiterate because I think people forget, which, you know, it's important to still be careful and cautious nowadays. But in terms of like lockdown and everyone really adhering to that stuff and it, you know, affecting delays and stuff on the business end, like games are already rushed, and I'm sure that, and I'm not sure what the protocol for COVID stuff was in Japan, but I would have to imagine that it definitely set them back quite a bit on top of already being in a crunch. So, you know, that stuff takes time, but I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted some data to really figure out how they wanted to like implement everything. Because you remember from like the early trailers, like they very much had like separate icons for League and for everything else, and I don't even know. Actually, in the tweet, maybe they did use because I know when they initially showed off Splatoon 3, they had, or at least the one where they showed like Rainmaker checkpoints and everything, they had the League symbol. I don't know if the League symbol still exists. Let me see the tweets. Yeah, I don't think at least in the screenshot that they have, like it's still just listed under Anarchy Power, or like it's still under Anarchy Battle. So the only mention of the League stuff is the events with the goofy big house tent thing going on, which I want to clown those if I'm playing super jump height and all this craziness that they have in store for us. But I'm excited for it. I've been really excited for like more funny ways to be able to play Splatoon, because I think that it's not something that they haven't really done all that much. And I think Splatoon of all games requires like a lot of silly modes, which they could do way more, but like they don't have anything. They haven't had anything. Splatoon's always been this weirdly sweaty game when a lot of its audience is not looking to engage with the game in that way. And I think that causes a lot of discourse between the different kind of interest groups that look and play this game. And I think the events mode, like I said, I hope that at some point they add the option to have PBs and implement one or multiple of the toggles that they're going to have in place for the events. I'm doubtful that we get that, but it would be nice. But in the grand scheme of things, having different ways that people can play the game, that, you know, when people are jumping like they're on the moon just with normal jumps, like it kind of helps tear down that serious nature of stuff. And yes, people can still kind of get spawn killed, and yes, it can still be tough. And if you're not like trying to take the game super serious, then you still may not have as good of a time with an event. That's what we'll have to see with all of it. But I would imagine they match you by power. So eventually you'll start playing with people that are around, like, you know, your rank and everything. But anyways, let me catch up real quick because I'm really far behind. I went on a tangent. Oh yeah, what did they do to Sprinkler in 2018? Is that an actual nerf? That was before my time playing Splatoon competitively. I played it casually. I played Splatoon 1 and 2 for like a month and a half, and then I just like gave up. It wasn't until I was able to find resources to learn the game competitively for me to like actually want to invest time into it. I grew up playing games online using voice chat, so I was really turned off with Nintendo not having that for like a competitive shooter. But now playing games with voice chat online, you know, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. If I want to be competitive, I can be competitive. Drink water wrong. Apologies. Also, I got rollerblade wheels on my office chair or whatever I got going on that I'm sitting on. It's just like silent. I can like glide around. It's super silent. It's really weird. Anyways. I don't really want Sorella Splatbrella to have line marker Zuka. Yeah, I feel like Brella actually could make use of line marker. I mean, it could make use of like a burst bomb as well, but you know, let it paint decently again. I see. Definitely have a negative impact on both modes to separate open and league into separate modes. Yeah, it'd be harder to find matches. Yeah, that's ultimately the thing that I'm kind of concerned with. And when it comes to like open and the way that Anarchy Open is structured, I don't know, and we'll never know because Nintendo never, you know, to them that's kind of like industry secrets, and they're very protective of that. But unless we're able to reverse engineer the ranked matchmaking, which we've done with some of the bucketing system for like X rank, for example, I don't know how they actually do open currently. Because sometimes when there's really lopsided games where it's like a team of like top players matching with random people that are not going to stand a chance, you know, let's be honest. I don't know if that's like them trying to get people into matches quicker, so they're a little bit more lenient with the balance on that respect, or maybe they treat everyone at like S plus the same at a certain point. I don't really know. There may be a hidden MMR system, like, you know, they may already have had the Anarchy or like the League MMR or Anarchy points or whatever it's now classified as. That could have always been in the background, and now they're just like showing it, and maybe they needed time to like refine it. I don't really know. We may have some answers to some of that. I don't know what data miners are able to pull from this game, but yeah. But I'm just happy that, yeah, we'll be able to find games. The only thing that might be potentially weird is I think it's at 2 to 4 players. So I don't know if you actually get a power if you're a team of 3. Which if you did, it would kind of start getting awkward, because then you're matching with someone that doesn't really care about their league power. But if you care about your league power, you probably would go into it as 4s. But maybe they give us something more more specific, hopefully. I actually really like that they baked it into Anarchy Open. It's pretty high barrier to entry to get exactly 2 or 4 players to get a league power. Oh, is it 2 or 4 exactly? I mean, it should be. Maybe I was half awake when I was reading some of that. So, okay, if it's still the 2 or 4, I think that definitely helps. But it'll be interesting how they like present that information after a match. Like, are they going to show like your normal S plus power or whatever your rank is in Anarchy Open? Are they going to show that little bar, and then will they show you your like whatever your league power is? Or, you know, I don't know how they're actually going to do it, but it'll be interesting. Either way, you know, it's good changes and at least something for us to digest with the new season. So that'll be a lot of fun. I think we've been looking forward to that as a team quite a bit. And some other friends that I play with. Despite challenge being a ranked mode, I think it'll be a very fun casual type or casual queue type experience. Yeah. Yeah, no, I want to play those types of games. Like I want to race other people with Zipcasters. I really want to be able to just like I want a very like I'm a very competitive person, but for a game like Splatoon, I wish that there were more casual ways to play the game. Because I used to play like because I'm a little bit older than probably most people. But I used to play like Halo and stuff competitively, or like at least I took it seriously. But even in that game, like there were certain times where I'd want to be able to play with friends in a very, very casual sense. And some of that, they had ways for you to play golf modes in that game. They had ways for you to play like tag with other players in that game. You know, you can kind of just make up rules on your own, which you can do in Splatoon, but they had ways to actually structure a lot of that stuff. And in that game, you could use like vehicles and do a lot of like racing. And in that game, you could also like build out your own courses, kind of like Mario Maker in a way, but it was like 3D. But it gave you all the pieces and you put them together into a coherent map. And people would make like racetracks and everything, and there'd be a bunch of like obstacles, and you know, it was a very fun just environment with a lot of boost and ramps, and it was just very silly. And I think Splatoon could use a lot of that silliness, because I think there's a lot of people that really resonate with the aesthetic of Splatoon and the community, like on like social medias and stuff. However, they may not necessarily be interested in like, you know, sweating basically. Like there are some modes that I could play that had like no timer. And you just kind of did like silly stuff. Like I never played Roblox. I've always been a little bit, not that people are too old to play games, but it was just I was older by the time that game was like popular and stuff. But they have like jump maps and stuff, and a lot of other games did that as well. Halo did that to a degree. But sometimes I've had like friends that have like streamed like Roblox and stuff, and like they have these really interesting, creative, like you're not necessarily like fighting against other people. There's interesting challenges that you can kind of just put into your own you can kind of make up, and they have like they give you some structure for it. And I think that Splatoon could really benefit from that. And I think that that's something that Nintendo doesn't often do. I think they've gotten better with it, and you know, games like Mario Maker have definitely provided a more creative platform to play their games. But I know that for a while Nintendo's, you know, they're very set on like how they want you to play their games, and they don't necessarily want to give those creative outlets. And that's why we have, you know, Turf War as the casual mode in Splatoon, even though Turf War is not a casual mode. It is very much a competitive mode. There's no real casual way to play this game outside of you know, PBs and doing silly stuff with your friends. Which I know Vic made like a video playing like some silly games with I'm guessing like viewers and stuff. That was a lot of fun to watch. But no, I'm totally with you. We need some fun casual experiences. Silliest mode, Brella only, no shields. Actually sounds kind of fun. Curling bomb only. That would be wild. They hard nerfed its painting area? Oh, okay. 4-minute mark? Uh-oh. I don't play sprinkler weapons, so I'm not gonna feel the pain, but let's see. Wait, what the heck? They made that like... That thing went super far. So how much special did that thing give? Because I feel like sprinklers now give about 20% special gauge. It must have given you a ton. Where do you find the resources? Wait, what resources are you talking about, Octo Crispy? Also welcome in. You can use this the Switch online app. Sometimes I'll be doing like competitive sets with like my team and stuff, and then usually it's Bab. He'll like troll and join the voice app, and they give you that little notification on the top left of your screen that says like, I forgot what the exact wording is, but it says something to the effect of like someone joined the the, the voice chat or something. It's hilarious. Where do you learn about Splatoon? I think there's a lot of good resources, but I think they're segmented in a lot of places. I'm guessing you came from Jim's Raid, from the Squid School side of things. So when I was first getting into competitive, I had some people, because I was kind of streaming, and there were certain really selfless people like Bab, who he kind of just like whipped me up in the shape, and whenever I had questions, he would answer them like live as I was playing, which helped a ton. But outside of that, like Jim's videos and the Squid School videos really helped me, kind of get into the Splatoon thinking of everything. So that would be probably, and I'm not sure what rank you're at. If you're asking for resources altogether, I'm guessing that you are either new to the game or like are just on like the beginning of your journey to improve. But this link, it helped me in Splatoon 2, and I actually watched it recently just because I'm interested in how the content translates over. But I would really recommend this whole playlist of videos, and this was like Jim's like how to get out of whatever rank series. And you know, even if you're like A rank or something, I definitely go back, watch the C, B, you know, anything that's like lower than your rank. All that stuff is going to be very relevant in order to build your fundamentals of the game. So if you're like super new, you'll get a ton of value out of that. And even if you're very confident with your skills in the game, there'll still be pieces of the game that you'll be able to take from that. If you have any specific questions, I'm more than happy to ask, or I'm more than happy for you to ask. And, you know, not that I can answer all of your questions directly, but, you know, if there's something that's really stopping you from being able to learn and enjoy the game, you know, there's a lot of resources, and I think there's certain streamers that are able to better answer questions and help point you in the right direction. There's some people that stream and are content creators, and you know, someone like a Prochara that maybe doesn't always have time to answer everything because he's making a lot of content and stuff and doesn't have the time for it. But you know, there's people like myself that are capable of providing that kind of assistance, and kind of what I've been trying to do recently. And I don't know, there's definitely some streamers that, especially if they don't have, you know, 100+ people in their chats and everything. And there's some players that are like top players that don't really, you know, they're really focused on the gameplay, and they might answer questions occasionally, but they're not always going to be there as a resource. You know, you can potentially poke around, but just, you know, kind of be respectful of the vibes of that specific streamer. You know, don't get mad that, oh, why aren't you answering my questions, kind of thing, because, you know, you're not necessarily, you know, they don't have to just be there and answer questions, but there's certainly a lot of content creators that do a good job of doing that. So, you know, I'm definitely happy to assist. I want to dig your teeth into Splatoon. Gotcha. Yeah, that would be a good place to start. Honestly, the best advice I can give is like, just kind of play, especially if you're very new at the game. Just play. You're going to lose a lot. You're not going to know what's going to happen in a lot of scenarios. It's totally fine. That's part of the process. And over time, you'll be able to build up some skills. But as you're learning the game, there's a mixture between getting exposed to playing the game and also exposing yourself to high-level players watching the game that I think can help a ton. So, you know, watching higher level gameplay, or at least gameplay of people that like take the game seriously. Like, I'm kind of middle of the road in terms of the competitive scene. There's definitely a lot of other streamers that are a lot stronger at the game, or if you're watching if you just like watch their gameplay, you'll pick up a ton. But part of that is knowing what you're looking for when you're watching a higher level player. And, you know, if I watch like Kiver stream, who's like a very good Western player, you know, or just watching tournaments and stuff, I know enough about the game to know what to look for in order to improve when watching those players. But, you know, I'm still in the process of learning, experimenting, and, you know, being consistent with my own gameplay. But sometimes it can help. And, you know, I think that's like what Jim does is really, really awesome in terms of like, you know, he has enough skill in the game to be able to analyze gameplay and make proper assessments and be able to properly analyze it, and also has the professional experience to teach it in a very digestible way for all types of players. So if you have anything specific that you're looking for, feel free to ask. But otherwise, we'll get into it. Lucy, this is your gameplay, my friend. Let me. This is our this is our current overlay. I don't know how to do the exclamation point. All right, and this looks like it's I think it said X rank, so we'll just say X battle. But let me get this filled out real quick. What are you playing? Stamper X battle. Oops. Let me go back to the thing. So we're looking at, oh, it's Anarchy series. Okay, Anarchy series, and we're looking at S plus 30, which again, I don't know if S plus 30, if that's different than S plus 10 versus S plus 99. But anyways, I'll just call it series. Cool. Alrighty. So we will get into it. It was series, yeah. No, you filled out the stuff before. I was just referencing your what you had written previously. All right, let me set this up real quick. 2 seconds. Get that on this screen. Let me double test and make sure that is not coming through on your end. So let me try this again. What if we, there we go. Okay. So, oh, all right. Hopefully this copies over. Let's see. I think I added an extra space in there, but we'll, is there a space? Yeah, there's a space. All right. Thank you. Coming in clutch. Alrighty. So this is TC on Scorch, which is actually a very interesting game mode. I think there's certain parts that you need to take advantage of this map. And as we get into the comps, we have ways to be able to take advantage. But yeah, I like to always start out with roles, both like what is our role as a player, and we are looking at the Stamper specifically, but we also want to look at our role as a team. What kind of advantages do we have? What are clear weaknesses against their comp? And really start breaking down how we need to be thinking about the game before we start. I think that's an important exercise every time that you get into any match. If you're like really trying to focus, as you should be looking at all of the weapons on your team, all the weapons on the other team, and start figuring out consistencies and where one team may have an advantage over another. And in certain cases, there may be like very clear weaknesses. Like both teams here have a slosher of some sort. But let's say that you played as a team of shooters, for example, you wouldn't have the ability to like shoot over ledges very well. You can fall off with your shooter weapon, but it can be a little bit tough. But when we look at these two comps, we see yellow team. So we're Stamper. If I can draw a circle, close enough. So we have a lot of paint on the yellow team. These weapons all paint very, very well. Mini and the short range shooters. So I'm going to say that they probably have y'all beat in terms of overall paint coverage. Now, in order to take advantage of the paint coverage, it's important for them to be able to stay alive and, you know, take space when they can. Just because you have the tools doesn't mean you know how to necessarily use them to take advantage of the paint. But over time, especially if there's a lot of back and forth, your team is going to slowly lose that war of attrition because of the additional paint that they have. And painting's very important of this game. Octocrispy, you mentioned that you wanted to like dig your teeth into the game, and one of the biggest things that I'm still learning, but I've been told again and again and again, painting is very important. Painting is very valuable. It simplifies a lot of parts of the game, and it gives you a lot of clear advantages. So even if you've been told painting is very important, reiterate, painting is very important. Very, 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 very important. No matter the weapon, no matter the team, if you're able to squeeze out a little bit more paint anytime that you're playing, you should be trying to go for it. And there's trade-offs. In certain spots you want to move forward and paint instead of just purely painting, but yeah. Yo, what's up, Zach? Yeah, painting in important places as well. Yeah, that's another thing, understanding the different modes and maps is understanding what's important to be painted with. So yeah, this team, I see a lot of paint, I see a lot of bombs, and they have a slosher to potentially go over ledges. So in certain spots when we're sitting, like if we're playing defense and we have to hold like this kind of ledge, or if we're sitting on top of our snipe, or like any kind of ledge, we have to be careful about their bomb spam, and we have to be careful about the slosher. Slosher also has decent range, but when we start looking at our team, we have a ton of range, so it's not going to be as problematic as if we were shooters playing against the slosher. The only other thing I would say is, yeah, in terms of surprise factor, it is really slosher over ledges, random Trizooka shots, bombs in general, and Zimmy has bubble, right? I think. Yeah, they got bubble. And bubble. So, you know, bubble can be, if you don't have the right resources, bubble can be really hard to break. The big bubbler can be hard to break when it's sitting on tower. Although they nerfed the interaction, so it's not quite as bad as it was before. Anyways, looking at our team, so that's kind of what we're scared of. We want to make sure that when we take space and when we have an advantage, we really try our best to continue to push it and really take advantage of the strengths of our comp. What are the strengths of our comp? So we have both Splatanas. Splatanas have a lot of range, and both of them do a wonderful job against short range shooters. So as long as you keep your distance, and as the Stamper player ourselves, one of the things I'm going to be looking for out of Lucy is to really focus on keeping proper spacing. And in a lot of cases, you know, like this lane here, taking fights up on this plot area, taking spots during the open areas in mid, there's a lot of opportunities where there's a lot of flat open surfaces, even up on this plat as well, on offense and defense. We can really take advantage of and leverage our increased ranges. So we want to make sure that we're able to do that. The other thing is that we are able to get over ledges very, very, very well. Blaster obviously can deal with people that are hiding behind cover, and there's certain spots like this snipe area on both sides, offense and defense, where Blaster is going to have a really good opportunity to keep them off of, because it's holding top snipe for a lot of weapons is going to be really strong because you have a high vantage point, it increases your effective range, and you can throw bombs in nice spots to get them off tower or to get them off of certain areas of cover. But we have the resources to potentially deal with it, both with our specials, wave breakers, and rain especially, as well as our ability to get over ledges, which our range blaster and our Explosher does a really good job. Splatana also does a really good job of camping certain areas. And if the enemy team, so like let's say that we're pushing tower toward the beginning, and you know, once we get it past this point, then this area doesn't matter as much until we start looping back through. But when we're getting tower, especially off the first checkpoint, because the first checkpoint, it's prone to a lot of just stuff getting thrown at it, Splatana can sit over around this ledge and get a lot of paint. Like they can get Splatana shots and hit like all of this. They can get pretty deep, like into the snipe. with shots over here. So anyone that's sitting and holding this area, which is an important area on this map in a lot of cases, holding this down, as a Splatana, you can, or a Stamper, both Splatanas, but definitely the Stamper because of its ridiculous range. It's actually broken range. You can take a lot of advantage in these types of situations. So that's one of the things I wanted to mention. Yo, what's up, Jamie? Hello, hello, hello. The other thing that I want to mention that's kind of a little bit of a quirk to this map mode specifically. Oh, sorry, let me take a step back. It happens in a lot of TC maps, but on this mode, there's a little bit of a window when tower's traveling in this area specifically. If you have enough control as the attacking team, you want to be able to jump from the tower and cross over to this area. Because if you can hold down this area, they can't stop the tower until, you know, it's starting to push this way, and then the enemy team can set up over here. So that is like an early advantage that you can use to potentially snowball the game altogether, is having a weapon that is able to get into this type of spot and be strong. And with the range that we have and the ability to zone the enemy team, honestly, like, everyone on our team does a pretty good job. Explo probably is sitting on tower, so they wouldn't want to cross, but realistically, anyone else on our team probably does a good job of that role. I probably wouldn't have the blaster do it because I think they can still sit toward mid and get underneath ledges and still get a ton of value. And again, both Stampers do both Splatanas do a really good job of fighting in this open space, especially against the weapons that we're playing against that are like these short range shooters for the most part. So again, another thing that I want to see Lucy do outside of taking open fights is taking aggressive space to take those open fights and really leverage that and bully the enemy team. So this is a really good opportunity, especially if y'all, like, let's say you wipe the enemy team and you start moving tower, you almost always want to make that kind of play. But in general, it's going to be good to be in those spots. Yeah, some commands work. Bab is upset that I haven't figured out the sound alerts, which I'm work in progress. But yeah, we got the bot back up and running. And it's not advertising a Fortnite event that happened like a year ago to us. Don't know why I did that. I think I clicked something at some point, but I'm such a boomer when it comes to some of this. Yeah, thank you for the hydration. Let me get some water and then we'll get into the action. We'll finally get into it. Oh, and the final thing I will mention, because they have double bubble, the enemy team, they have 2 bubbles. So if we continue to feed and continue to stagger and we lose out on paint and they're slowly pushing tower, they can snowball a ton of points just getting bubbles on tower and just taking space through that kind of area. It shouldn't be too big of an issue as long as we're not playing overly desperate. But it is one thing that I want to mention that is a potential downfall of us playing the game. So anyways, we'll get back into the action. I think I pressed something. Hopefully I stopped pressing something. Let me go back a little bit. We'll let this play. Go out and then I'll make some comment. Okay. Alright, so this whole opening was really good. As I was mentioning before, as a Stamper, you really want to take... Oh no. I'm trying to get the overhead back and I forgot how to do it. I think you have to click in the right stick. Hold on. There you go. Okay. The game has to... The replay mode on this thing is so annoying. But the replay had to play and then I have to click in the right stick. But we're back. We're back in action. So in this kind of scenario, I love the position that we're taking with Stamper here. We can bully people sitting on this ledge potentially. And again, this is relevant to their comp. If they had an E-leader, for example, then they could like sit up here and still hit us. So, you know, this is where, like, especially at the beginning of the match, understanding what type of advantage you have, and we have a very, like, across the board, we have a very significant range advantage to the other team. So we want to leverage that whenever possible. So this opening, as I mentioned before, in mid, there's these open spaces. There's like 2 lanes on both sides that we just completely dominate as a Stamper. So any time that we're like fighting in mid, there's no reason for us not to take this kind of play. The one thing we have to be careful about is something like a Slosher or something like a the Mini catching us off guard, like up on this ledge. Like we can definitely deal with them, but Slosher, if they're like hiding in ink here, they can definitely like kind of jump forward at you and get 2 sloshes if you're not paying attention. So you have to really understand the positioning of the other team. But when you have these honest fights, and usually at the beginning of the match, especially against this kind of comp, they're going to be pushing in from this left side. And so you can use one of these channels as an opportunity to take those fights. And if you were playing against an E-leader, then instead of going left over here, we could probably look to potentially, it's still kind of rough because E-leaders are just really strong in terms of like holding open areas. But, we could bully the enemy team and slowly try to make our way over here. And we have a little bit more cover to move around and still take fights in this kind of lane here. But overall, I love the way that like we're trying to take this space very aggressive, and we get multiple picks. Again, very clearly we outrange the other team. And we push our advantage. I think our zip castering could probably be a little bit cleaner. I don't zip caster at all, but one thing that I wanted to mention is this a remnant of that? Thank you, JB. But the one thing specifically with Zipcaster, and someone that actually plays Zipcaster could probably explain it better than I do. But if you Zipcaster to a wall, I think you have less like lag, and you're able to use Zipcaster again faster versus Zipcastering on like on the ground and like on a flat surface. I remember Roomba explained this to me like many months ago, but I just never play Stamper weapons, so I don't really worry about it. But I think as a Stamper, ideally you want to stick to walls whenever possible. Obviously, there's certain scenarios where you can like cross through someone and get the damage, but in terms of like playing it safe, like in this spot, the Mini's doing a good job of backing up and being able to get direct shots onto you. And I would either avoid them altogether and then come at them from another angle, or maybe hit like a wall behind them or hit one of these poles or something. But we put ourselves in a lot of danger with this kind of play. But I know that you don't use Stamper full time, so you're probably... Zipcaster is a very technical special that is really easy to not get right. So for the most part, I think that was totally fine. It gave space for your team, but I don't really think your team did all that much with it. I think you played it fine, but this is just the nature of solo queue, where one of your teammates ended up going down. One of them is moving tower, which is good, and then your Expo is slowly trying to get into position. So you were able to survive long enough and were able to give some space, but we weren't able to get as much value out of it as maybe we would have hoped for. But we did, I think on our landing, we hit the... I think we hit them over the ledge, which is kind of sick. So yeah, it's an example of, the ability to camp ledges and being... They probably shouldn't have thrown their bubble. If against this kind of comp, this Mini should definitely be on higher ground, because when you're playing against a Stamper, you don't want to deal with these ledges that they can jump over and get a bunch of shots. At certain points you have to fight for those ledges, but like you don't want to be right on top of the ledge, and you don't exactly know where the Stamper is landing. So this is awesome. So yeah, if we want to camp this ledge, that's fine. With the Mini down, we'll see how this plays out. Alright, so we're able to get it at least to the first checkpoint. Like, holding left ledge for that is good. One thing that I would mention, after we get the pick on the Mini, it may not be the worst idea in the world. And again, this is like... Splatoon is complex, and there's no necessarily right or wrong ways to play the game. But after we get that initial pick, I would probably look to help bully and take this space with my team. Because as we continue this push, we're going to need control of this area. And sometimes fighting for this area, because these people, the defending team is on high ground and we're low ground and mid. And sometimes it can be really hard for us to get there because things like bombs will roll down on us and we struggle in certain spots. Like, I love that you're holding this ledge. I think this ledge is totally fine. But in terms of timings, I think you get a couple of shots like you did over here. And then I would immediately like look to rotate and help get the rest of your team up in a spot that they're going to be more comfortable. But I think you understand that, and I think you're waiting until tower gets past, like, you know, once it gets to the first checkpoint and it's not sitting in this area, because tower is very dangerous in this very part of the push. So you're holding this area until it gets past there, and I think that's totally reasonable. But because you got rid of this, the mini before, there leaves you a timing window to be able to help push this advantage on the right side, which eventually you're going to have to take care of. They don't have a ton of great weapons to deal with a tower. Like if the person riding the tower isn't paying attention, then yeah, you know, any sort of shooter can really just splat them. But you probably can get a little bit more value, just help get your teammates up here, and then you can look to come back over here. Or at that point, maybe you can flank around. There's different options that you have depending on the scenario, but I think you did your job within the first couple of seconds by just getting shots, like threatening shots on the V shot. And at a certain point, getting this pick is no longer as important because they're just scared of you there. Once you've put a presence here, they're like scared that you might still be there. And, you know, seeing the fate of this mini getting completely blasted by your stamper play and ledge camping, that should kind of send a message to the rest of the enemy team that they need to be very careful about this. So I think just having a presence here and then being able to rotate after, I like that idea, but what you did is totally fine, and I think your timings are totally fine. Learning to hit my shots below ledges from a range, it's tough, it's tough. You have to like aim a little bit higher than you may necessarily expect. And even if you don't get the hits, it's totally fine. Just getting paint coverage and just painting an area above the ledge is really, really good, because it makes the enemy team uncomfortable to want to approach the ledge. Anyways, we'll see where it goes now that we got the tower moving. Oops. Yeah, because you can start seeing that like a lot of the rest of their team is going to be going for these types of plays, and we probably can take this pillow and start fighting on higher ground, which I guess at that point it'd be even ground with the enemy team. But they are contesting this ledge, so I think you keeping them in check and holding this is totally fine. Totally fine. This is really minor, but if the tower's gonna start pushing to the right side, I don't know if I like zipcastering like in the scenario that we did. Because what are we really looking for when it comes to zipcastering? Like, getting a pick on this person is nice, definitely. But I don't know. I feel like we can bully them a little bit more honest. The other problem I have with the zipcaster, like, you do a good job of kind of concealing it near a ledge, but this person, if you don't get them splatted, their team has a really good chance, especially with all their bombs, to potentially get your recall, which is a little bit scary. And again, that's where if you pushed over here on this right side and you zipcaster like back here instead, then your landing's going to be a little bit safer. But I don't know. I think this is fine. And again, this is the complexities of the game, and depending on which person you ask, they may give you different answers. But I don't think we get as much value. I feel like we get, if we're gonna attack that kind of area and we don't have a very clear play on that mini, I think we get more value out of just, you know, either using burst bombs or using our ledge camping abilities on the left side. Because we find ourselves in a very uncomfortable spot after the landing. Nice job covering yourself with the burst bomb. Unfortunately, you didn't get the initial pick, but it's fine. Whew, what a shot. Yeah, in this kind of spot, I would definitely want to... Because, like, with the last push, your team had a really hard time taking the sled, like, taking that space. We did just get 2 picks, but I would like to see us bully with our range this side over here. Exactly like we're doing. I'd be even more aggressive than this, but this is fine. You're able to get up here with your special. Okay. I see it. Wait, that Zipcaster was clean. How did you get the pick? That's crazy. No, this is great. Nice. Yeah, now we can control the sledge. Okay, they're kind of running into you. The enemy team could probably play this a little bit better, and we may have to be a little bit more, like, they could be threatening us more with bombs and other paint, but you know, you're finding your openings and you're able to capitalize, so yeah, I certainly cannot complain. Also, what is your build? You're getting Zipcaster so fast. One thing I will say with some of these Zipcasters is I feel like you're just using Zipcaster because your special is up. And like your last Zipcaster, you popped off. And, you know, in this type of scenario and like where you're at as a player, I know that you don't play Stamper full time. So part of you learning might be to use Zipcasters and not necessarily the most opportune times, just so you have more reps to build your skills with it. And if that's the case, that's totally fine. But when we get 2 down a little bit before, that's where I want to take this space on the left side. Because that's how we really open up the map and get the KO. So like these picks are super sick. And like I like us moving forward here. We're able to constantly move. At this point, we just sit here. Like we sit here until we're close to, like, the tower is starting to push on the right side. Because what can they do? If you're sitting here, what do? They have to funnel everyone up here. And once they're up here, so this is where like Zipcaster timings and stuff are important. The tower is currently here, and you Zipcastering in and everything, like you've put in so much value at this point. You've already infiltrated their base. Your teammates should be like jumping to you. Some of them should, and you know, I'm sure we'll get on tower in a second. But like we've opened up the game. This game is basically a KO at this point, like truly, based off of like the advantages that your comp has and you as a Stamper. Like we just chill in this box until tower gets past the first checkpoint, past the second checkpoint, and it starts dropping down into the enemy team. At that point, this mini is probably going to sit on this grate. And like during that time, you're going to get pressured and stuff. And that's why you should at least have 1 or 2 other people moving forward and helping you. But I feel like Zipcaster doesn't dominate the space as much. And you've gotten so much value from your picks before that Zipcaster doesn't really give us the distraction that we need. You sitting in this spot and just shooting from long ranges and outranging the other team gives us the space that we need. So I'd rather us just sit here. And then once they start getting established up on this like ledge area and they're looking to start shooting at tower when it gets past the second checkpoint, that's when I want to see the Zipcaster. But using it before just because you have it, actually I think puts your team in more of a dangerous situation than it really needs to be. Because you've controlled the match getting those picks. And now, because you're sitting on the right side, they can start taking this left side, no problem. And you could potentially make the case that as the tower was moving to the first checkpoint, someone could have jumped over like we were talking about. But since you're already here, this position over here is infinitely better than this position over here on this map. I would say honestly in most modes that's going to be the case, but especially given the circumstances of like your role in the team and the advantages that your team has over the other team. This is like a permanent off angle that the enemy team has to deal with, and they can't deal with it very well. And this goes back to understanding tower control on this map, is that they don't want to set up here to deal with you. Being here means that they can't stop the tower until the final checkpoint, which is basically a KO at that point. That's the only way, like dropping down from this far right side, and either dropping here, and like throwing a bunch of stuff at you. That's the only way that they actually have a decent job of like being able to properly push you. They want to be up here. So just being this thorn in their side on the other side while the tower's slowly getting into place is what you want to do. And if they ignore you, which they can't, you know, you have this open, you have this lane here to control snipe. And if anyone tries to get on top of snipe or tries to fight you, you're doing it in an open space and you're chilling because you outrange them significantly. If they send like their whole team at you and they start throwing specials at you, you just drop. It's okay. At that point, you know, if they send enough resources to stop you on the left side, that means that people should be getting in on the right side. But understanding the important parts of the map to control is really important. And this goes for basically all the modes in on Scorch Gorge. Zones is a little bit different, but this ledge is still very important. But like Clam Blitz, and in a lot of cases Rainmaker, but especially Clam Blitz. Clam Blitz, you actually have this grate that you go across with mid to get to this area. But the same thing applies. Like the enemy team, if you can threaten this left side and you have a weapon that can threaten it, you want to make sure that we continue to have a presence. And once we've like broken into their base and we can just comfortably sit here, like sit here until they have to use specials to deal with you. Because eventually they're going to get a Zuka, eventually they're going to get a bubble, they'll get a tri-strike. Like your push gets significantly better if they waste their tri-strike getting you out of this position than you being over here with the rest of your team and them tri-striking you and the tower at the same time. Yo, hello. Do orange? All right, let me find it. I still haven't found the black headband for Bab. I don't know where that thing went. We have some time this weekend, but so I should be able to hopefully find all that stuff. But how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How's the gaming been? How was the tournament? Was that your first like Splatoon LAN? Or just like LAN in general? I'm not sure your competitive expertise or just like going to any sort of like it's almost like a Splatoon convention in like a weird way, but obviously you get to like play and stuff. Any LAN? Ooh, how was it on playing on stage? Are you the type of person where the nerves get to you, or are you able to deal with it pretty well? Because it definitely can be nerve-wracking, like being up there and everything. Very scary. I gotcha. Did y'all have any technical difficulties? I feel like that's one of the hardest things on LAN to adjust to. Is like, A, you're not in your chair, you're not in front of your desk, you're not using your monitor, you are using your controller and your Switch, but like the whole setup and environment's different. You have to deal with like louder noises and everything. Like it's definitely a very uncomfortable type of environment. Yeah, the audio system, you have to really like fine tune it and stuff. And sometimes you get there and people's headphones are like having issues, or like the sound. Like sometimes you have to put the sound a little bit, because when I play at my house, it's usually not as loud. So my audio, like there's no reason for me to like crank it up. So I don't normally do that. But when I'm at a LAN, I need to like bump it up so I can like actually hear what's going on. Like I can hear my teammates like screaming at me, which those are controlled separately, but I bump everything up because I don't want to get outside noises. But y'all were really fun to watch, and it looked like y'all had a good time, so very cool, very cool. Did you go to the bonfires and everything? The balance? Oh, what do you mean by the balance? I'd be interested. Oh yeah. Yeah, too much voice or game. Yep. It's tough too, because they're like, not that they're like forcing you to like play the game immediately, but you know, they're on a schedule, you kind of gotta go. And like in a lot of cases, I would much rather us have like 10 minutes or even just like at least a couple minutes to like fine tune audio and everything. But you know, they have this like, there's, for people that haven't been to a LAN, they have like, in different LANs will have different setups, The lands I went to, they had a system that was a lot easier to use. I don't know if I can. I don't know if y'all can see it on the screen. Hold on. But this is like this is an Astro mixed amp. For any of my MLG gamers back there, I've had this thing for like a long time. But they would daisy chain a bunch of these mixed amps together. And these are very like, every person has their own little box, and then you're able to adjust the knobs. It's very straightforward for someone that isn't like balancing the audio themselves. And the ones that they use, like I'm sure technically like they're like awesome for TOs and everything, but as like a competitor, I don't want to touch stuff and break it because there's like 20 different knobs and like sliders and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to touch this. I don't want to break anything. I don't want to ruin the event. Like they kind of like label some of that stuff for you, but it never works exactly how you want it. And in certain cases, like you always have to adjust your settings because the person that played on that setup before you, they may have a completely different balance than like what you're looking for. So I feel like you need more time to like really adjust for stuff, and like whatever system they have, you basically have to like get one of the people that know how to work it, like one of the TOs, and it feels oh, you actually use these? Okay. So yeah, these are a little bit nicer, but obviously if you don't use them often, nonetheless, it can definitely be a little bit complex in terms of like getting all of your settings perfect. And if it doesn't feel perfect, you're going into the game feeling uncomfortable. All right, and like you're never going to be in a spot at a lane where you're like totally comfortable. Even if like nerves and stuff aren't the best, like there's still like a million variables that you have to really deal with. So I don't know. I mean, it's a fun time. I'm not trying to say like don't do it or anything. If you can make it to like a Splatoon LAN, just meeting people is awesome. But the other part of it is like, you know, just competing, playing Splatoon in a competitive environment with no online latency is incredible. Honestly, it's any game that you play that's competitive. If you do it in an environment without latency, it feels amazing. So I would highly, highly recommend it. And I think they do a pretty good job at the tournaments, at least for Splatoon, where like they try to get every team on stage at least once, the amount of teams that entered for this tournament was like so much more than when I went last LTC. So I don't know if they actually are technically even able to accommodate for everyone, but I know they really tried to do that last tournament. And I think for the most part, they did get everyone. I think there was a little bit of a drama part of things with not getting a team on deliberately, but yeah, I don't know if y'all had the luxury because y'all had so many people. Not everyone went on stage. Gotcha. So that's awesome. Definitely have to chat you up and hear more about your experiences. But it's through social media and through everyone talking about it, it seems super, super, super fun. So went twice though. You're just that good. You're able to get in there twice. We love to see it. But yeah, on this map, this area is super important. Super. If we're able to get it uncontested, we just sit here until the rest of our team is in a position to be able to do that. Because that's the other thing in terms of like tower control. If tower's sitting like on first checkpoint, if we have the ability to like spawn camp them and sit up here and just like spawn camp and paint this whole area, we don't really want to do that because it's like we're playing a person down because someone has to sit on the tower. So like sometimes going too far is a little bit too far. But this is a perfect spot where like you can support mid if someone gets through, you can watch people dropping from multiple locations, and you can control this snipe area. And that's like the biggest thing that we want to be doing in this kind of scenario. So instead of going for your Zipcaster here, that's what I'd rather you do. But you're able to distract the people on right, but this timing window isn't correct because the people on top right currently like can't do anything in this kind of spot, and then yeah, you end up going down. So like your push is gonna stall. You might get checkpoint, but you're not really gonna get anything past that unless someone has a wonder play. I'm fine with you jumping into here. Oh, okay, this is a safer jump, so I'm definitely okay with. But if you wanted to take a more aggressive jump, with this kind of lead and with tower slowly coming back, I think it's okay for you to like take the more aggressive jump, but I like this jump better. It's a little bit more safe. And again, based off of what we're trying to do as a stamper, we can hold these areas very comfortably. I'd probably actually prefer you being over here because tower's over on this side. So the enemy team has to focus on the right side. So like we wanted to deal with the ledge initially, and like, again, holding the ledge isn't bad. And like taking control of the side isn't bad. But I would much rather us use our range to deal with the people that are trying to like get off of the tower. And really bully those people. But again, holding this ledge is totally fine. Some of this goes back to like, I don't necessarily trust my teammates. And also like Blaster can do something similar over here. And I like the scrappiness of a stamper to be able to move forward. But again, different comps, different scenarios, you know, constantly going back to this left side is totally fine. I think it's totally fine here, but I think we can optimize a little bit by looking to just force the open fights on the right side of the map when tower's in the position that it is. Oof. A little dangerous at the beginning, but solid movement and backed up when you needed to. Yeah, this is another scenario I think we just push left side at this point. Like, we have Zipcaster ready, and I think we use it once tower's in position, but again, I don't know if we get a ton of value out of this because tower isn't in a position. Good job using the armor in this scenario. Yo, Only Sons, hello, hello. Oh, welcome in, thank you for the follow. I tried to mash those into a singular sentence, and that didn't work. But how you doing? Hopefully everything's going well. Hopefully you're excited for the Sizzle season. And for anyone here, if y'all are looking to have your replays, if you have any sort of replay code, and if you have trouble finding how to, because you have to like post a replay in order for it to give you a replay code. If you have issues actually obtaining that, I can probably help you through that. But yeah, if you join the Discord, there's a channel in there for VOD submissions. And if you can kind of just like follow the rules, I just asked for like the replay code and like some information about the game and any questions you may have. Currently, I think we have 4. This is one of 4 that we already have lined up. But after that, I don't have any codes. So if anyone is looking for an opportunity to get a replay, you know, it can be a competitive game, it can be a scrim, it can be solo queue, Anarchy Open, Anarchy Battles, whatever the case is. Ideally not turf war because I can't really help you all that much, but everything else, anything with like any of the 4 competitive modes, I'm here for it. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I was just making some coffee. Yo, what's up, Bab? Vicariously living through every single Stamper player. We love to hear it. Bab, you gotta bring back the Stamper for some of the league rotations upcoming. I'm gonna need you to carry me to some high powers. Doing pretty well. Yeah, we're having a good time. We're gonna be doing a review block here. So again, if anyone has replay codes, review codes, please send them my way. We do them completely free here. It helps me out. I hopefully can help you all out, and hopefully we're able to learn together. Yeah, Balls of the Goat. Definitely go give them a follow if you don't do that. Will I review them now? So yes, but there's currently 3 more in front of you. So your specific one, we probably, if yours was the next one, we probably could get to it tonight, but there would be a few in front, if that makes sense. So yeah. But yeah, and that's the thing, especially in the Discord, I just use that to manage the order of them and everything. And then once I make the video, I can like post that to you, so you at least have it there for reference. And the notes that I take, I need to start putting them in there as well. Because I take notes on my own document, but I think I can also put that in the feed. That way it's just a little bit easier to have that information. But yeah. If you're not here for the review, it's totally fine. But I have a VOD, like I have a VODs channel on YouTube that I think I've started making the videos public, but I haven't really talked about it all that much. But that'll have all of my stream stuff on there. So like all of this stuff will be documented. So anytime I do a review, I'll have the long form thing on the VODs channel. I don't really cut it up yet because, you know, if there's enough people that are getting value out of me cutting them up, and if there's an interest, then I'm more than happy to do it. But currently at this point, I don't know if that's the case. So I'd rather spend my time on other things that I can be doing. But if there is an interest, I'm definitely more than happy to be able to do it. I need to do a better job of labeling it. That I should be doing a better job of. But the videos, but the full VODs are there. And then for every VOD review that we do, on the, I guess my main YouTube channel, will have a condensed version of, you know, all the important bits. Because sometimes some people like to have the longer reviews. Some people don't really want to be here for all of that. So it just kind of depends on like someone's, you know, the way that they get the most value out of things. But I condense all of these reviews. There's a little bit of a lag for me to actually like edit them and come up with a thumbnail, which is not something I'm good at. But all of that, there is a VOD review channel on my YouTube channel. So anything like as we do reviews, they will all get posted there, and we'll have like a condensed way to do it. So anyways, that's my little spiel. Again, I think we're about to get punished for not taking that left side. And in my opinion, casting a little bit earlier, I like the squid rolls to eat some of that damage. Unfortunate, we weren't able to survive, but we gave it a heck of a try. And we got a decent push. This map snowballs quite a bit, so it's tough. But, you know, 37, especially with the amount of time left, it's not game winning necessarily, but you can definitely hold. Thank you. And this is where things get scary, potentially. Ooh, the mechanics are clean. How are we alive? Alright, we're diffing the other team currently. Alright. So we're kind of popping off. We'll let the pop off finish. I like routing behind them. I do like this quite a bit. That was dangerous and unfortunate that the timing wasn't there. But this will play. I'm a little bit concerned when it comes to I went too far back. But after this, actually we have to go like quite a bit back, because we respawn in again. So in this kind of scenario, 2 of our teammates are still respawning in now. So we just kind of want to stall them, which we're doing here really well. I'm a little bit concerned about us jumping in this kind of spot. I feel like this is where things can be a little bit dangerous. Only because your blaster's down and you do, like, the rest of your team does have resources to deal with the tower. But I almost want to slow this down a little bit. If this bubble was still up when you were jumping into it, I really do not like this play, but you timed it as it was exploding. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but if you go down here, this is where the whole like snowballing nature, even though they just use 2 bubbles, the rest of their team can paint up and take space if you go down here, and they're potentially looking to get bubbles up when y'all are trying to defend this, and you know, they can potentially push for lead. So you just hard diff them here, and I can respect the confidence. I think as a Stamper player, you have to have the confidence to go in and make plays, but you probably could like drop out on right side or like slow down the play on like the far left side and wait a little bit longer. It was intentional? All right, then respect. I would not be looking for that. I haven't seen enough bubbles to really know exactly when they're going to pop, but that's pretty sick. This is still very risky and very dangerous, and I don't think we're in a spot where we need to be that risky. But obviously, like, you played it really, really well mechanically. But jumping into enemy paint always feels bad, especially when we're not at full force. But again, we're doing a really good job of spacing. Once we have the space to work with, we use the space really well. But I think we forced our way into this this left side a little bit too fast. But when you're going for this play, I do like that you're flanking behind them, because like when you get 2 of them, they're gonna be backing up from mid, so like you're trying to catch them, and like that thinking is really, really good. You were a little bit predictable with this person. I don't know if I would have sat there as long as you were charging up your shot. You may have potentially got splatted by a more attentive mini there. I'd probably try to move around a little bit more and then, or at least get out of their range until the very last second. But it was close. And again, if you get, like, you already got 2 picks at that point, so like the overheat after is like fine. Like it's okay to go a little quirky. And see, now I'm gonna guess this match goes pretty well after this, because your team is able to start holding this left side. Yeah, I was gonna say you probably can push up a little bit more aggressive in these kinds of spots, because once tower gets into this position, like, yeah, like this Zipcaster is great because like you're trying to move the tower and you're preventing them. Nice shot through. Like, the reason why I like the Zipcaster when you're on offense versus basically any other Zipcaster that you do is the fact of the timing. When like there was someone that wanted to be, let me get to the overhead. This thing's taking its sweet time. So yeah, when tower's here and at this point, obviously up here is still very strong, but again, your team has control of it. It's fully your paint. So it's not a so like toward the hay. But this area is pretty safe in terms of like the enemy can't be here too much. So we have to figure out where they're going to be defending from if they're not up here. And, you know, sitting up on this ledge is one place and like sitting up here is another. So when you Zipcaster onto this bucket, it's really good because the position that you're going after is a high ground spot that they're able to defend on. And like when you were Zipcastering, so before, when tower's sitting in mid and like on first checkpoint, and you Zipcaster onto this spot, like they can't do anything with the tower currently. Like you kind of just have to buy time. And Zipcaster is a way to buy time, but I would rather use the Zipcaster when the tower is putting a little bit more pressure on them. Personally, that's how I feel like you can get a lot of value out of it. Because, you know, if you use it at the times that you did, and it happened to us a couple of times, they're able to throw bombs and stuff like after the recall. And if you're immediately fighting them when tower's all the way up here, like they're kind of waiting anyways. So they're gonna have a harder time, like you're gonna have a harder time splatting them when tower's all the way over here because they're not under as much pressure, kind of thing. So so yeah, but here zipcastering up here at this point is great because the tower is pressuring, you know, threatening the KO, and this person is looking for an, you know, because your team is focusing in this area, the enemy team loses out and they only have a certain amount of space to really defend from. And I think, you know, most of your team can probably deal with like this main ramp area. You could support it as well, but you know, really focusing on this area over here and, you know, finding the slosher that can do pretty well up there, I think is like probably the best thing that you can do here. And that's why I like this zipcaster way more than some of the other zipcasters that you did. Because there's actually a threat for them to have to deal with on top of you, you know, going Spider-Man all around their base. Nice base. So, I'm interested to see your stats after this game because that was a very, very solid game. But I do think some of your priorities and some of your choices, I think you could be doing a little bit, could be a little bit more optimal. IMO. There's spots where you're trying to force plays with your special when you already did the hard work. And like if you didn't get like a triple before then yeah, you probably have to use a use your zipcaster to continue to take space, but in this type of scenario, you play it pretty well. So a couple of things here. I think overall this is just fantastic gameplay. I don't know how much time you've put into Stamper at this point, but you're doing an excellent job. If that is it something that you're just playing for fun? Because I know sometimes it's fun just to like play like a high skill cap weapon or like a high skill ceiling weapon because it's just something, you know, the more you pump time into it, the better. But you know, do you have any intentions on competitively playing it, or what's the verdict there? You pay in tears. Yeah, I know Jim's super booked up. Jim's time is very very important. And that makes sense for him because he's he's got a lot of work going on. So at a certain point, a lot of that makes sense. I think the model that I'm going for with a lot of stuff is different, but I'm also not a successful YouTuber with, you know, tons and tons and tons of outreach and people wanting to help. And, you know, again, Jim has like a very, his skill is being able to actually articulate information in a very digestible way, which is sick. I love watching all of Jim's content, whether he's doing Splatoon stuff, you know, recently some of the videos he did were like outside of Splatoon. I love all of Jim's content because he's able to like really put it in a very I don't know, just he's a very, I feel like it's a thing with English teachers where like they're just really interesting to listen to. They know how to tell a story. And at the end of the day, Splatoon is just another story to tell. Yo, what's up, Uzi? Hello, hello, hello. Are you trying to send me big swig gameplay? That's all I'll review from you. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, you're more than welcome to send the review code. We currently have a couple of people in front, but I will say that we'll try to get through as many as we can tonight, but we will definitely get to it. We'll definitely get to it this weekend with the current bandwidth, but this is the first of 4. I think there was one that was recently submitted a little bit ago. So, you know, if you get it in, might be able to get to it today. Definitely can get to it tomorrow. And for anyone else that, you know, if y'all put in something today, usually there's only going to be a backlog of a couple of them. Usually every time I stream, there might be like 3 or 4 additional replay codes. So it's certainly not a long wait by any means, but we'll try to get to it tonight. I believe, but I'd love to watch some of your gameplay. You always terrorize me with your roller. Also, I don't know if you're still here, but how was your? I know that you have like been looking. I'm assuming that you're the competitive Uzi, but if so, how is your competitive searching going? I don't know how the landscape is in like the +3 zone and higher that you have more of a reach towards, but you know, any team would be very lucky to have you. I haven't played with you, but I have had to deal with playing against you, and it's not very fun. It's you're a very strong player. I still have like nightmares of certain Mahi games where you were just camping the camping ledges with rollers. I still feel the pain to these days. But anyways, let's get back to the summary of this. So a couple of things here. Again, I think us taking fights in open spaces, we did a fantastic job of. I think you're very comfortable with your spacing, especially when you have a range advantage against short range shooters and everything. So I think you punish them for being out in the open in a lot of scenarios. And I think you understand that camping this ledge when you're on offense is very, very good. And just getting this area covered and preventing people from being in this spot. And for a few times when they did try to push through, you're able to like splat them or push them away. So, you know, I think all the fundamentals you have going very well for you. But a couple of things I would say. First thing is, I'll just frame it as like how to KO. How do we actually win the game? And this is a good exercise for anyone that's like trying to better understand the game. I'm working on videos for maps to kind of go more in depth with this and how to actually work with it. Learning V-Splash, what the? I actually don't know your competitive background. I feel like I only know you as a roller player. Have you played shooters before, or what's bringing you? Well, we know what's bringing people to V-Splash, but you know, hopefully it's still something that you're enjoying. But I wish you the best of luck. If you need scrim partners, we would always be we're usually around most times, around this time, most days. So yeah. So for this map, some of it's going to change depending on where the tower is, kind of throughout the push. But especially getting tower to the first checkpoint, holding off this area is really important. And by extension, which it's a little bit harder to do, but holding their snipe as well is tough. But like as a stamper, you did a good job of identifying that like we keep control of this, and then once tower starts moving toward the right, then we can look to rotate. I think there were certain cases, and some of this is going to be a little bit different. When you're playing in an environment where, because this is like a Anarchy series, your teammates aren't always going to be on the same page as you. So yeah, in these scenarios, your team's not always going to be super fast to rotate, and they might not be on the same page as you. And they were having a really hard time, even though you did a really good job of covering this ledge and easing a lot of pressure from them. They were having a hard time taking this spot. And like, as tower gets past the first checkpoint and as it starts getting to the second, we want to have pressure. You know, again, snipe control is really crucial, but also just keeping them away from this pillow and making them like back off. There's this awkward drop for the defending team. So if they can't hold this area comfortably, then things get really uncomfortable for them. And there were certain times where to me, it felt like you stuck to this ledge a little bit too long. And this is kind of a complicated concept that I'm trying to work on, you know, even as a splash player when it comes to like painting. But especially if you're something that like controls ledges really well, it's like once you've acknowledged and have shown a presence in an area, you don't necessarily have to continue to be there to make the enemy team feel uncomfortable, if that makes sense. And there was a couple of times like when they used there's a V shot that used the Zuka, and they were trying to Zuka the tower and everything. When they were using that, like you were trying to get the pick. Unfortunately, you weren't able to get it. I know you said you were trying to like practice and stuff, but yeah, in this kind of scenario, I think trying to get this pick when they're relatively stationary makes sense. But like once that kind of subsides, even though the tower's still kind of moving, you've established your presence on this side long enough that I think you can like kind of route yourself underneath and be able to start to help fight for this side with your team. And that's one of the problems, or at least one of the struggles that you have to manage if you're playing something like a machine, something that can ledge camp like a roller or a stamper in this case, is that, you know, if you move away from here, yes, there's a chance that, oh, they don't see you shooting shots over here, so they're going to start taking risk and start going and using this area. And this is where you kind of have to play your opponent. And if you notice that they aggressively are constantly taking the space, then yeah, it might make sense for you to like just sit here until you're forced to rotate because this area is no longer relevant. But there are certain cases where you can it's almost like, I didn't really play like a lot of sports or anything, but it's almost like zone control where like you kind of have to like, you can like move back and forth between this area and just have a constant presence like everywhere. Because even just rotating over here, getting a few shots to threaten these types of people, or, you know, it depends on where they're defending. They might be defending up here and just like moving up a little bit to just have some presence and force them back a little bit alleviates your team's pressure. Like it gives your team an easier time to start pushing forward. And, you know, you can move forward, get a couple of shots, and if you're still concerned that they might be on this ledge, then you can rotate back. But I like the idea of like constantly moving so that you're really forcing them to they feel your presence in multiple areas. And while technically that's not actually possible, you can definitely, if you're able to rotate fast enough and if you're constantly moving and checking different spots, you can apply a lot more pressure versus just having really good, predictable coverage of this area. Don't get me wrong, this is still very, very good, but I think you can potentially get more value. And a lot of that comes with rotating to being able to rotate to certain areas and still have your presence known. So it's hard to explain that. And that's kind of the second point is, fast. Oops. And this is mainly on offense. Y'all didn't really play defense too much, but fast, consistent rotations. Because that's the other thing when you rotate, you can start. So yeah, this. Or I guess it would be rotations. But this idea of rotating and like understanding where you need to be, part of that is based off of the map itself, but you know, as a lot of competitive players understand, at a certain point you're playing against the player more than trying to play just like generally, and there's ways that you can give these little checks to understand how certain players behave and how certain players play. And in a lot of cases, and this is one struggle that I have as a competitive player myself, is that I give up space. Like I'm very respectful of a lot of different weapons. So if I initially see you over here covering this area, I'm immediately like, not that I'm like rotating like that, but like I'm more focused on like this left side and maybe I'll sit up here. So instead of trying to take space, so if I'm coming out of spawn, for example, if I see a bunch of shots over here and like y'all are getting to tower starting to move, I'm probably not gonna look to threaten that and challenge that because I don't have any tools to really deal with that other than really incredible burst bombs. So at that point, I start seeing some of this presence that you have, and I'm like, okay, well, they have a stamper over there, so, you know, if I have crab ready, then I can just back up here and like I'm just waiting here so that I can get a good crab in the spot. Or maybe I look to like potentially move over here and like try to get a crab on top of snipe as a way to circumvent what you're doing this way. And so when you rotate, you can kind of keep that in mind. See if anyone, once you're no longer shooting shots over here, you can see if people actually try to, you know, start taking this space again immediately, or if they continue to respect it. If they continue to respect it, then, you know, you can rotate a lot faster and kind of cheat a little bit in terms of your timings because they're giving you that respect. And if they see that you don't take shots, and once that they don't see shots, they just assume that you've moved, whether you conditioning them or that's just generally how they play the game, then you can use that to your advantage where you can like sit and ink and like sit under these ledges so that when people go for these types of plays, you can catch them too comfortable and then you can actually punish them. This is like a higher level concept, and for newer players, I wouldn't worry about all this that much, just because, again, playing the player, you don't really have to do until you get to a decent, comfortable, competitive level. Like, you really want to focus on fundamentals. And, you know, if I was looking at Lucy as a B rank player, for example, then I would say, hey, you know, hold this spot until we get to this timing window. Once tower's on first check, then we want to start, you know, and it starts moving to the right side, then we rotate. But I think, especially the way that we played it, I think Lucy understands the rotations and the timings, and there's ways that we can potentially cheat that a little bit. User habits against them. Yeah, ideally if you can, you know, that's definitely the name of the game. If you really are at a certain point, you're playing against the player and not trying to play the most optimal Splatoon, if that makes sense. Because the most optimal strategy in a Splatoon match is the one that works against the people that you're playing against. But, you know, depending on your familiarity of who they are and their playstyle and stuff, you may not necessarily understand what that is, but it takes time to get there. And I wouldn't, like, again, if you're potentially a newer player or you're like just getting into competitive, focus on fundamentals, understand, like, you know, timing windows and where you need to be. And in order to get this first checkpoint, we want to hold this area and we want to hold their snipe. And then once tower gets over here, we want to shift our focus. You know, once tower's on second checkpoint over here, they may flank from over here, but they're going to be kind of pressuring you from this area. And then once tower starts moving, once tower starts moving to the third checkpoint, you know, that's when, like, this is the biggest focus. They may still have people over here, but instead of them dropping, you have to worry about them coming from this area. And, you know, now you have to worry about this piece of part of the map is like into play of dealing with tower. And you might be taking fights like further back here versus like up here. But again, I think Lucy has a good understanding of this, and sometimes we can be caught playing a little bit too honest. I don't think you necessarily play too honest here, but it's just it's a concept that I at least want to initially start talking about, because I think it's relevant to you now as a player, and I think it'll continue to be more prevalent because I think you have a good understanding of the game at this point. So yeah, those rotations definitely help. The other thing that I would mention is like Zipcaster timings. And again, both of these are like offense specifically. We didn't really see enough defense to properly assess it, but zip timing. And it's really understanding, like, what are we actually trying to do with the Zipcaster? And it's not that we're necessarily going for picks, but we want to put the enemy team in an awkward spot. And if the mini doesn't feel like, if you've either gotten enough picks or you're pressuring this by ledge camping or whatever the case may be, if the mini is like sitting all the way up here, so if the mini is sitting on this grate they've basically conceded the first 2 checkpoints for free, and they're waiting for Tower to get past this second checkpoint so that they can actually play the game. So we don't need the Zipcaster until they're ready to play the game, you know? So there was times where we were just trying to force Zipcasters just as soon as we had it, and I want us to be a little bit more thoughtful about it. Again, you might be in a position now where you're just trying to get them off as often as you can so that you get more comfortable with using it. And if that's the case, then, you know, that's fine. You're making suboptimal Zipcaster plays knowingly because you're working on your mechanics with them. And I think that's totally reasonable. But if you're doing that because you feel like it's the best time to use your Zipcaster, I would definitely look to reevaluate. But again, that just depends. Like if I'm learning something new, I'll play suboptimally just so that I can get more reps in. And Zipcaster is definitely a special that'll put you in that kind of situation. So again, I don't know where your head's at with that, but that's something that I would definitely consider. So overall, really good stuff. That was a fun game to watch, especially the exciting Zipcasters and the exciting Stamper gameplay. Hope that helps, and look forward to playing you in a tournament sometime soon. That's a big bottle. Yeah, it makes it easier for me if I just have a ton of water at all times, but I also have a hard time at just like using a water bottle properly, and it gets extra hard with a bottle this big because you have to actually account for the you have to account for the momentum of the water. Which is something that doesn't really happen on yes, the Hydrator 3000. I need like some Splatoon stickers or something for the for it. Sorry, I'm doing some housekeeping on my end. Give me like 2 seconds. Oh yeah, I wanted to see the results. Sheesh. 21 and 2. Yeah, 8 Zipcasters seems kind of crazy. That might be too many Zipcasters. I usually don't say that for specials, but that might be too many Zipcasters. At least in a game where you had as much control as you did. Not that like 8 Zipcasters is bad necessarily, but in the context of the match that we played, when you were constantly getting like doubles and triples, yeah, it's tough. At a certain point, when we have that much of an advantage, we're probably looking for quality over quantity. But again, a very, very fun match to watch. Where is the... Huh. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting some review stuff. Okay. I believe you deserve that. I really like your tone while reviewing. Thank you, I appreciate that. Only expecting Big Sway Express. I love that they made that the name. With angle shooter tips only. I think that kit actually kind of makes sense. Like unironically, it kind of makes sense. Would we prefer a different sub? Probably, but I think that weapon is actually like it has an actual special, so I think the main weapon might actually see a little bit of love. Oh, you played for Backlink? Oh, wait, I think we played you when you were on that team. Remember we played that team in a tournament. I don't know if you're on the team though or not at that point. But yeah, I know your UU team is that was a staple. Everyone on that team was so good. Yeah, I definitely think Storm will be very, very good. Very, very, very good. Alright, so we're gonna move on. I think we have another solo queue game. This time it is an X battle. And I think this is from Jade. There's a couple of Jades in the community. I believe this is the Orca Balinstra Jade. But we shall see. I think once we type in this replay code, we will be good to go. And yeah, X rank, Squiffer, Oh yeah, they definitely play Squiffer, so some Squiffy gameplay, which we've actually seen. This is the third Squiffer gameplay that we've seen, which is surprising because I feel like I never see Squiffer. But Squiffer's in like a decent spot, actually. Yeah, Orca Balintra, which I think they just got low ink banned. So unfortunate they weren't able to win the tournament, but I definitely think they've gotten to the point where they've properly, oops, press the wrong button. I think they've properly graduated from the low ink scene. Very, very strong team with some strong players. All right. Okay, let me do my daily gamba, my 5,000. All right, dream ticket, interesting. And then I always upgrade my clothes. I don't know how people use their currency in this game, but I always do like the 5,000, and then I get everything with so that it has 3 pieces of gear slots. I don't know if this is the best way to do it. It's like this only has 2, so I'll upgrade it for the 3rd. But I don't upgrade past it because that gets too expensive, and I don't play enough solo to be able to sustain that. So this generally works for me. Some of them, like that I use more often, I will upgrade. Such as, I like the flip-flop look. Alright, anyways, enough of that. We'll get to the review, but as we get to it, let me upgrade, and by upgrade I mean update, this panel here. Okay, I believe this is X. I'll say, I forgot how I was doing this before. I'll say peak, and I don't specify the region. It probably wouldn't hurt, but that's too much work. Say 2560 is solid, solid, solid. I think this match is currently 2300. And we're looking at the Squiffer. Oops. Semicolon. Alrighty, that works. Now, they mentioned in the details they want to figure out how to make their team's job easier. So stuff like this doesn't happen. I don't know what stuff like this is, but I guess we'll have some an interesting perspective of what we're trying to watch. But we have okay, Zones Hagglefish, let's go. If you send me a Zones clip, I'm immediately excited. I love Splat Zones. I like all the modes, but Zones, special place in my heart. I'm one of those Zones elitist players. I just enjoy the mode just a little bit too much. Anyways, I will quickly look at build. Honestly, I don't know what build I'm looking for when it comes to the Squiffer, but it makes sense. A little bit of swim speed, a little bit of run speed, and safe jumps with stealth jump. All that makes sense. I'm actually just interested while I have a second because I need to stall so I can drink some coffee. But if y'all ever want to look for builds, I'm sure you know, but Sendu.inc is a good place to start. You can find other competitive players. Honestly, I don't know how often people keep track of their own builds on here, but look for trends. Don't look to copy specific builds unless you really trust the person that you're copying it from. But yeah, it's like Adrian had a build that we probably yoinked, and Adrian's a very, very good Squiffer. Sully has a bunch of builds here, which we did a review of before. Sully's really, really good with Squiffy. I don't know like how many like Squiffer players actually exist, but you know, looking for common themes. So swim speed seems like a commonality. There are, you know, comeback is a potential option. Grunku, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're doing well. And stealth jump seems to be a staple, so you know, this build totally makes sense. Makes sense to me, but it also checks out with people that play the weapon, so all good. Anyways, looking at comps, so this is zones, which changes things just a little bit. You get a mini heart attack every time I wake up to see JP Twitter that Light Tetris has a good special. Oh no. Wait, have they not released the special for that yet? Oh, and Lucy, you were saying that the build from before was stealth jump with a lot of QR. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so the extra QR makes it a little bit more uh understanding of being as aggressive as you were. Again, I don't think the aggressive plays are bad, but at least in a solo queue, I think in competitive it makes a lot. Like I think it's totally fine. In a solo queue environment, you're putting trust in teammates potentially, but with that much quick respawn, I think it's fine either way. But you know, solo queue in a lot of cases, you're really trying to build your mechanics. So regardless, I think it's good for you to take more risk and look to take gambles. That'll make you a better player faster. All right, let's start looking at these fun comps. It wasn't in the brush video. Oh, I see. I see. Somewhat passive comp from Jade, and enemy comp a little too good for my liking. That's fair. That's fair. So, yeah, on our end, I will say the nice thing about our comp is that we have a lot of specials. Like, we have a lot of really good specials. Like, I think the fact that we can get a ton of tri-strikes out with Neo is good. Wavebreaker is a weapon that we can push in with, and Storm is really good. Bubble actually can help for retakes in certain spots, or you can zone the enemy out. So Bubble's a little bit more situational, and I'm interested to see how they end up using it here. But yeah, if we can keep space, you know, we have a lot of like mid-range. We have a little bit of backline. I don't necessarily consider Splash Neo a frontline, but it does work obviously better. It's basically useless outside of, not that it's useless, but it has a hard time operating at a distance because it doesn't have a good bomb to support it. Selection Bomb is good in its own respect, but when it comes to like taking fights, Splash Neo basically doesn't want to take a fight with anything. There's certain spots when you have an advantage or you have an opening, and of course you take it because you're a short range shooter and you can move effectively, and you know, if you can get yourself in range, you don't need a bomb to support you. But in terms of like actually taking fights, it's gonna struggle a little bit. So I think overall our comp's okay until we start looking at the other team, and E-Leader. E-Leader scary. E-Leader kind of hurts our game plan. And then when we start looking at our comp, we don't have a ton of direct ways to deal with the leader. So this is going to be a little bit tough. Tri-strikes can dislodge them. Wavebreaker can make things annoying, but we're not really going to Wavebreaker in a spot to deal with them. If they are, sometimes they will be more aggressive and start pushing toward mid, but usually leader will just sit, like leader basically has like two spots. They sit here in neutral or during retake. They might have to be a little bit farther back on retake, but that's ideally where they want to be. And then if they have advantage and they take control of zone, then they can like sit either behind this pole, or they can like look to get up here once like the enemy team is like retaking from back here. Then we can be like a little bit more forward. But yeah, leader's gonna be a problem. Not that it's like game over or anything by any means, but it's gonna be a little bit tough. I think the other thing on the enemy team that we might struggle with a little bit, I'm really bad with mid-range weapon ranges, so I actually don't know. Like, I don't know if not outranges VDS, and I don't know if it outranges the Squiffer. If I had to guess, I would say it probably outranges Squiffer, but VDS might have a little bit of an easier time. Those are pretty tough and like tight matchups regardless. A lot of it's going to be based off of like, you know, who can move a little bit better versus, you know, timings and catching people off guard and pushing with specials. But overall, I think we're going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage with our with the overall comp. I think this team, they're gonna lack paint output a little bit, but I think they can farm from effective like ranges and stuff. I think we're gonna want to be really thoughtful with how we look to use our specials, and there might be certain times with the way that our comp is, we might have to be just a little bit riskier when it comes to like looking to make plays. So if we're holding the zone, So if we have zone painted our color, we may want to look to take a more aggressive risk than we might have to do with another comp in order to, you know, push the E-leader if they find themselves in a vulnerable spot. Either they take too aggressive of a position or, you know, they just kind of make a mistake. Or if we're able to, you know, find space to move around the rest of the team. And the other problem that we have is that we don't really have a good way to ledge camp on this map. And like something like a machine works really well at camping ledges on this map. Machine is a weapon that when they're pushing, like machine is good underneath this ledge. They can deal with people trying to get to tent, which tent is really important for retake. But like they can also sit like over by this ramp, or they can sit behind this block if they need to be a little bit farther back. And like at any point, they can hit this, you know, the tent area. They can still hit above tent. They can hit behind this little barrier. And then if you're able to move right, you can hit anyone on this ramp. You can hit people on top of snipe. There's a lot of options for machine. I think machine does a really good job on this map. And it can also shut down a lot of weapons. You know, for example, as a crab, I like to get on top of this tent. But if I don't know where this machine is, or if they kind of spot me as I'm going for that type of play, they can punish me before I get crab out and really get value out of it. We're not playing with the crab here, but we're gonna have to be very deliberate with the way that we play. This comp is like a lot more of a technical comp versus what we're having to deal with, on top of having to deal with this leader. So I already feel a little bit uncomfortable with this overall comp, but you know, it's X rank. You gotta make the most. And I think in certain spots we're just gonna have to play a little bit riskier. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But on average, we're probably gonna have a tough time. And again, this is also like the solo queue side of things, where you play against the opponent, and throughout the game, if we get a retake or if we're getting pushed, we want to start figuring out the habits of these types of weapons. You know, maybe this machine isn't really trying to ledge camp as well as they could. Maybe the splash is trying to take fights against our mid-range weapons. You know, maybe this not always tries to flank a specific side of the map, and then we can catch them off guard. So in these types of spots where like we have to be a little bit more crafty with the way that we play, because our comp doesn't fit as seamlessly with the flow of the game and like the way that the map and the mode functions. You know, we need to be a little bit more out of the box with the way that we play. Otherwise, we'll probably often get stuffed on parts of this map. I can respect the aggression. A little bit scary when we're marked, but you know, this feels, I think, extra comfortable. Sheesh. I think it can feel extra comfortable to be aggressive when their charger ends up dropping like they did. I don't know how Swiffer does shredding. Probably not a great job. Overall, this whole play at the beginning was quite nice. I will say that there is a chance that you could potentially go down. So I don't know why their leader decided to drop in this scenario. The spot that they're in isn't bad, but against the comp that they're playing against, I think their E-leader is really making a mistake by dropping here. Because when they're on tent, they can hit like this far. Like they can hit behind the middle of the zone. So it's important for us to make sure that we're respecting that. But again, this goes back to like playing crafty. Oh, leader's not taking high ground. They're taking this kind of angle. We can look to play more aggressive. We don't have, you know, we can sit in other sides of the zone and potentially look for opportunities to, you know, make more aggressive plays. So I do like this initial play. Honestly, I feel like we overstay our welcome here. I feel like we're going to get paint, like they're painting all around us, and like this fizzy bomb should be thrown at our feet, and we should go down here potentially. We do a good job of moving. but this is a very risky position. But again, when we go back to the comps and everything, sometimes you have to take some risk, but this feels very risky and we're not getting punished. So I always can appreciate anyone's aggression. I would much rather someone be a confident, aggressive player than being too scared to do anything. But yeah. 3-shot on Booyah Bomb for Squiffy? Dang. Interesting. Thank you for checking that. I didn't know that. But yeah. Like the leader's gonna have a harder time on lower ground than us if we're like using this as cover. So I like that we're taking aggressive plays like behind cover and we're only jumping out when we're ready to shoot. So like we're keeping ourselves hard to hit. We might have overstayed our welcome, but like once we get the first pick, then I think we're okay. And like pushing here with the try strikes is awesome. And that shot is incredible. So in these kinds of scenarios, I think we're totally fine. But that I think we might have overstayed a little bit for the first pick, and more often than not, I think that's probably not the highest percentage play. I'd rather us initially, because I like us going toward mid at the beginning, but after we take an initial shot, I think we back up until the try strikes are ready to go. I think we can actually wait, especially since we saw that the leader had already dropped in that type of scenario. I think we take an initial shot and back up until we have our specials ready. I think once we have our specials, we actually can compete with them pretty well if their leader isn't in this spot. Because like, again, going back to the opening, and we'll just do it real quick just so we actually have a visual on screen to accompany what I'm talking about. Oh, they'd already dropped at this point. So we'll do it before they drop. So yeah, when they're up here, they cover all of this. They cover all of that. I don't know exactly how far their range is. It's probably farther than that. But like, they can hit a lot of stuff over here. And E-leader is a problem because when they're up on tent, we can't really do anything about it. Like the very end of our rain might touch them and Tri-Strike can dislodge them. But in order for the Splash Neo to get into a position to Tri-Strike the leader off of this position, they're probably going to be vulnerable to the rest of the team. So so in that type of spot, this playing against their comp is really difficult. The second that this leader drops, which in certain spots it's not the worst thing in the world, but I think we have such an advantage as the yellow team. I don't think E-leader really ever needs to drop in this kind of scenario. Unless we get a pick and we're ready as a team to start moving forward, then we can reposition the mid, but I think otherwise we sit on 10. But, you know, we notice that they have dropped at this point, and I like us moving forward for an initial pick. This is great. After this shot, I'm probably looking to like back up before this person is like charging and up everything. Just because if this team plays it a little bit slower, I think we actually can pop off. But, you know, early in the game, you're still trying to get information about what the enemy team's trying to do and like understanding their habits. So this isn't the worst idea. I think it's totally fine. And again, once we have an advantage, we're rolling. I'm going for the montage. The little clips. Again, space ourselves out, work with teammates. This is where things are a little bit dangerous. That's unfortunate. I think that charges I think there's a little bit of latency between everything. So they probably got their shot off on their end before the bubble came out. But in general, this play I'm not as comfortable with. Again, taking a shot like this, we don't know what the leader's doing, and that's why this is extra scary, because we don't know the timings. But, you know, again, if we want to poke out, go for the shot as a Squiffer and then like look to reposition. That was something when we watched Sully play this on I think it was a Mahi Zones game. Take the shot and try to reposition, especially when you're playing against when we're playing against an E-leader specifically. Yo, what's up, Brick? Wait, are you playing in I was actually talking about your team before. Are y'all playing in low ink this weekend? Do you listen to your audio through OBS? No. Is there something wrong? If there's a problem, please let me know. I can go check. Like I'll test it before, but I know that some people will like hear their audio as they're talking. I can't do that. It's too distracting. Let me check. Let me see how this thing sounds. Mm, mute. All right. Yeah, we're maybe okay. Oh, game audio. Oh, I see. I see. No, I don't. I have a mixed amp. So I have like an Astro mix amp that I got when I was playing competitive games like over a decade ago, and I've just used it. Any sort of console gaming that I do, I just used it ever since because um it allows me to do that. Yo, Froggy Splats, thank you for the follow. So I have some equipment that allows me to not have to do that. I know some people complain. Some people say they use audio through OBS and they're like, it's fine. And then I know some people have said that there's enough of a delay that it like throws them off. So I'm not sure if you're in a position where you're trying to like set stuff up, but if there's another way for you to get that audio, I would probably look to do that. Um, you might be able to get some sort of like splitter, because before on some of my other, because my wife was using the mixed amp for other stuff previously, but she doesn't do as much console gaming. Playing low ink, nice. Good luck. Good luck. I'm hoping for a nice alpha bracket run from you all, but y'all are totally capable of alpha. I'm excited for you. Hopefully y'all can play on stream. Yeah, delay's not ideal. I would look to buy like a, and if you don't want to order it from Amazon, like, you know, choose a choose your place of choice. But you should be able to buy like one of these Y splitters. I don't know how comfortable you are with technology, but if you buy like a Y splitter, you can get some 3.5 cables and have one that connects to like, you can like plug your headphones into one and then get the other audio into the, actually I have to look. It also depends on your capture card, because some capture cards allow you to like plug in an audio source directly through the capture card. That actually makes it a little bit easier. So I don't know. There's definitely different ways, but you can get some like splitters, like the Y splitters, in order to have other ways of going through it. I'm assuming you're playing on a monitor, and like some monitors have like a port on the back. You know, it might have like a headphone jack. It may have you know, something that you can feed that into the rest of your audio. I can talk about it after the stream. Okay, yeah. There's definitely a lot of options for you, because yeah, I can't do that. I would recommend the mixed amp. I'm sure there's cheaper options, but back in the day, when I was going to lands, this was like the standard. It was like $150. I'm sure you can get stuff that does it fine for a lot cheaper, but you know, it's stood the test of time, and even after 12 years it's still running strong. So I can't necessarily say I'm upset with the investment, but you know, there's probably better ways to do it. But yeah, I know that a lot of people have really complained about OBS audio. Some people don't care and it doesn't bother them. Some people really are sensitive to the delay and absolutely despise it. Usually going HDMI monitor headphones will still give a delay. Interesting. I've had some outputs through like different ports, and it isn't as much of an issue, but again, it's going to depend on the hardware and everything. But I'm with you. Splitters and converters are definitely the best bet. That's what I use. That's my tried and true. Sometimes it can be a headache to set up, especially if you're not an audio engineer, which I certainly am not. But I remember back when I first started streaming a long time ago, I bought like a $20 box from like Radio Shack that allowed me to mix 2 input sources, and then it would all come through the same place. But yeah, I would look into using some sort of splitter converter type situation. That stuff can get really pricey, but there's also a lot more budget options. So if you're totally lost, I might be able to find some time and kind of work through that with you. But it really depends on the capture card, your setup, you know, how you're receiving everything. So, but definitely best of luck. Hopefully you can get it figured out before lowing starts, because that would be really frustrating. Certainly. But yeah, when we start pushing past the zone here, this is probably a risk I wouldn't necessarily look to take. Like, this is okay, but if we want to take these fights, we could potentially, like, there's a couple of ways that we can look at this type of spot. So in this position that we're at, we could look to throw bubble onto zone. So like we can bubble in place behind this little wall and take some of these types of fights around the zone. This also potentially allows the rest of our team to find ways into the map. But this is too greedy when they have like a lead. Like, this is the problem of playing against a leader, is that they really limit a lot of the options that you're able to take as a squiffer, because you get outranged and like they just sit on high ground and you just cry. So you have to be a lot more respectful of it. I like that you're going for aggressive opportunities, but you know, knowing when it's okay to take one shot and then back up versus like taking one shot and then continuing to move forward when you didn't get a pick. All of those are going to potentially be problematic. I do like that you utilize your bubble, but I think it's just too greedy to move so far forward and then using it to try to save you. Because, you know, big bubbler, same thing with splash wall. Those, like, sometimes it takes utility to some time to like actually become like you can throw it down, like use your special or you throw it on the splash wall. And there's still a little bit of time, like half a second or so, that you have to wait before it actually is active and starts protecting you. And like moving forward when it's not ready to protect you is like tough. The other thing in this kind of scenario is that like we're not playing with the rest of our team when going for this type of play. And that's where like at least using the bubble in this type of spot, it gives our teammates more time to either farm specials or like look to take more aggressive positions. If you had something that could go under ledges, like your team could look for this type of flank, and at some point it might be something that you want to go for as well, but you're gonna have a hard time doing it. But like going through mid is like really tough, especially without specials. So if we use the bubble earlier, it's not like it puts us in a great spot, but it at least gives us more opportunities, and it gives the rest of our team opportunities. But continuing to push forward into their whole team in a charger that has nothing else to look at other than you is where there's gonna start being problem. It isn't crazy. All I have to do is close OBS and reopen it. You've done it so much. Just comfortable with that process. I see. Gotcha. Well, yeah, there's definitely better ways for you to set it up so that everything kind of just works. But it'll require you probably to have to buy some stuff and maybe a little bit of knowledge, but you can probably Google it. It's not difficult enough to where you can't learn it yourself. But yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to like DM me on probably Discord or something, and I'll get back to you. I'll need some information. And then, again, I'm kind of learning it on the fly myself, but with enough information, I'm sure we can figure it out. I'm sure of it. But again, I don't think we'd have it done before low ink. So whatever solution you have now is probably what you'd want to use for low ink. And yeah, because again, like you're getting into like these really aggressive positions, and like the rest of your team isn't in a position to quite be able to help you. Which, should they have been there faster? Probably, but it's solo queue, and you know, your teammates are... Solo queue is generally going to be slower than competitive. So if you play really aggressive and really greedy in something, like if you're used to the speed of competitive, sometimes solo queue, in a lot of cases you can take advantage of it. But in spots where you're in a disadvantageous position as a squiffer against an E-leader and a Nautilus and a lot of poke with bombs, sometimes you're gonna have to kind of rely on your teammates, or at least put yourself in a situation where you can survive and continue to take shots. And before we were effective being behind the little pole in mid, which when the leader's positioned on tent, we're going to have a harder time being safe behind that spot versus when they were on low ground at the beginning of the match. But it's something that you would definitely want to look to set yourself up to stay alive, or at least play off something else with your team. And I think bubble's a good idea, but just have to be able to coordinate with your team. I can send a div 6 scrim. Nice. Yeah, the way that my stream's currently set up, I still have to do some stuff on my PC before I'm guessing you have like a YouTube link. If you had replay codes, I definitely like a replay code or so. I could definitely look at that, but yeah, eventually I'll have it so, you know, we can listen to like voice comms, especially for teams and stuff. If you have codes, yeah, definitely go for it. I would ask if you did it in the Discord. So yeah, right now we're just using codes. So if you have the code, that's all we really need. But if you wouldn't mind, there's a VOD submission area in the Discord. If you just put the code in there, we can pull it out and get to it. Awesome. Thank you. You know, that'd be awesome. A little lowing preview, like you mentioned. Exciting. Nice shot. Yeah, and we've identified that the leaders on low ground, they are taking some risk over there. Honestly, I'd probably go for the more aggressive play here. Maybe this is just me with my ego, but when this person drops, I feel like we can probably like take a fight and be a little bit more aggressive for it while they're in an awkward spot. You probably like in this type of scenario, I'll have to double check your paint. Or sorry, your ink tank. But yeah, in this type of spot, you could totally throw a like you can sit in this type of area. I think it's fine, but I would probably look to use your point sensor and just get it on this block and just get vision of the leader. That way you have like a little bit of an advantage when it comes to taking that fight, because yeah, I don't think we want to play as out in the open as we did. That range isn't bad for us, but leaders in such an uncomfortable position when they drop. I don't know why they went for you in the first place, but you know, when they're stuck like down here, if I'm you, I probably would take this spot, because like if someone else wants to help over here, they're probably, they have to get a little bit closer before they can actually get into range if you hug this right side of this block here. And then if they start committing, then you can look to drop and, you know, either jump out depending on your build, or you can look to, you know, hopefully your teammates are able to do something if you've taken, like if you've gotten 2 people to look at you. But with your 1v1 on the leader, I'd probably keep it like closer range. And honestly, like I'm not even kidding, you're probably okay if you have the leader in a position where they can't watch all of zone. This is probably an okay spot for you to dance around with the leader for a long time. Like you're trusting your teammates to win the 3v3, but I'm okay with that, because the default situation where leader's sitting up here is like really tough for your comp. So when you find like at the beginning of the match, when the leader dropped from tent and they started sniping from down here, you took more aggressive angles because they made their life harder. And I think that's great. But in these kinds of scenarios where like, again, they're on low ground and you're like on even ground with them, like keep the fight as close as possible. Just make them super, super uncomfortable, because realistically they should jump, but if they want to continue to like dance around and take a fight with you, like sweet, you know, we're chilling. We're also close to our special as well. So, you know, if someone else tries to threaten, like just sit up here with a bubble and like we're extra chilling. And that actually allows our teammates in. But like the leader makes a mistake by dropping here, and it's good we dodge the initial shot, but like moving back and like, I don't know, we're like skill checking each other, and we don't need to do that because we have an advantage that we can press. And or at least we have resources where we can stall them and make it awkward. But we're just like, we're accepting a 1v1 here, and there's just like no reason to do so. There's like a without knowing in pronouns of anyone, is like a gentleman's duel, for lack of a better term. So like we made an agreement that, hey, you're a charger, I'm a charger, and we'll fight to the death. And like we don't need to do that when we're in a more advantageous position here. And we also have the choice to disengage, but especially with our special and everything else that's going on, we want them to be stuck in the spot for as long as possible. And we're not making them feel uncomfortable. We're just like challenging them to a fight. Which again, in solo queue can be like a fun thing, but when it comes to like actually looking for advantages, we don't want to take a fight like this when we were up here, but like we could have jumped up here and they were still stuck like down there. So a little bit too honest from us is what I would say. Which I've played against you in scrims. Your shot is really good. So it's not that I don't trust your shot, but make them more uncomfortable than having this agreement that you're gonna take this fight together. You increase their odds of actually winning that way more. Went to Twitter, saw Sprinkler increase damage 20 to 15. Caught me for a second. Yeah, I don't trust anything. That's one thing that like, it can be funny sometimes, but honestly, like the entire Splatoon community is just like always trying to like bait each other. We're always looking to like checkmate each other into someone like believing the words that you said on the internet so that you can like ridicule them. It's a really awkward spot for a community to be in. I don't know. Sometimes it kind of irks me. Sometimes it can be funny if it's like super obvious, but sometimes, especially in a world where like I don't know, like people aren't tagging, like no tone indicator on everything. Like they're just purposefully trying to like be deceitful. And then when you think about people outside of the community, because like if you're in the community, you like anytime that a competitive person says that they're a free agent or a team's disbanded or something, it's like 99% of those are just people trying to like bait people into believing it because gotcha. I don't know. But people do that with like their Twitter takes where they're like, oh, like this weapon's viable. And if you know enough about the community, you know that they're just trying to like catch one person that like wants to believe them because they're like a top player or something, or like they take the game seriously. So, oh, like let me hear them out. Only to get ridiculed by the rest of the community. I don't know. It's high key toxic from the Splatoon community, which for the most part, the Splatoon community is very awesome and very progressive in a lot of ways. They're progressive in all the important ways, but it's one like minor gripe I have with the community that it just frustrates me. I'm gonna be honest. Watching Ty stream today made a good point. People always say, why is NA ahead of us? And the only reason is because we follow JP and that's why we aren't at JP's level. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to, like part of like Japan has a larger community, and I think in a lot of cases it's probably good to learn from them. But like the competitive community, like the competitive Splatoon community has conversations about everything other than like improving at the game. That's my biggest gripe with this community, which like it's a first world problem kind of thing, like there's a lot more toxic things in other communities that like actually are serious. Like this isn't a serious thing, but in terms of the competitive sphere that I like to take serious and I want to improve myself at because it's like a fun thing to do, like competing and everything, trying to find advantages and like better understanding the game. that's something for me that I find a lot of satisfaction in, and it can be hard to find pockets of the community that actually want to have meaningful, serious conversations. And yes, it I've been around social media long enough. Twitter shouldn't be the spot that you're looking for serious discussions about things, and I understand that. I'm a flawed person, but that's really all we have. Like, people don't really, if there's conversations, like serious conversations in discords, they're like gate kept behind like skill levels. You know, there might be conversations from top players like on Discord and stuff, in like a +1 server or like team servers, that they're discussing these things, but it's not available to any of the rest of us. And then yeah, we get like the Kyo Forge, or Jared talking about Glugas, or any top player playing some silly weapon, and it's just like, what are we doing? Why are we making this harder? Why are we purposefully spreading misinformation? Like, I guess it's funny sometimes, but it's the tone of the community always. Like, if it was something that happened every so often because of like excitement for like new weapons or whatever, and like whatever the case is, uh, that's fine. But like, our general tone is like, we're just trying to purposefully like trick people. Like, our goal is just to like catch someone like trying to have faith in the rest of the community, and it's a weird place to be. I've never been in a community that trolls this hard. Which again, it goes back to like, the Splatoon community is very, very casual. So like, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But like, I don't know. Yo, what's up, Meepers? Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome. Anyways, we've gone far off of the the pod. We'll get back to it. Let me catch up with chat real quick, but yeah, I think it's a good point, but there's a lot of reasons that we're specifically we do this to ourselves, and for the people that actually want to have discussions about certain things, it feels bad when I can't engage with the community that way. And something like Twitter is no longer fun. It's not this fun thing where we can discuss Splatoon and share clips and share, you know, results and look at our progress, and, you know, being able to like foster a more positive environment. There's a very toxic nature, copy pasta. I never want to look like the fool, so I'm not going to put myself out there with a take, a serious take at least. And maybe people have serious takes and then they can like double back on them and say they're a joke. I don't know. It's a very uncomfortable place to be, and I don't really engage with a lot of Twitter kind of because of that, which again is fair. But you would imagine in like, with broader general, that with more broad and general Twitter, that makes sense. But when it comes to like our little niche and this little place that we've carved out in our little bubble of competitive Splatoon, I don't know why we constantly, I don't know where that started. Maybe it's just a generational thing. I'm not sure. But for me, it was unironically like a little bit of a cultural shock, like getting into competitive Splatoon a couple, like, I guess probably like 2 years back at this point, or like a year and a half. I was like, that's how long I've been in the community. And it just like, it blows me away that this is like, this is us. Like, there's a quirky nature to it, but it's also just very frustrating. And I'm trying to work and provide environments where we can have serious discussions and seriously learn. And, you know, people that don't use tone indicators when they're like trying to be super trolly about stuff, like, time out. Just don't do that here. There's other environments to do that, but the community here has been fantastic. You know, I think my there's a lot of delayed gratification with my type of content, so often it's not going to attract the same type of people that are going to be trolling and doing stuff, or at least it attracts them in a different light where they like understand, okay, now is not the place to do that kind of stuff. You know, because I want this to be welcoming to everybody, but I don't want that, you know, I don't know. I'm sick of copy pasta. I'm sick of tier list. I just want to talk about the game and learn and get better and help other people get better. Please. Love you all. Yo, what's up, Croco Radiance? Welcome, welcome. Enjoy the vibe. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit negative. I don't want to get negative, but it's actually the biggest pet peeve that I have with this community, and it actually frustrates me. Why don't we try to find new strats? Yeah, I mean, I would say in a lot of cases we often don't even really follow JP. Like we do to a point, but you know, whatever information that there's like a handful of like analysts in the community that like disseminate that information for us, if that makes sense. And for the most part, I think it translates pretty accurately. But yeah, I don't know. I think a part of it is that people don't want to put themselves out there, and they don't like. And this is where I'm always wondering. Like, I've asked it before, but like I don't know, because a lot of people, their first time playing a competitive game is with Splatoon. I don't know if they like. Some people may not understand because they're still like really young. They may not understand that like you can have like serious conversations. We can like build knowledge as a community. We can share tech that we learn with different weapons and specials and parts of the game, and like we build on top of stuff and like work to get better. And then that way, if there's a new player, they can come in with a bunch of resources and it makes it easier for them. Like, I don't know if people don't know that, or if they do understand that and they're just actively trying to not make this a healthy environment to learn and, you know, be vulnerable. It's tough to be vulnerable on the internet. And when you're competing and when it's trial and error and when it's trying new strats, like, I don't know, maybe people are just scared of looking like they're either a tryhard, or maybe they're scared of looking like they, you know, oh, you're playing this bad comp, I'm going to screenshot this and you going 0-12, and then everyone's going to, you know, ridicule you online for a little bit. It's just, there is an underbelly of the Splatoon community that is very toxic about competitive stuff. Again, progressive social issues. This community is far more progressive and wonderful than most of the internet and a lot of other serious environments. So I don't want to correlate the two and say this community is toxic, because it isn't. But there is certain conversation that I think is healthy for a competitive community that we just completely ignore. And I'm trying to work on that. I'm trying to at least try, you know. I can't change anything, but I want to be the change. Yo, what's up, Trig? Everyone's sleeping on under. I mean, I don't know. I think Brella's intents aren't as bad as people say. And that's when Brick is saying, like, why don't we try to find new strats? We just, yeah. Like, when it comes to following new strats, if we actually tried to push, like, I feel like there's certain weapons that we probably could push. And, like, I'm not a Brella player, so I'm not trying to say, like, oh, like, it's hidden OP or anything. But, like, I think 10 could totally have a place. I'd have to really think in terms of, like, what kind of environment it would excel in. But there's people that have played in Tent metas, and, you know, it's not to say those weapons aren't like broken or anything, but yeah, anytime there's like a tier list, it's like, oh, we have a community as deemed that Tent is broken and Brella's broken and Undercover's broken, so like they're all bottom tier list stuff, and like, yes, those things should be fixed. And I think for the most part, we don't have them like flying in the sky like they were at the beginning of the game. That was so funny. I'm sure y'all like saw the clips of like the tent, like they use tent and it would like hit like a, I don't know exactly what calls it because I don't play tent, but like it would hit like an object or something and it would just skyrocket into the air. So I think that we've gone past that level of brokenness, and like it still doesn't work as it should, but that doesn't mean that it's completely unplayable. And I'm not trying, like, this isn't for tent specifically, but I think 10 is something that like, I think there's creative avenues that we could look for in terms of comps and the way that we play the game that we just disregard because we don't want to look like the fool. Everyone else has decided that these things are bad, so we don't want to look like the fool. But I don't know. There's a bigger conversation there, but that's just I don't know. Sometimes it can be rough. How do we submit clips? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm really behind. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Join the Discord. There's a VOD submission channel. Just submit your VOD there, and we're chilling. There's a big, somewhat big blue button that says new post in the VOD submission channel, and in the rules there are some There's like a template. If you wouldn't mind copy and pasting it and filling in the information, that would be wonderful. But if you just get the code in there, I'll make do. But the more information, I think you just posted with all the information, so very much appreciated. Y'all are wonderful. Yo, Quats, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Anyways, let me get back to the game. We've been on a tangent. I get on tangents a lot, but I'm gonna quickly go through chat. I'm not gonna input additional information. We're gonna get focus up. We have a lot of stuff in front of us, and we got time, but I don't want to wait too long. Try to spread the gospel of V-Mini. The deniers are so blind. I like the way V-Mini feels. Yeah, I think Mini's another weapon. Actually, is like really good. Oh, I've never seen Ultra Stamp actually abbreviated as US or like US. Interesting. But yeah, I think with Ultra Stamp buffs, like Burst Bomb Ultra Stamp isn't that bad. I don't know if you necessarily want it on a mini, but I think that weapon actually isn't that bad. I've left other games because the community is alone. Splatoon's amazing. Yeah, you know, I don't want to overstate or give the wrong feeling if someone like wants to get into competitive. If you want to get into the competitive community, there are still wonderful resources. There's still, you know, everyone is very wonderful and supportive of like newer players, especially. But a lot of times we often will hit like there's certain points where you have to put in way more effort. Like learning, I said I wasn't gonna get into a tangent, but anyways, when you're learning, like there's kind of a plateau effect where like technically it's like still going up kind of, but at a certain point, the amount of effort that's required to improve. So like if this is like skill, and then this, whatever, and then this is effort, or you can look at it as time. Like at a certain point, you do start to plateau, and it requires a lot of time, more time than it's probably worth in a lot of cases, unless you're really dedicated, to continue to improve. Truthfully, a lot of the stuff on I don't think a lot of the communities like up here, we're probably like way farther down here, but we're, you know, just playing the game and being good mechanically, you see there's this huge dopamine rush from like here to here because you're just constantly winning, you aim better, we're chilling, life's good. And then we get to the point where like our mechanics can't really carry us, and then we have to like use our brain and like think of strategies and stuff. And then this part is I just call this the troll zone, because most people don't take it seriously and then they just troll. So this is everyone's happy when they're in this spot, and then when they're not improving, they get sad or even they get angry because they're not able to improve, so they can't enjoy the game like they once did. And instead of trying to work together to improve and make guides and better understand the game, we make tier lists and call people bad. Anyways, back to the, wait, did I catch up? I forgot if I caught up. I started writing stuff, so I assumed I caught up. I don't think I caught up. But no, good points for everyone. Yeah, Big Swig's at a point where like they've buffed it to the point where it's actually potentially relevant. At a certain point, we're not going to be able to ignore it. I wonder if Storm will be that point. That's the other thing as well. Like weapon, like subs like Line Marker, not that they're good, but I think that they're still okay. I don't think, like, we dismiss kits completely for like having Line Marker, which it's not ideal, but it definitely has a purpose. And I think, you know, I would imagine Line Marker probably wouldn't be the worst thing against like a Zipcast or a Inkjet, you know? Like, I feel like there could potentially be some viability there. And I think in general, like, there probably is some viability if people get comfortable with it. like if you're trying to learn line marker, like I don't know, maybe there are guides out there. I think Pika Dave sometimes, like whenever there's like really random like blob or understanding splash walls, there's a random Pika Dave guide out there that like really explains this stuff super well. So maybe there might be a guide out there with line marker somewhere, but outside of a player like Pika Dave, like we don't have general discussions. We don't have guides and resources and oh, if I'm trying to learn line marker and I'm in a rotation with Hagglefish, for example, it's like what are good setups? Like where can I position to like hit people on like important areas on this map? Like what do those like setups look like and everything? Like we don't really like, we're not trying to have that level of depth, which again, in a competitive community, if something doesn't show itself as viable, most people will dismiss it, which is fine. But for the people that are actually dedicated, we should have a spot to like aggregate all this information so that when a kit, like a weapon and a special is so strong that we can't ignore it, even if it has angle shooter or mind marker, whatever it is. I forgot what it's called at this point. Hopefully we have some information in the background so we don't have to like learn all that stuff again and again. You are big, Swig. Sheesh. Feels great. Respect. 5-star Tintabrella. Sheesh. It was really great when it had a team that supported accepted the supportive playstyle. I gotcha. Thank you for the hydrate. I think there's a decent main. Just gave it the worst kit possible. That's fair. It's not to say all weapons are created equal and all weapons have a place at top tier if people just worked harder. I'm not trying to say that, but I think that especially with all the changes that have been made recently over X amount of patches, there's definitely a lot of more viable things. Like I think the meta is prone to a bunch of changes, but us as a community are pretty resistant to change. And it requires something getting overbuffed like Inkjet to make a weapon like Ballpoint really start seeing value. Co-range is same as V-Roller. Sheesh. Yeah, the vertical flick is always crazy. Undercover Brella is pretty good. It can tank well in fights. Yeah, there's a couple of like, I remember there was someone that I played in solo queue that was like 2,900 or 3K. There's some competitive player that used the whatever the normal Brella is, and thanks, Gary. Obviously, it has its vulnerabilities, and you have to play very patient with it, and the amount of effort required to succeed with it doesn't feel as good because you have to work really hard for like it to just kind of function in a competitive environment. But yeah. But it's cool that other people are still like playing those weapons and enjoying it. I would love to learn more about those weapons. I don't have time to play it, but I would love to learn more about those weapons. Second undercover kicks torpedo. I believe. Serious discussions are very nice, and I'm glad that how much Splatoon 1 to 3 there's been more resources in the competitive for sure. I skipped out of Splatoon 1 and 2 because there weren't like I remember seeing like dudes videos. Like I played Splatoon 1 on the Wii U. I'm like, oh, this dude person is like competing. Like this game is awesome. Like when they first showed Splatoon at E3, like Splatoon 1, I was like all in. I'm like, this game is online is going to be awful because it's Nintendo and like voice chat is not going to exist. And like I was already coping at that point, but I love the game. I bought it day one. I bought a Wii U for Splatoon, and yeah, I remember finding Dude's channel, loving it, and I just never got into competitive because I didn't really know where to go to like bridge that gap. So yeah, I think we're in a better spot overall as a community in that respect for sure. Otherwise, I probably never would have made it to the community. Only thing that this kind of messed up Umbrella, or that messes up Umbrellas is Blaster. Gotcha. I find Zimmy pretty good. I like it. Swigga's insane main weapon. Yeah, the damage on it right now is whew. GP comps is more interesting because they're actually willing to experiment. Yeah, yeah, they'll play in like actual tournaments and they'll play some silly stuff. The funny thing about that is because we don't have a lot of people that analyze the game I don't think fully understand the Japanese scene. Like there's only a handful, and like I'm included. Like I only know like a handful of players in the community, but we as a community we come away with wrong conclusions because we don't understand the Japanese landscape because we're not always familiar with the players. Because sometimes there'll be weeklies where like certain comps will win because they just outskill. Like it's just like a skill diff between the team that won. I remember when Orange Zap first came out, it's like, and I think double Orange Zap, I think there's something interesting there. Chump is pretty low power level currently, but like the team that won with double Orange Zap, I think that was like Mauricio and stuff was playing on that team as well, but they were like quite stronger than the other players. So, you know, when Chara makes a tweet or something that says, oh, like Orange Zap, like 2 of them won a tournament, like we have to be careful about the conclusions that we draw based off of some of that information. Is this improvement in terms of individual skill? So in solo queue, I usually look more toward individual stuff, but anything that's like more related to team stuff, I try to look through that teamwork lens. It just kind of depends. Because when you look at footage, like depending on like the skill level of the player, you kind of want to tune what to focus on a little bit differently, if that makes sense. I wonder if it's a cultural thing coming from competitive in games like Overwatch. They seem to experiment a lot more. In other games that I've played, Japan has been pretty experimentative. I've played like some fighting games, and obviously like Amza is a very famous smasher that played, you know, current or recently went on like a huge spree, but has like been super dedicated and has grinded out playing Yoshi, which I think is like a lower tier character in that game. I'm not super familiar with Smash. So it definitely can be part of it. When I played Marvel 3 competitively, I wasn't like super good or anything, but I competed a little bit. Yeah, they had like some really interesting like Rocket Raccoon comps. Like they put some like low tier stuff together. And that's not to say like there are certain players that will experiment just in general, but yeah, I don't know. Culturally, someone else would have to provides a better lens for that because I'm not sure too much. This graph is 11 to 4, 3 to X basically. Marker combo, swig horizontal. I'm excited. I'm excited to see people that are already good with swig actually get a decent kit. Line marker better than people think. Yeah, it is tough, but I think it's definitely like possible. Look at Slosher Deco. Yeah, I mean Slosher Deco's not too bad. Zipcaster's just really hard. Or at least for someone that doesn't play it at all. It seems very technical. Line marker still needs a little buff. Yeah, I don't know why they just don't give it way more range than it already has. I don't know what they're scared of, like providing it with like additional range. Maybe at a certain point it's like too much, but I feel like you should be able to bounce it off walls a lot more than you are able to currently. There's really interesting because I was trying to experiment with it like during the Ludi season when there was like set map pools for the week. There's a couple of spots on like museum and stuff that I wanted to hit behind spinner. Like people shark in a lot of common areas behind spinner, but you didn't have enough range on the line marker to like actually hit people in certain areas that I was looking for. And I kind of just like gave up because I'm like, this thing probably needs buffs at a certain point. But I wish they just gave it more room. But against Dude in Anarchy, nice. Anxiety Unreal. Yo, what's up, Spanish Armada? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Marker, swig, V-flick, and Tetra range. Double chump has potential. I can see it. I can see it. A great thing about Splatoon 3 competitive is how open it is. Yeah, you can join a competitive team. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like Hitting Mine Spinner. Yeah, that's what I was like. That's what I was initially messing with. Because our comp at the time, we didn't have a machine. We played Double Splash, Tetra, Charger, and we didn't have anything to go over ledges. So I was like, what if I played like I was thinking about playing V Pro for a little bit if I could get line marker setups proper, but I couldn't find the ring. You had to be like so deep that it like wasn't worth it. But I do think that like people can definitely get better with something like line marker. Anyways, and you just need to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm actually getting back to the gameplay. I've stalled for far too long, but I've enjoyed the conversation quite a bit. So anyways, I'll be back in like a minute and a half. Alrighty. But yeah, the one thing I was gonna mention is it would be really interesting as a community, like assuming that the weapon was played optimally. Like if like what a very off the wall like super off meta comp is, but like it requires the weapons to be played very well, and like getting a bunch of like one tricks on those weapons that really understand how they're played, like getting them together. Because like if you think about something like Sploosh, obviously it's like not great, but who's the I can't remember their name. They have like they just have like their first name. I don't know if it's actually their first name, but their name is like it's just a first name, and they're like a Sploosh one trick, and they're like really annoying to play against because they understand and play the weapon really well, and like their movement is really good, and they're constantly staying alive, and they're constantly just being annoying. But like if you have that level of dedication for others, for other weapons as well, like I don't know, it'd be interesting to see how far certain like weapons could go. Then again, you can also put like off meta weapons with something like a splash or a machine. And I know Char made a video. It's actually a really good video, talking about like why splash is good for the meta. And I think in general, like, and different people have different feelings about how metas are, but like when splash was really busted, it's like if you have 2 splashes on your team, you realistically could run anything else and like the comp is totally fine. But it does require you to have to run multiple splashes. But like after you have those, like the rest of the comp is like super open. Which some people really don't like that meta because it's like too narrow, because like, oh, you have to have 2 splash. But it does open up for like weird weapons to have a spot in the meta because the comp already has a ton of stability with double splash. Anyways, I said I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna stop talking. I'm getting back to the game. That is it. So yeah, last time that we were here, we were taking some aggressive fights. I think we just lost the 1v1 to the leader, if I'm not mistaken. So as we're seeing here, when we're coming back from respawn, especially after getting wiped, we have to be really careful about the machine and all the spots that I mentioned before. So I don't know if we're gonna get picked here, but oh, okay, we just win those. Respect. Yeah, we're doing a really good job of playing around cover. Yeah, we ended up getting splatted, but the game made an oops. Sometimes we can use walls to squid roll, but I don't think in that spot we were able to survive. I think we took too much damage, but I like us like holding really tight cover, like getting angles on the Nautilus and everything. But yeah, now we're in a spot where same thing. Chargers doing charger things in mid, and we have the ledge camping machine. In scenarios like this, again, we're doing a good job playing behind cover, and we got a special out. Unfortunately, our teammate went down, but if we get a bubble down, the rest of our team might have an opportunity to like kind of move forward. Oof. Honestly, I probably would have used my bubble a little bit earlier in this type of spot. We don't necessarily have to like, we don't have to be in super aggressive spots. Like being in this spot's a little bit risky, but again, we have to take risk with the comp that we have. Like in a spot like this, before we peek out like this, we should just have our bubble out. It feels bad to use a bubble when our teammate went down and we haven't, you know, like we're at a disadvantage, but getting the bubble out allows you to waste time so that the rest of your team can continue to move forward and get specials, and then y'all can like potentially look to retake. And it gives you an opportunity to pop out like you're doing now, a lot more safe than, you know, trying to weave between the leader. Like you can actually negate the leader's pressure for at least a little bit of time. They can still shred pretty fast, but they're in positions where they are vulnerable if you can hit a nice shot. And again, I believe in your weapon as a squiff. No. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if we took zone before we got the jump out, but sorry, I need to go back a little bit farther. Because once we're like ready to respawn in, I don't know what the landscape's like. Did we just jump? Okay. No, that jump's totally fine. Yeah, they had the flank on the left side. That's unfortunate. That's tough. But fortunately, the rest of our team was able to get picks. Yeah, in a situation like this, we need to like slow down a little bit and try to get creative with how we want to get in. I think brute forcing these aggressive plays isn't necessarily the best way to go about it. I just don't think that we're giving our teammates enough time to really develop. Like, I think we want to look for a Tri-Strike to like completely, like ideally we need Tri-Strike and hopefully something else paired with it, like maybe Rain or maybe Wave Break. Honestly, anything else, but I think Wave Break and Rain probably pair with it the best. And our Splash Neo, like it should be able to paint for a special pretty fast. But we want to slow them down and stall long enough to be able to, for us to get specials. So at full strength, we can like actually push as a team. And when we start dropping and going for these types of plays, like we're really, we're hoping that the leader's not able to hit us, which again, to a certain point, we have to take risk. But in a spot like this, like our teammates are still coming off a spawn and we have a lot of time. Obviously this is X rank and not competitive, so we don't know how long it is until, it looks like they're at 60 special now, but we don't exactly know when the Splash Neo is gonna get their special. And when we start dropping and like holding this kind of position where we're like behind a little bit of coverage, we need to be thinking about time in relation to when we're getting specials. Like if you can push forward and like stall long enough for the rest of our team to have specials ready to push, then that's great. But we end up getting splatted, which is like in the spot that we're in, we have to like keep moving because we're not in a good spot. But we need to do that closer to the timing of us getting specials. Because you going down before we have specials ready is gonna make it really tough for the rest of the team. So I like us looking for these little like, I think we're doing a good job of finding little windows to be able to potentially get picks. And like, you know, in certain cases we can pop off and get triples. And in certain cases we're human and, you know, maybe we miss a shot or two. But the space that we take up, if the rest of our team isn't ready to push in with what we're doing as a squiffer, then we're relying on us skill diffing the enemy team, which as we go back to their comp, like we have to deal with Not, we have to deal with Leader, and like there's a lot of bomb pressure here. So like there's only small bits of coverage that we can hide behind, and their team is able to deal with that pretty easily. So we need to take it a little bit slower. And when we're moving the tent, I also want us to be careful about like ledge campers, especially this machine. Like in this spot, the machine was fighting main ramp, but sometimes it feels like we're autopiloting to this area, even if the leaders, or not leader, even if the, what's it called? Even if like machine is in range to punish us for trying to get onto tent. And if we don't necessarily want to be in that spot because again, we need to wait for these specials. But again, nice shot on the machine. Caught them while they were trying to go for a play on main ramp, and we were able to punish. Yeah, I was upset too. How do you get the marker tool over the gameplay? It's just in OBS. There is a little bit of a guide. If you just look up like, because I'm just using Epic Pen, like a free version of Epic Pen. I wish I could get the actual version of Epic Pen, but I'm not paying I want to pay like a one-time fee, but it's like a monthly fee, and there's no way. But you can just use Epic Pen, like the free version, and then look up a video for Epic Pen like OBS, basically, of like how to use it, because there's like one extra step. You have to add a filter to the Epic Pen capture in order for it to work. At least I thought you did. Or at least there's like something you have to change, but there's tutorial videos that will explain it. I think the capture method, depending on your machine and your setup and everything, there's a couple of settings that you have to like slightly tweak in order to get it to work. Because yeah, initially it won't show up properly, but or like maybe it'll show your mouse and everything, but yeah, a couple of small changes and it'll get it fixed. And there's a couple of different resources that'll explain it differently, but one of them should get you to where you need to go. Yeah, no problem. And take care, sons. Have a good night. It was nice meeting you. 4 a.m. Sheesh. Thank you so much. I appreciate all the well wishes. Try to definitely get some sleep. We're almost to the weekend. Almost. Nice shot. Yeah, we're doing a really good job. I think our mechanics and like understanding how to make the most out of these situations, using small bits of cover and like holding like a tight cover so that we're able to get multiple shots off and stall. I think we're really good at that. But sometimes our initial timings of when we're dropping down doesn't align with the rest of our team. And that's probably been the biggest thing so far that I've seen when things don't work out, is usually because your team's in a rough spot. And when we look at these team comps, like we established at the beginning of the review, which at this point was like 2 hours ago, in this kind of scenario, like our comp is kind of rough. We have to take some risk, and we have to be things are not easy for us. It's not super dire, but it's not easy. And making sure that we're playing around Splash Neo Tri-Strike is going to be really important for our success. Unless we find ourselves in opportunities where we're able to splat like 3 of them. But we can't constantly rely on that, because if you keep going aggressive, and this is one thing just outside of this review specifically, but when we played your team in just like in scrims and stuff, you were the scariest when you had the support of the rest of your team. And there was times where you just popped off against our team. I would disrespect you, and then you would just like hit these crazy shots. Like, you're capable of hitting really ridiculous shots, but in certain scenarios, I'm not sure if it's ego or like confidence or what the case is, but there's certain times where, and we see it here on the retake, where you're trying to play like too fast. You're playing a little bit too in front of your teammates, and it makes you a lot more of an easier target. Because if you push way faster than the rest of your team, we can, as the enemy team that's defending against your squiffer, we can slow down a little bit because we can use bombs, and we have our window of timing to punish you is like way larger because you're pushing up a little bit too fast. That's what I noticed when we played against you all in scrims in certain spots. Again, certain spots that didn't happen and you were very scary. But certain times, like they would get to points where I don't know. I'd have to go back and think about it because I don't remember if it was like, you know, your team was in a desperate spot or maybe your team was in a really comfortable spot. I'm not sure what caused that. Maybe you could answer that better. But you would get to a point where you would like separate yourself way farther away than the rest of your team. Yeah, it's Jade. More squiffy gameplay. We were talking about your nice squiffer play a little bit earlier. Nice. It's like in these types of spots, like you're giving space and giving your teammates time to move in, which obviously once y'all are in mid, you can play a little bit more comfy. But when we're going for retakes, we have to still try to play in a way that we can work around our team. What? Holy. Wait a minute. The Squiffer goes crazy. This is another thing that I would mention. I indirectly talked about this at certain points of this review, but your team doesn't really have the greatest ways of approaching with side angles. Because when you're pushing the enemy team, especially if you have like a machine, for example, like you can really bully by taking this kind of route, and you don't have to deal with the pressure of the E-leader. Taking this left angle is good too, but if the E-leader's on 10th, then we're just gonna get stuffed. And I do think some mid-range weapons, like I think VDS could probably go for these types of plays a little bit more, and like you could potentially, as a squiffer, leverage this side area, but you know, again, taking brute forcing through mid against Charger on 10, it can be tough. But again, this Charger's had a habit of continually dropping. Well, like when we're fighting in mid, the Charger is not just like sitting on tent, which I think in this comp, like in this match, there's really no reason why they shouldn't do that until they have like a significant advantage. But you're identifying, or at least looks like you're identifying, that they're constantly dropping, and like in the opening we punish them for doing that, and like here, once they're not focusing on the right side, then we can look for these like side flanks, and I think you're able to punish that very, very well. So yeah, find the opening. Charger isn't in a position to punish, so as long as I pick my timing properly on the left side, we are chilling. And again, whether you're thinking about it or not, a lot of times you, like after you get the first pick, you're set, like the rest of your push has been accompanied with tri-strikes, which is dislodging this Charger, which is making your, or wait, is that someone else? Is that Charger? Maybe that Charger. Oh no, that was, okay, I'm an idiot. But yeah, the Charger gets temporarily dislodged and it gives you some room for movement. So when you're looking at like moments where you pop off and everything, try to think about what else is happening on the map and like what scenarios are happening in order to get this value. Yeah, bubble positioning is good. I think that's another thing in this specific scenario, both for retakes and some of our aggressive positioning where we probably could get bubble out a little bit earlier. Before focus fire, that's a good way of phrasing it. Yeah, we're getting a little bit greedy with it, and like earlier on, we got punished for using, like we pushed through mid when leader was still on tent, and we tried to get bubble out, and like while the bubble was still like waiting to get active, we got like, technically we got killed through the bubble, but like that's how bubble works. Same thing as getting killed through a splash ball. I don't think we need to necessarily go for this play. If there's something specific, like I don't hate the idea if there's something specific that we're looking for, but I feel like we're just kind of taking space to take space. And I'm guessing your teammates are probably painting in this type of scenario. Like none of them are ready. They're all looking to get specials for the hold. And you know, we got a wave breaker, so we have one resource. And getting this pick isn't super important. Better to shoot over the ledge. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate the idea of going for this type of play, but yes, putting yourself in this kind of situation, you're really forcing yourself to hit a shot where, yeah, you want to give yourself more options whenever possible. And yeah, I don't think we necessarily knew where the machine was, which, you know, good on them to like hold this kind of line to look to slow down your teammates, like to look to slow down your team's momentum and potentially go for a free pick. This is a relatively heads up play from the machine, but in general, you know, as people have mentioned in the chat, I don't think that we should be taking this type of position. And I think, you know, we can sit on this ledge and just like get paint all across this area and get some information. Getting a pick on this this machine to continue staggering them is a bit of a luxury and not something that we really need. We have a special, the rest of our team is painting for specials, so I would assume we're probably getting Tri-Strike before actually I don't remember yeah. I didn't remember exactly when we used Tri-Strike in that push, but you know, with them going down and with our Neo Splash painting after retake, I would imagine that we're going to get specials before. So in this kind of scenario where we're this close to lead, we probably can just stall and sitting in this kind of spot and just like painting all of this is, in my opinion, it's the safer play and we can get a lot more value out of it. Are you really a Squiffer player without overheating? That's fair. That's fair. I always respect the overheat, but it's definitely gotten us into trouble in a lot of scenarios. Because look, our teammates are using specials and trying to hold while we're still spawning in. I like the continual movement, looking for a chance after jumping in, but this whole play could have been avoided, and we would have had a decent lead threatening KO with special advantage if we weren't as aggressive. Like we did the hard part when we popped off on them. We don't need the ace in that type of spot. But you know, like Sully pointed out, we always go for the overheat. I kind of respect it, but it is going to lose you percentage points in situations where you've already done the hard part. Yeah. This is tough. Yeah, I like our ability to like stall and stay alive, but I think we still need to like take it a little bit slower. We really need to be playing around our teammates' specials. I like the positions that you're taking, and because you're taking positions as far forward as possible to like be ready to push with your team. But when your team's not ready to push, those types of positionings, because there are certain spots where you got to like this block right here, and like, you know, using this pillow for cover, getting to the tent, for example, and in certain cases even dropping out. Like taking these positions so you're ready to move in is good, but if you're sitting alone, like on this block, or in this last case, you're sitting alone on this pillow, while the rest of your team is like painting and getting specials, we'll let it play out from like an overhead perspective, but I'm assuming like your team's probably base painting for like Tri-Strikes, because I understand that they need Tri-Strikes. We'll see how they paint and how they get them, but regardless, like you're only able to survive on this spot for so long, because if you peek out, you're at risk of the leader. If you stay behind the pillow for too long, you're gonna get pelted by burst bombs. You might get chipped from the fizzy bombs. Also, the machine can get in range to deal with you, and you know, same thing. There's some redundancy between Nautilus and the E-Leader if you poke out in this kind of play. Like your team is not ready to push. This Neo just got out of respawn, and I think they should be probably painting back here to be a little bit faster because you'll still have a ton of base paint. But I've made this mistake too, so I don't blame them. I can feel the pressure in this kind of spot, but regardless, they need time to build their special, and we're taking these limited time positions without our teammates A, having specials, and B, being in position to actually do something with them. So we need to be a little bit slower and try to time ourselves getting into these limited time windows once our teammates are ready to start using specials. Which again, that clock is really hard in solo queue because you can't, there's no way for you to know exactly how close someone is to special outside of making a bunch of assumptions, you know? Like the person just came off spawn, so they're probably not gonna have special within like 2 seconds, which you only gave them a couple of seconds. But, you know, if you give them like 8 seconds or so, or like at least 6 or 8 seconds, like at that point, they're probably closer to actually having their special, and then you holding this position has more value because you can actually like look the retake with it. Because yeah, like these people have nothing else that they can do. Like they are ledge camping tent, but everyone else on your team's painting, so their whole team is using everything they have to get a pick on you. Which is good for the rest of your team if the rest of your team is in position to do stuff and we're just not quite at that spot. But again, we're doing a really good job of like trying to stay safe as long as we can. And I think mechanically you're pretty solid at doing that. And obviously your shot is super, super good. But our timings are not ideal. And I think we like, again, I'd much rather us be more aggressive than passive, because like if we're too aggressive we can like reel it back a little bit. If we're too passive it can be tough to like break through that. So I like that we're being very aggressive, but in certain spots just make sure we time our aggression with the windows of, you know, as a team, what tools do we need to actually retake? What does it look like for us to actually retake in this spot? And if your plan is to always hit the initial you know, going for an initial drop or a pick on, you know, a weapon on their team, that might work once or twice in a game, but that's not a consistent way to retake. You can catch people off guard, but if you do it like once, they'll probably be more, you know, they'll start adapting to that type of play. And then situations get way more dire. Again, like you stayed alive for so long, you probably could have gotten that bubble down before you really were under pressure, but Booyah Bomb's gonna probably shred the bubble regardless, but yeah, it's tough overall. I think your mechanics are super, super strong, but it's really when you find yourself knowing when it's important to like turn on the pressure and knowing when it's important to play with your team, I think is probably the biggest takeaway that I would have from this. But we'll go over a couple things. This is really, really good gameplay, but we can see spots that are costing us a lot of time and like us staggering in a lot of spots. So, okay. So, number one, biggest thing is, I don't really know how to define that. I'm just going to say like managed aggression. This is not how you spell aggression. There's gotta be letters missing. I haven't handwritten stuff in so long. I've always used computers to type. Is that even how you spell aggression? No. Wait, what? Oh, it's 2 S's. I'm an idiot. I'm so bad at handwriting stuff. Alright. Anyways, sorry. So yeah, some of this comes back to like in our spots. This happened way less. I think you do a good job when you're able to work with your team, but I think the biggest point of all of this is that you want to, I'm just going to put play with team. I'm sure you're smart enough, and as we talk through all this, I'm sure you'll be able to contextualize this. You're a very strong competitive player. But when it comes to playing with your team, just to be a little bit more specific, Part of it is timing windows. And then part of it is like, it's like knowledge of how to retake and how to hold. So when it comes to playing with your team, there's a lot of times where you're, especially since you were playing very aggressive in a lot of these games, you'd be the first one dying and the first one coming back in. And I like that you're taking space, but sometimes you need to slow it down a little bit, because you'll find yourself in, you know, positions like this, or positions like this, and you're ready to drop, but you have no specials to play with. You're really relying on you outplaying the enemy team. And you're effectively, in a lot of these spots, you're playing in a, you know, a 1v4, maybe a 2v4 in certain spots, or maybe like a 1v3, because someone's like camping this ledge and isn't really focused on you. But you're making life like just way harder on you, because you'll find yourself in a position like here, and then the rest of your team will be like back here. And like, you know, if one of these, which obviously they're going to want to get to a position to actually be able to help, but you know, if you have a backliner that's kind of staggering back and they're able to get into position in time, then that's fine. But especially something like a Splash Neo, and especially like VDS, like it takes them some time to like get into a position to actually be comfortable and actually be able to help. And when you get into these positions too early, the enemy team has nothing else to focus on other than you. So that makes you more prone to getting splatted. And the other part is that even if these people are in these kinds of positions, they're still trying to paint for their specials. And that goes back to understanding, when we're looking to retake or we're looking to hold, what kind of specials are we looking at on our team to push with? And I think that based off of how fast Splash is able to get specials, Tri-Strike is definitely going to be one of our biggest things. We get them quickly, so we're going to have them very often throughout this match, and they dislodge this leader, which is a very big problem that we should be able to identify during like the opening cinematic. We look at our comp, and we look at their comp, and it's like, oh, leader. Yeah, we're struggling. We need to make sure we deal with them, especially for me as someone that is playing a more aggressive kind of one shot, pick your timing kind of scenario. And when you play too far away from the rest of your team, you're putting yourself on a clock. So like when you get into this type of position, or you get into this type of position, you're basically giving yourself like a 3 to 4 second clock before the enemy team is able to overwhelm you and like get paint, get chip. You either need to jump out or retreat, or teammates need to start applying pressure in that frame of window. But, you know, even let's just say 4 seconds. If we give you 4 seconds and then our Splash Neo spawns and like is here with about half paint, and they're going to start painting for special, this whole process of them doing that, you know, finding paint here, they might even have to find paint here. They could have painted base, but they didn't. You know, but them finding enough paint to get them to that, even with the passive charge of the enemy team holding zone, that's going to far exceed that 4 second window. And we just want those windows to align. So let's just say like maybe like 8 to 10 seconds from when the Splash Neo respawns for them to be ready. And whenever you're looking to take these positions, I think the positions you're taking are good, but the amount of time you can feasibly stay alive, being kind of the front line, isn't matching up with the time it takes for your teammate to build a special. And then same thing with holds. In a situation like where you popped off and you got like, I forgot where they all were, but you like got 3 of them and you got like a collateral, which was crazy. whatever pick you were going for in the space you were trying to take is like irrelevant. Because again, you're here. The rest of your team is back here because they're still farming for specials. And especially if you get, so if you retake from like you popping off and you're able to retake without using specials, if you can have this special up, like there's a good chance you had 3 honestly, probably maybe even all 4. Like if you can retake without using any specials, like the enemy team probably made a mistake, but I think you just kind of outplayed. You have to understand that when you're holding, you have special advantage. You don't need to necessarily go for these aggressive plays and like try to find the last person to fully wipe the rest of their team. Just like, you know, get pain on the main ramp, maybe get pain up here, get pain over here. You know, you can still, I think you still want to keep vision and try to hold, you know, this kind of zone in this area and make the enemy team have to respect you. But in this scenario, when there's like 1 person left and 3 people on the enemy team are down, you don't have to be like hero. You don't have to go for a hero play. You just need to stall long enough so that the people that are painting for specials over here, I think your VDS already had it, and then you had like a an Explo like painting and stuff, like hold this zone, which like these people are respawning, so you know, machine isn't going to take the zone by yourself, so you have a relatively easy task, and like during that time you can also paint and be more efficient with like your time. But you know, just hold long enough so that your teammates have specials. And then, you know, if your Splash Neo ends up trying to throw a Tri-Strike forward, or, you know, your teammate throws a Wave Breaker or Rain down, like if they start using those specials while you're holding, then you can like follow up with it. But I think that those are really, really important, because otherwise I think that, you know, the way that you're playing around small bits of cover, the way that you know, your ability to shoot, your awareness to redirect and find opportunities, you know, like at the beginning of the game, you figure out, oh, their leader's playing in a bad position, or oh, their leader's playing in a bad position here. I can take advantage of that. I think is something that's super, super, super important. The other really big thing, like this is probably the most important thing based off of some of the scrims we've had with you. The other important thing is your bubble usage. I think you're currently being too greedy. And what I mean by too greedy is that you're trying to take too much space before you get the bubble out. And there's times where you can get bubble out in spots that either help your teammates be able to get in a little bit more safely, or you can take fights a little bit safer. So those are things that I would try to think about in your scenario. I forgot how, let me go back to chat real quick and also catch up if anyone said anything. I really like the phrasing that Sully had. Also, Kirby, thank you for the follow. I don't remember if I remember seeing it. I don't remember if I said anything. If I didn't, I really apologize. All right, you said before focus fire. I like that that kind of phrasing, because it gets the point across really well. Before focus fire. From one Squiffer main to another. You know, if you're gonna plant your feet and, you know, look for those shots, if you have your bubble, it gives you an opportunity to, you know, if you get the pick, it keeps you safe from the rest of the team. If you miss, you still have an opportunity to retreat before they shred it. And if they don't really respect it, or if they're out of range to be able to punish the bubble and like shred it quickly, then you get multiple shots like for free basically. But yes, before focus fire, I really like that phrasing. Good stuff though. Last couple of weeks, Jade's been doing so well. Dude, Squiffer players are a really good kid away from blowing up this game. There's so many good Squiffer players right now. Jade's definitely like one of them, like mechanically. Super, super, super strong. I think there's like multiple people on their team that play Squiffer, and they're all really scary. But yeah, I get super hard punished from Squiffer players. They're Their movement and timings are really, really good. But, you know, there's this bigger picture that I think if you can really figure out, Jade, you're going to be, whew, dangerous. Actually dangerous. Like, you're dangerous now, but you're only, not only, sorry, I don't want to misrepresent, but you're at your most dangerous when you are forced to hit all of your shots, and you shouldn't have to put that degree of pressure on yourself. I think you make the game harder for yourself, which in some way may have trained you to have these ridiculous godlike mechanics, but you know, try to look for opportunities to slow down if you need to. You're chilling. New Squiffer is secret. Yeah. It's also gonna have Fizzy Bomb and an Inkjet. We're just waiting. That's the surprise reveal. Squiffer's such a cool weapon. I can't aim, but if I could play Squiffer, I would love to play Squiffer. And yeah, like these stats like make a lot of sense. We didn't get, like, we should have had way more bubbles than we could have, because both of these bubbles were used too late and we got punished for using both of them. Oh yeah, Squiffer Zipcaster, yes. That would be sick. That actually might be scary. I don't know how good it's gonna be, but that actually sounds scary. Yeah. But okay, the one thing I will say about this game, if you look at these stats, this does not mean that your team are all feeders and they shouldn't exist and don't play this game anymore, uninstall. Like, that does not, these stats do not represent this, because the game that we just watched tell a different story. When we continually stagger in, what is expected from these weapons, you know? Like, if we're constantly playing against a big comp diff and our deaths are like not synchronized, like these deaths are very desynced, it's going to be really hard for us to be able to like get value out of this. The other thing I would say, a lot of these strikes assisted on your splats, even if they don't show up in the assist. Again, I don't know Jade as a person. I'm sure they're not like blaming their teammates or anything, but this is like a common pitfall where someone will take a screenshot and post it to twitter.com and say, what do I do? My teammates are feeding. What can I do? This game is impossible. I can't do anything. And this is maybe somewhat of a skill issue, but this is a really bad matchup. Really bad matchup, and I think your teammates, the way your teammates played were actually predictable, and getting predictable teammates in solo queue is about all you can ask for. Again, I'm not saying that you're complaining about it, but it's a pet peeve of mine that people post stats and it never tells the side of the story. Because we threw in a lot of moments. Like, we popped off in a lot of moments, but we also threw in a lot of moments. Zip replacing Jet as a recall special. Fluxion Zip, that'd be kind of sick. But that was a really good replay. I swear, y'all Squiffer mains are coming in with some sick play. We actually love to see it. Alright, I thought I was gonna get a lot farther than we ended up getting in the reviews. Definitely, I think we can probably do 2 more. So maybe we will get to where we were. I was trying to go farther because I can probably stay up a little bit later tonight, but I stalled for about 2 hours with that last review. Hopefully someone got value. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the conversation and the tangent that we went to, but I always feel bad because that time could have been used for other stuff. So anyways, we keep the ball rolling. Now we have what is considered an X-rank ballpoint stall fest match. Y'all are hilarious. This is from Demo. I'm assuming they are one of the ballpoints. Maybe ballpoint v ballpoint. Which ballpoint is something that I'm still, you know, I don't play the weapon. So I often learn from watching a lot of this gameplay. Clam Blitz. They ruined my clam. Hagglefish Clams is dead ever since they reworked the map. They got rid of my power clam throw on low level. And the map hasn't been the same ever since. I feel betrayed. I feel personally targeted as well. To the changes I made there. Should there be VC for the specific VOD review to relay my thoughts? Yo, take care, Sully. Appreciate you dropping through and providing some well-timed Squiffer feedback. Give context. So the way that I've been doing it, sometimes I can be kind of awkward, and sometimes the internet can be still learning about you all, and I feel like it's going to be the smoothest currently by just having me talk. And obviously, like, I'll try to keep up with chat and everything, because I do want to, you know, if you're here for it, that provides an opportunity to have that back and forth conversation. But at least for me right now, I just feel a little bit more comfortable just kind of talking through it and having chat as an opportunity to have that back and forth dialogue. You know, over time, I definitely want to get people in. You know, if we're reviewing an E-liter gameplay, having someone that I trust that plays E-liter to give additional context would be great. In certain cases, you know, we can get players on and like talk through it from their perspective and have that dialogue. But there's still some stuff that I need to work out on my end before we get to that point. So for right now, this kind of works the best for me. So hopefully that's okay. But yeah, let me change the over. We use overlay in quotes. Can get .q. Yeah, let me just get .q in here real quick. I can get Sun though. Sun's the homie. I don't know. There could be top players that'd provide some feedback. I always feel weird like asking them, which I'm sure they don't care, but so 2480. Again, these peaks and everything, they don't really matter, but I like it for context when we're looking at stuff. It also helps me with some with the context. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, we're playing ballpoint. Okay. And I think this current gameplay is around, I said 2054. So we'll go with that. Always down to help if needed, not a top player. You're the most frustrating backliner to play against. Like, I have so much respect for the way that you play backline. You're impossible to get to. Yeah, no, I would love, you know, if people are interested, I would love to get people on. I don't have like setup and everything for it, especially with Discord. I have to change some settings because there was like some weird buzzing and everything. There's weird technical hiccups on top of some other things that I need to work on. But yeah, I definitely think there's a lot of what am I trying to say? I could definitely use y'all's help. But yeah, you specifically, oof, as a frustrating backliner to play against. Discord's OBS. Yeah, we can definitely. I would definitely make sure I had that set up, and potentially even do like multiple face cams if the other person was comfortable doing it. Obviously, if not, then that's not a problem. But I still need to get all that stuff figured out and tested, and I need some time to like chill. At the end of the day, this has to be something that's sustainable for me, and over time I'll slowly build and grow and get some of that stuff going. But this on top of IRL, on top of team stuff, you know, just making sure I don't like overwhelm myself. We will get there, certainly. But I do appreciate everyone's like willingness to participate. But I appreciate everyone so far. What am I waiting for? What am I looking for? Oh yeah, they mentioned they want to know how to push and pressure more with a backline roll without overextending, or which, yeah. At what point can we change a stall fest to be in their favor? So we feel like we can definitely move forward in this kind of game, but we're not sure exactly when. And we feel like if we move forward at the wrong time, we might feed potentially. So I'm guessing we're stalling with the Hydra. This is interesting, comms. This is the NA special. Anyways, okay. So when we look at these comps, a couple of things. I guess we can start with our comp first. First thing I always look for is like paint. Blasters have a hard time painting. Ballpoint is really flexible in what it does, and I think it can paint quite well. Octobrush has the opportunity to paint, but also feels comfortable sharking and being very hidden and unpredictable inside paint. So that's going to be one struggle, is that in certain spots we have to make sure that we're painting and also painting in relevant spots. Like we want to make sure that we're covering blasters if they're looking to advance, looking to paint and give opportunities for Octobrush to be a little bit more give them opportunities to like move forward and look for good plays. Like Octobrush can be played in certain parts, like kind of like a carbon in a weird way. It doesn't one shot, but you can catch people off guard for easy picks if you have enough paint to be able to move around. And it looks like both of these are going to have hard times, which could potentially be contributing to the Stallfest that you mentioned, because you have to like support all of them while also trying to do ballpoint things. The other thing I'll say specifically for your comp as a ballpoint specifically, Tint you'll probably feel pretty comfortable in, and I'm guessing you may be stalling in those types of spots. Playing on the back ends of mid is also good, because one of the things with ballpoint specifically is inkjet. And on this map, you love inkjetting in these areas here. Actually, I don't know if you can do it from this side. I don't know if you can actually inkjet over the tall part. Like I know you can do it over here because it's like small and then tall. This is where I don't play a ton of ballpoint. I'm pretty sure you can do it from both sides, but I don't actually know. But you want to take, you can, okay, cool. Thank you. But yeah, you want to take advantage of these in a lot of spots. Because they have a Hydra, or if they had like a leader or something, we have to be careful about our timings for these. But when we want to look for aggressive plays, when we want to look for openings, as a ballpoint, I would be looking to leverage inkjet in these types of spots. It's really hard to deal with you. Like something like Range Blaster might cause you some trouble. Wiper probably is out of range to deal with you, and Clash Blaster is just crying. Hydra could potentially be a pain point in that, so we want to be aware of their positioning and their timings when it comes to charging the Hydra and everything, and try to catch them in a spot where they can't really punish. Then when we look at the other enemy team, or the other team, which is the enemy team, they have this is a really weird comp on both sides. They're also going to have a tougher time with paint. I think your team on average probably paints a little bit better. Like I think you'll have a slight paint advantage, but this wiper may be a potential issue. I don't know the ranges. I really need to like, because one thing with doing these reviews is like non-meta weapons, and especially weapons I don't play. I don't know how wiper, like I would imagine it gets outranged by Range Blaster and probably can outrange the normal blaster, would be my guess. And then it can definitely deal with the Octobrush, no problem, as long as they know where they're at. So I don't know. Both teams have opportunities to get in. Both teams specials, I think Inkjet is super strong. Booyah is pretty strong as well, but they're not going to be able to get it as often and as consistently. In this kind of game, like Chump actually could low-key kind of be interesting. When their team has some momentum, they can potentially get in spots where Range Blaster can have a couple of free opportunities to move forward and go for shots like during that commotion, and then probably have to back up after. But if I'm playing ballpoint, I'm probably really focusing on just holding down general paint and looking for those inkjet opportunities across mid. So timings are going to be very key, and looking for opportunities for you to be able to play a little bit more comfortable You do also have a nice range advantage against everything except for the Hydra. So, you know, Splatlings on this map traditionally, sometimes they'll want to be on tent, but they'll also like to use these mid, we call them pillars, but I don't actually know the proper call out for them. But these little stacks in mid, you can sit behind them and get good angles and like look for potential open fights against anything that's not a Hydra. So like if Hydra, for whatever reason, if they're sitting and they're playing like on tent, then you can probably look for a little bit more aggressive times to poke out and push with your team and look to catch people that are in the way. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out. But that's kind of the biggest thing, is like the timings are going to be very important, and doing your best to give, especially your blasters, an opportunity to get into position to be effective. Because once you'll have control, so I would say once you're able to score, I think the blasters and Octobrush, especially with the Zipcaster and you with an Inkjet, I think you'll have a really good chance to like get pretty big pushes. But you know, realistically from both teams, it's going to require quite a build-up for either team to score. So we really want to make our opportunities in Clan Blitz like count. We don't want to go for like sneaky type plays, because once we start losing paint, it gets really awkward for our team. I think these positions are okay. Let's see how this goes. We'll let mid play out a little bit at the beginning, but okay. There's a couple of things I'm seeing here. I'll let this play. All right, I think this is probably a good stopping point. So the first thing I would say, and I'm not actually sure as a ballpoint player, maybe Setu could provide a little bit of feedback. I would realistically, I think in this kind of scenario, you probably can do a little bit more general painting with your short range and look for like, not like a super early Inkjet, but I think you can feasibly find opportunities to get Inkjet a little bit faster and look for opportunities to go over the top. Because like early Fizzy Bomb's totally fine when people are getting into positions. But like in this spot, especially with Hydra in weird positions, like we can't really fight this head on, and we can like try to have a little bit of counter paint once their charge and everything is done. But we can also take opportunities here to get like paint mid. We can look to paint sides potentially, like far left, far right side. But I would probably be a little bit more, again, both teams have to build quite a bit. You know, the Wiper, especially not Clash Blaster and Range Blaster, but even the Wiper needs a little bit of like time for paint to build up in order for them to be able to comfortably start moving forward. So it's good to like keep your focus so that they don't push through for free. But I think we can get some paint on the sides while we're waiting. Always good to get a good amount of paint down in important areas off of a rollout. Then I'd say fish for a pick, and then jet when you can. Yeah, because I don't like that we're not getting paint on the sides. Like the range blaster pokes from the left. They're gonna poke this great regardless of the paint that we get. But in general, I want to be able to get our Inkjet into our game plan a little bit faster. And I know that a lot of people will often use the small, like the short range, in order to like consistently paint. And yeah, really good point. Paint's always necessary for retreating fast in areas, which is not only important for you, but especially important for your blasters. Because if they want to be able to have an impact in the game, they need to have enough room to be able to move forward, poke a little bit, and then retreat when needed. They're going to have a hard time fully committing to plays unless you're going for these types of Inkjet plays, or maybe if your Octobrush has a good Zipcaster play in mind. But yeah, it's a slow build, and again, I think both teams have this kind of slow build at the beginning, which means we want to be painting for specials. If there isn't an obvious opportunity or an obvious thing for us to exploit, which I don't necessarily see, just based off of comps alone and map and everything else, I would definitely look to just have special as an option. Good job, like kind of identifying and addressing the person poking. And I like that you didn't, you weren't sitting on this grate specifically and not even sitting directly on this wall, because that is like a threat that you have to be scared of. But I think you're a little bit quick to retreat. And in this kind of scenario, I'm not sure, like you dealt with this person poking, and I think you just kind of go back to your default mode that you were chilling in. I don't think we need to like back up completely. I'm not sure if there was something that potentially scared you, but you know, we end up getting a pick on this Hydra, and like there's a really good opportunity to work with your teammates in order to kind of fight for mid control. And because everyone else on their team, Range Blaster still is a problem, but when their Hydra's down, you can get really big paint advantages and look to potentially bully, you know. Once the Hydra goes down, that's where we want to really look for like Inkjet, which we could use Inkjet to spot the Hydra, but in this kind of scenario where this trade happens, I'm not sure in your decision making what led you to feel like you had to reposition so far back. I think like the paint that you got and some of the chip that you got, like it's very likely that this person's just going to be sitting back here and then they'll have to make a decision. But if you just get a little bit of paint here after that play, like you handled that really, really well. And like, you know, if you are a little bit scared, like I like you holding this side because you can see if they're flanking potentially, but you know, it's good to keep vision of it. But if you need to like move in a little bit closer so you don't have to deal with this, you can certainly do so. But I like the way you handled it. I think you can probably sit back. Realize my teammates were going down soon, so they end up going down because you kind of leave them. But the initial, like that initial trade ends up happening. I don't know. That's a good play. I'm not sure what tips you off that your teammates are going down. Like they were playing on the right side, but you know, like when those fights are happening, you want to do everything you can to like take advantage of those opportunities. So whether that be, you know, there may be spots where you can actually help them. So yeah, like when your teammates are like advancing forward and taking fights, either you can paint for their feet, you can paint and open up other parts of the map. So like, you know, if you're not able to rotate to the right in order to help that fight fast enough and like support the team directly, you can also do damage to people if they're in range. But, you know, if fights are taking place on the right side, at least get paint in mid, you know, like you can just kind of, I would try to rotate and see if I can potentially assist. And again, if you painted properly and like quickly at the beginning, you would have Inkjet to be able to fight with your team. But, you know, we don't want to see fights as like a... It's important as a backliner to help for as long as we can. If we give up on the rest of our team, the team crumbles very quickly. Let's say you were in a spot where like your entire team just went down and it was unfortunate. Even if you stay and paint and try to help in whatever way you can always jump out after. Like we just jump out of the situation and we reset. You may also be able to just back out. And especially when the Hydra goes down in this kind of scenario, if you hold your position as a ballpoint, you outrange everything else. So they can't push through you when the Hydra's down. You're now like the biggest, like the longest range weapon on the map. So they have to respect it. They can't just, even if like 2 of your teammates went down and it was a 2v3, you can still hold a 2v3 with the range advantage that you have, you know, as long as the Hydra's down. So yeah, definitely don't look to just completely abandon the situation. If you feel uncomfortable, which I think again in this spot, either you rotate and help what's going on the other side of the map, or you at least keep mid in control and get enough information to know like where the rest of the team is so that you can play outside of it. The other thing is that if you want to back out, instead of getting back to your like happy place on tent, I would focus, you know, you can use this ledge as like cover defensively. I mean, you in this spot you can even still just use these pillars, but you know, there's other spots where you can back out and like use your range. Like you can sit back here, you can sit back here. There's not really a ton of cover on the middle of this map. And also if you want to get to tent, this is faster. I haven't played clans on this in so long, I forgot there's this paintable wall. But yeah, you retreated, not rotated. Well played, well said. Well played. Yeah, that's really well said. So yeah, I think we just kind of like got very scared. And as a backline, it's knowing when you need to give up a play altogether, and knowing when you can still hold around for a little bit longer and look for potential plays is really, really important. If you were here for the last review, there was a spot where the Squiffer ended up splatting 3 people and they were pushing into the 4th person, and that machine was just sitting in ink so that when the Squiffer overextends, they get the jump on them and they were able to take down the Squiffer. Even though it was a 1v3, I think it was. Being in position and understanding where the enemy team's trying to go, you can either slow them down, potentially get a pick, or just altogether stop them from advancing forward. And Ballpoint, its range and its flexibility is very dangerous. Even if you feel uncomfortable, if I'm anyone on the enemy team, I feel really uncomfortable pushing into the Ballpoint. And we have to use that to our advantage when we can. Yeah, and when more teammates go down in like a 3v3, it's more important to be able to help in the team fights. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah. I like that you retreat when the Clash Blaster starts pushing you, but again, if we had clearer paint, if we took more time to paint, they would have a harder time getting into the positions that they ended up getting into. Because like, for as long as it took you to get into a position for you to be like, to be able to look to assist this or to look into mid, which again, the position that you were in before, you could have totally held your side of mid for free. But while you do that, the enemy team is able to push through this choke and start getting under ledges. And blasters on both teams, it's good for both teams, but they're really good at dealing with people on ledges. And if either team gets an advantage, they can potentially look to bully or get a pick on the backliner by getting under those ledges before the backliner is able to react. So that's the other problem with how you rotated or retreated altogether. So this person was able to just throw a curling bomb and get underneath this ledge, where if you had more control, you can hold this paint, and when you see this curling bomb, you can kind of just shoot at it and like keep this person in check, and then they have to retreat. And you know, when your teammates go down, even if it was a 3v4, but you know, 3v3, we can still potentially be offensive. But even if your team is at a disadvantage and we know the enemy team's trying to push back, we want to push the threshold of how long we can survive and be able to defend. Because Splatoon is a game about paint, and it's a game about taking space. And if we can slow them down, so like maybe they do push through mid. So like they were all behind mid with like the trades and stuff that happen in the 3v3. And like maybe over time, if you are at a disadvantage and they like pressure you, maybe they get through mid, but at least they're pushing past mid. Once your team, like teammates that go down, they're able to like respawn in and help fight for this space. So it's good that you stayed alive for as long as you could, but the fact that you over retreated, gave up all of this for free, and all it took was someone with a curling bomb to run in, and now a blaster's underneath a ledge, which granted, Clash Blaster a little bit troll, but it's kind of tough. But as a backliner, it's really important to know like when you can hold, and you want to push it as much as you can. And part of probably what the advice that I'll give, if this is a continuous theme throughout this game, is that you'll probably want to do more limit testing And even when you're in disadvantageous spots and you want to jump, or you want to just, you know, run back, or whatever the case is, I want you to stay in those positions and kind of feed more and just get a feeling of what, like how long you can stay in certain spots. You can like slowly retreat, but I want your paint and I want your presence to still be looking forward, because you can get away with a lot of stuff. You can hold a lot of space just as a ballpoint by yourself. But you didn't get spotted, which is good. Now you're able to fight with teammates. This will work. Yeah. In these scenarios, we're painting. We have to be painting. When your teammates had 2 down and we had an advantage, I'll pinpoint the part where we really want to start being aggressive. Oh, we already missed it. Even after we get the pick on the Clash Blaster, I think we should really start being like, we should really start painting forward. So like your teammate got a spot on the blaster and we move forward. I can understand you're still working with this Clash Blaster. Once we get this pick, I'm moving forward. I'm painting all of this, probably getting some side paint and like starting to paint through mid. We have to be careful when we push up to be careful about this Hydra. But realistically, if they try to hold mid in this spot, we get this paint over here, we build our special, and we inkjet on top of the last people alive. It'd probably be better from a ballpoint person in terms of when to use the short range mode versus when to use the long range mode. But I feel like you want to, anytime that you want to paint, you want to basically be in short range mode. And I feel like most times when I play against ballpoints, you're going to be in short range mode most of the time. And I think you're kind of setting up as a turret and playing the long range mode. Like you're defaulting to that instead of defaulting into a mobile painter, which especially with this comp, you want to be the mobile painter. But good job working with your team to get the pick. That's important. But yeah, at this point, I'm not going 10. I'm dashing directly in the mid. And just continue the short range. Like, you know, with ballpoint, you can keep, if you keep tapping like the right or ZR, I guess, with the Switch controller, like if you keep tapping ZR, you stay in the small range. And I think when you're in long range, if you keep charging up when you're already in long range, it'll keep you in long range as long as you do it fast enough. I don't know. You have to get comfortable and work on the mechanics, but you definitely want to do a lot of painting. Anyways, painting with ballpoint's kind of goofy. I'd recommend going into the range and just get a good feel on how to optimize paint in short range mode. You can farm inkjet for inkjet practice. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I do a lot. I've been working on a lot of painting as like a splash player, and I'll go into recon and I'll like look for optimal spots where I want to like, if I'm standing in this place, what kind of paint can I get? And it really optimizes and helps me speed up and get more comfortable with painting parts of the map. Because another important thing when it comes to Splatoon, as we push up, it's really important to paint the sides of the map if we can. Because as we continue to look for aggressive plays, we don't want to leave an opportunity for the enemy team to be able to like drop on us and like have these flanks. And so our life is a lot simpler when these sides are painted. So just as you're looking to move forward, obviously you want to get paint in mid and continue to paint up with the rest of your team. Ideally, you want to get to the point where you can paint, like your teammates are probably going to be sitting under like, you know, they'll be rotating around these areas where I was pointing the machine in the last review. You know, they're going to be looking for a lot of opportunities here, and we want to make sure that we give them an escape route by painting their feet. We can also help pressure with the long form, but you know, in order for us to get to these types of spots, we need to be able to paint forward and also get paint on the sides so that we don't potentially get blindsided. But the biggest thing here is that we're trying to paint. And like the enemy team's still trying to spawn in and everything, so this is where we get our paint. We don't have an easy play in mind, so just continue to paint and look for those opportunities. Because we did an okay job of painting mid, but we did not get the sides painted at all. Good movement, but again, I think painting will help a lot more than getting picks in this spot. But, you know, I like the overall usage of Inkjet. Like, you got your initial pick that you're looking for, and then you dodged the, you know, you stayed moving so you didn't get spotted by the Hydra, which is good. But again, in this type of spot, we need paint. That pick that you got doesn't really amount to anything, because once you recall, you still have to paint, and we still need to get your team in a situation where they can actually like do something. And because they have a Hydra on their team, this Hydra is able to hold down this main ramp because we don't have a ton of like paint and ways to enter in. We need to give our teammates more opportunities to be able to move up and everything. And like, a pick is nice, but in this type of situation, realistically, it's not gonna amount to all that much. Splatoon is won through paint. Oh. I like the jump. I think jump's totally fine there. Might have been able to hold it for a little bit longer, but if I'm you in that spot, I'm jumping. Yeah, I actually don't know ranges here with this weapon. I didn't even know if you get hit 10 from up there. But it's a good thing to make sure that you're aware of when you get into a lot of these maps. Yo, what's up, Bab? To game or not to game? Bro, you're always gaming. Easy. Nice job working with your team. But again, we have an advantage, and our team is gonna need paint for us to be able to move forward. And part of the stall fest from so far would have just backed up. Yeah, so again, Setu is a very smart, just backline player in general, but very good with ballpoint. And yeah, definitely listen to them. I would have felt comfortable. I would have felt too uncomfortable to jump, but a more experienced backliner feels that you can hold that position for longer. So, you know, listen to their advice when it comes to like those types of timings and those types of opportunities. But I don't blame you for jumping. But again, when it comes back to limit testing and optimizing how much space you have to give up, jump is definitely a last resort. And yeah, in that spot, there was a second target that they were going for, but either way, it sounds like you could probably reposition and stay alive. But when you're not sure, I think it's okay. Oh, okay, this is what you're talking about, where you can inkjet over the big stack. Hammer isn't scary until they stop the throw. Fair, unless you're a short range shooter and then you get caught off guard and then you get punished and the shockwaves do infinite damage. I'm halfway trolling. But yeah, especially as a backliner with the range that you have, you definitely have a lot of time to make opportunities. Holy, that recall time. Nice shots. Yeah, again, all of these spots, I want us to be painting. They're taking really aggressive plays here. I don't really know. In a play like this, like, I would already be pushing. So like in this spot, I would already be looking to get paint into mid before these people are here. This plays a little bit tough, but with your teammates backing up like this, probably would make sense for you to back up a little bit as well. I wouldn't necessarily expect their blasters to be pushing you all like this, but yeah. If the rest of your team's retreating, we probably don't want to be the front line in this position, especially since we don't have full knowledge and a full angle of where the enemy team is because our camera isn't positioned in that way. We can look at builds. Okay, so they're running triple run speed. I know that for ballpoint, especially with Inkjet, they've been running a lot of, or drop roller, like double run speed and then drop roller is usually pretty good. Keep spacing, yeah. I think if your teammates are moving forward, I think you could probably look to peek out mid, but when you see your teammates retreating back to your side, you probably need to, you know, again, you don't have to fully retreat or anything, but just kind of move back a little bit so that you're not getting fully pressured by the blaster. Because yeah, even in this type of spot, like I'm getting pain all in these areas, getting pain over here. I'm getting this paint because realistically, we're probably not going to get picks. If these people start to move forward and like they have been a little bit more aggressive than I would expect from some of these weapons, but we really need to establish paint. We're in spots where we're in a good holding, but yeah. I think a pure run speed is all you need. Okay. In terms of optimization, I'm not sure. I've seen a lot of people run 2 mains and the drop roller, but I think Leafy posted a build that had a pure, and I don't know if they had a second main of run speed, but they did have a pure of run speed. So yeah, definitely look for builds. But I think drop roller, just regardless, is usually pretty good, just because there's a lot of opportunities for you to be able to roll after your recall. Yeah, this is short range paint all day. Because again, you have to think about like the rest of your team. Part of why this is stally is because your teammates feel uncomfortable contesting in the mid because they don't have a lot of places to go. If they want to like hold this type of angle, they have to paint that themselves. If they want to swing out right, they have to paint that themselves. If they want to start looking for ways to poke in the mid, a little bit of paint behind them forces them like to be stuck in mid. You're down, which is good. We know the last one is a wiper, so we can, I think we can just take this a lot more aggressively. We'll see how you play it. We'll see how it plays first. Nice. I like the spacing, but the timing could have been a little bit better. This feels very forced, but when we recall, I'll kind of go back because I think there's one thing you could have done a little bit better. So because yeah, if you just look at like your teammates, like these people have a really hard time like just navigating the map. After their bubble's gone, they have to play from really rough spots, which this blaster kind of goes hard. But in a spot like this, so we know where this person is, which allows us to play even more aggressive. But in this kind of spot, we can just like, they were 3 down and this Hydra is like just coming off spawn. And we know that because we just saw them 3 down as we were moving forward. And we should be checking that when, you know, check the UI when like fights are happening to know the situation. But in this spot, like if you just go wide and you just kind of like take space, like you can keep your distance and like keep moving so that even if they do move forward behind this area, you're continuing to swing wide and you can keep a distance where they can't hit you and you can hit them. And like the longer this fight goes on, eventually you do have to worry about the people that are spawning in, but you have so much time here and you have a teammate to help with you. As long as you're swinging right wide and getting paint for that blaster, y'all should be able to 2v1 this pretty fast. And like if you all are taking effective space and you can get this pick on the wiper, there's a high likelihood that your teammates are able to jump in and then y'all are all in mid before they're able, like they get maybe their Hydra on tent. And even with that timing window, there's a chance that like that blaster that you're working with can get underneath the tent. You know, like if you clean this person up faster, you can start taking space and your blasters can get into more comfortable spots. I do like the spacing, but we're so slow that the enemy team is already back in mid when we were in a potential really good scenario. I also don't love the sync jet. I feel like we used it in a weird spot, and I don't think that we necessarily needed it in this scenario, but the rest of our team's pushing with it, so we do get value out of it, which is nice. But I think, again, in these types of spots, we really need to focus on paint and we really need to focus on taking space. Once we like consolidate paint and we have the areas that we're in control of, which at this point is like basically mid and stuff. Once we have mid and the sides painted, then we can potentially look for like special plays. But again, you're like the main painter on the team, so you have the other role on top of everything else. And I feel like you're playing like the long range part of Ballpoint really, really well. I don't think we're taking advantage of like a big part of the flexibility of why this weapon is as good as it is currently. I'll be interested to see your painting numbers toward the end of the game. Because like heavy and Ballpoint are both like, they can get quite a bit of like high painting numbers. Especially with this game as stally as it is, you probably could get close to like 18 2K paint. Yeah, again, I think we're giving up a little bit too much space. I like that we're moving when they throw the hammer, but as Setu was saying, I think we do take a little bit too much space in these kinds of scenarios. In our mid, it still is not painted, so our teammates are gonna get stuck when they take fights. And when they get stuck, that means that the rest of the team's gonna be able to clean up if they're playing more aggressive. Like, we want to be fighting for space a little bit more aggressively. Oh no. Yeah. That was a good play by the enemy. I think in this spot though, this is like not the most important thing, but a minor optimization. The second that they pop their Booyah Bomb, you're like halfway into your aim chat basically. Once they pop this, the enemy team doesn't have a ton of range to deal with you. You might, I don't know how far forward you have to be in order to hit this Hydra, but I would threaten to shred them. Because in this spot, you kind of have to identify that this Hydra is like, they're throwing their Booyah Bomb at you. So it's like, either you deal with them or you're gonna die. So I would definitely look to move forward here and making sure that I'm hitting these shots. That way they either have to use the Booyah Bomb early or you can potentially get the splat and like really swing the play. But we're playing a little bit too defensive here. Again, this is like not the most important part. It's like a minor optimization, but this whole play was very predictive. Yeah, and again, you just like look at the map. The less you paint, the harder, like the less you paint, the less percentage chance that your teammates are able to be successful. And especially in a scenario, like again, context matters. And in this comp, like you just have no paint. There might be comps where you're playing with like a double splash and then you can really focus on getting about like painting's still always good, still always important. But if these were 2 splashes instead of 2 blasters, you probably can focus a little bit more on like the bullying and like trying to look for those long range plays. Paint a little bit as you move forward, but you know, they can probably do a lot of that heavy lifting. But you know, you have to play with what's in front of you. Yeah, I can understand the panic here, but we have to come up with a little bit more of a creative play than sitting and waiting for the person. If we do want to go for it, like I don't think he meant to drop there, which is kind of unfortunate. In a spot like this, we just kind of have to know, like this is like awareness and somewhat intuition, but basically awareness. Like the rest of their team is going to be moving forward with this. So if we're going to try to stop this jump, we want to like already be moving here because we just saw the jump go. So we have like a timing window staring at this. And this is a problem that literally happens at all levels. Literally even top players mess this up. But like there's like a 3-second or so window before this person actually drops and for them to do something. So instead of, you know, I'm waiting for this to tick down and like I'm hyper focused on the timing, we have to think about this as what's the best way for me to deal with this? I have 3 seconds to work with. And I think giving yourself some distance so that the blasters and everything that are potentially there, or Wiper, like Wiper or Blaster probably is going to be moving forward. And one of them can definitely punish you for keeping your back turned to the enemy. So you get more information if you're on the other side of it, but you can also just like continue to back up. The other thing that you can look for, which I think you have enough paint, you can probably look to throw a Fizzy Bomb that actually hits this this jump in. The goal here should be to ignore and score. I don't know if we have that option at this point. Or are you talking about like a little bit earlier? Or when do you think that we should be looking to potentially score? Because this is on our side of the map. We don't really have like a good way to kind of get there in time. Like we're a little bit stuck on our end. We could definitely be taking a little bit more space and being a little bit more aggressive. But in this kind of situation, nah, you're good, you're good, you're good. But yeah, I would look to like move back. Again, this position is not great for you and you probably can't. There's a chance you can actually hold this here if you're like super godlike, but I wouldn't expect you to like make this play. But I would like to see you use the time with this jump in to retreat. And ideally you can charge up a fizzy bomb and have at least part of it explode as this person's landing. And it's a lot to have to process and a lot to have to do in a very small, high pressure situation. So I don't expect the execution to be perfect, but just staring at this and just ready to shoot when this person is not the last person alive. There's still 2 other people. Yeah, this is a very low chance of us being successful. But overall, it was not a bad effort. All right, well, this should be pretty easy. I think your long range, like aiming and everything with ballpoint is like super lit. I think you're in a really good spot when it comes to like that. But there's definitely some bigger issues with the overall way that we're playing. The biggest thing really is just like painting. I'm really interested to see paint numbers at the end. But painting is super, super important in this spot. Short range. And like Sethu was saying, like get comfortable with painting with ballpoint, short range, long range. Like there's going to be spots where you alternate, but right now you're like never using short range to paint. And I feel like whenever I watch ballpoints play, they're always using short range to paint. So we definitely need to utilize this more. But that doesn't say that you can't paint long range as well, but really focus on this, really understand how the short range painting works. And then we can, you know, figure out at what point on maps and when we're painting, do we switch to that long range? We should just always be thinking about painting. Think about paint. Even if we have to take a fight, or even if we need to do something in like 3 seconds, we don't want to just sit and wait in that time frame for whatever that thing is to occur, whether someone's pushing into us or whether we're waiting 3 seconds for like a bomb to appear, or, you know, in a certain spot, your teammates put like a bubble down. They like put a bubble down here and y'all were both sitting in here and there was not a lot of paint. And like you were sitting in this bubble, like basically the entire map outside of like the little stuff behind you, everything else was enemy paint. And you were sitting in long form or long range mode, like ready to deal with people on main ramp, instead of just getting general paint for the rest of your team. Just paint around you, enable your teammates. Enable team success. A big reason why this went poorly in terms of like it felt like a stall fest, and the reason why it felt like you weren't able to push and pressure more is because you weren't able to paint. You don't have to there were certain spots where you could have looked to take a little bit more aggressive plays. For example, when you have numbers advantages, like when the wiper was here, you were sitting here and you had a teammate here, you can look to take this kind of space, and like this is an opportunity where you can pressure a little bit faster, and you know that person either has to back out of your range or they're going to get splatted. And you can take that time to pressure this person while also getting paint out in front. And like there's just little opportunities where you can maximize the amount of paint that you're getting just on the ground altogether. Paint is super, super important. As a splash player, I know that I need to paint. I feel like I paint a lot and I'm still not painting enough. You know, contextually, you may like this is the role of you having to paint with this comp is a lot higher than it's going to be on average, but I will say that, you know, even if you had like double splash and a machine, there's spots where you definitely want to keep playing, keep painting. Having more paint around you helps you react to enemy pushes easier. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, if you have more room to like maneuver around, which is going to go into the second part. It's going to say like be big. As a backliner, you want to be big. You want to be this very intimidating presence when you are the intimidating weapon in a scenario. Early on when these fights went down, technically it was a 1-to-1 trade, and technically like your team is at a pretty decent advantage in this type of spot. If you're sitting in this area, even if this was bad in your favor, it's still going to take time for the, like, let's say that 2 of your teammates went down and like Hydra's still alive, which is far from what happened. But even, let's just say that still happened. Like, it's going to take time for the Hydra to like get back into position in the mid. That's really slow. And anyone else, like a Wiper or something that's moving fast, if you're big and you're holding your space, you know, move back a little bit, use that run speed that you have in your build to be able to slowly reposition while still having a presence. You can hold space for longer periods of time. Hold space until team comes back. And you play very risk adverse as a player. I resonate with you because I had to go from being very passive to more aggressive. And as I continue to get better and understand how important taking space and painting is, I have to continue to be more aggressive. So I definitely resonate with it. This is something that you're gonna have to feed to learn. Your goal over time is to optimize, because there was a lot of times where you just gave up free space when you could have held in spots, and there were spots where I felt it was okay for you to jump back, but you know, a more experienced ballpoint saying, hey, just back up a little bit, be ready to dodge when they throw the hammer, otherwise you're chilling. And you know, that shows how much more I need to learn, you know, about certain scenarios, and my instincts as a backliner aren't there because I don't play it as much. So you definitely want to really work on holding space, and this is going to require you to feed. It's okay to feed. Obviously, you don't want to go 0-20 and make people sad, but you're going to die way more often in order, like, you have to put yourself in situations where you get splatted in order for you to better understand the lesson of holding space. Because you don't know where that limit is. You just know, like, so right now, I don't know. I don't even know how to say it, but I don't know a way to show this visually. But like, let's say, this is, how would I even structure this? This is like your panic meter. Or no, it is not going to look good here. But basically, like, you're panicking too fast. So like, in terms of how scary a situation is, if it gets to like a 2 or a 3, like, you're jumping back or you're fully repositioning and you're moving back to safety mode. But you want to get it, ideally you get to a point where like it's a 7 or like even up to a 9, and like it's a really bad spot. But if you understand and you feel really good as a ballpoint player, you can still find ways to navigate those situations. And in order to build up this comfort level, like when you're starting at a 2 or 3 and you need to make it all the way up to here in order for you to like be able to jump out, it's going to require you to feed, and it's okay. Don't worry about your stats. Don't worry about your rank. Your goal when you're playing in the rotation, focus on making sure we're getting paint for our teammates so that we, both yourself and everyone else, is able to move. And in spots where your team's at a disadvantage and you feel the momentum starting to push toward you, and you know the enemy's going to be moving toward you, you have to get more comfortable with this, which means you're going to, you know, overcorrect and you're going to end up getting splatted in spots, and that's totally okay. Because over time, feeding is going to get you to where you want to be faster than you constantly staying alive. You know, getting 10 deaths is going to teach you a lot more than just dying once in a match. Oops. Don't want to tell me twice to feed. That's why we love you, Trig. The realist. All right, I think that's all I got. Do you have any other questions, Demo? I appreciate your back and forth, and I appreciate all the other backliners chiming in a little bit. I was able to learn quite a bit here. I'm a comp player, newish to ballpoint. Did some coaching as well. Very appreciative of the VOD review. Absolutely, that's what we're here for. We're all here to learn. I learned, you learned. We're chill. Need to use short range mode for paint. Yeah, and like Setu mentioned, like between your matches, focus on short range paint. Try to optimize it. Figure out how you need to move. Figure out, you know, what that paint pattern looks like in order to optimize it. Ideally, I would say look for good ball points and use them as some guidance. I know Setu streams sometimes. I don't know how often, and I don't know if they're always playing ballpoint, but they're a really good follow. A lot of times they are either playing solo queue or they'll be in like high level scrims where you can learn a ton. Just in terms of like overall backline awareness, like they know their stuff. Like I said, I play against them and they're just like a brick wall. This be big, they do to a T, and it's really frustrating to play against because they're so effective at doing it. I'm trying to think of other ballpoints that are streaming actively. I don't really know. I want to say Lux maybe has a stream. Is there like a Negora? Are they the backliner? I don't remember. Let me see if I can find you some gameplay. Pretty sure I followed them, but I'm not good with... Is this them? No, but maybe they're backliner. Hold on. Yeah, I think they play some backline. They might play other Splatlings. I think this is Ryukin. I don't know. I clicked on their page. I'm so bad with it. I see a bunch of ballpoint gameplay, and I know that they're a top level JP competitive player. So in the meantime, until I can find you live players to review, go watch this gameplay. It's very good. If you know anyone else, feel free to post it in the chat. No, post any sort of YouTube link. Go ahead. I don't know if I covered it, but if there's anyone else, definitely. Yeah, Negora is good as well. I'm pretty sure I follow them. I should be able to find it. Oh, let me see. I'm following. One of these has to be a YouTube link, certainly. I don't know if they stream. Is this one it? Let's see. Oh, I don't follow them actually. Now I do. Let me double check. They're playing bow in this, but I'm sure that they also... I don't know. I see Splatlings. Either way, they're very good. They play backline in their big brain. Here's another one. They've played some other stuff. Also with a lot of these streamers, a lot of them, or a lot of the JP channels, they do a lot of like live streaming. So like their videos are good, but if you also click on the live tab, you can see them play like full rotations and you can take note on a lot of stuff. It looks like they've been playing a lot of Tri-Stringer lately. But I know that they're like really good on Spotlings. I see more. Yeah, okay. Yeah, from 4 days ago, they streamed some ballpoint. So yeah, take note. Just even if you can't like we're on Stringer, I believe so. That second link I believe is I'm gonna be honest, I am unable to provide proper translation. But their last two lives, which are usually most top JP players will stream because they have a lot of emphasis on splat zones. They'll usually stream like splat zone rotations and like splat zone rotations only, unless they're like grinding for something else. But yeah, it looks like they played bow for basically the last couple rotations. So yeah. And that's another good thing to do. If you can find people that play your weapon, okay, your hopes. Oh, it looks like 2 full streams, I think. At least recently. But it might be a more recent thing that they're doing. Oh wait, they switched at some point. Yeah, maybe it's only a little bit. I don't know. Gotcha. No questions? All right, cool. Thank you. But yeah, that was really good. Like I said, I'm interested in your paint numbers because they probably are far too low. You probably painted like 1,000 to maybe 1,200, and for a 5-minute game, you probably should be 2K and close. Yeah, you're at 1,000. Your paint numbers should be doubled in this scenario, especially with the load that was required of you playing with 2 blasters. So, you know, I don't know what a good proper paint number is. You'll have to like figure that out, and you know, all that is still going to be contextual. You have to do what's needed of you in that time, but I can definitely say for certain that like in a full 5-minute game, like anything under 1,400 is definitely way too low. Don't think you could have doubled? Okay. maybe I'm too far. Maybe that's a Splash Neo thing. But I think at least getting between like 15 to 1,800 seems pretty feasible. Other team would have had the paint. That's fair as well. But at least looking from a top-down approach, you can see that the enemy team had paint control of the map for like most of the game, which caused you all to suffer and not be able to move forward. But that is a good point as well. Usually when I get really high paint numbers, it's because I'm playing against other splashes that are doing a good job of painting. So yeah, context matters with all this. No number is gonna tell a full story, but I definitely think 1,000 paint is in a 5-minute game is I would say very, very low. Alright. And then I think we'll probably go through like one more replay code for now that hits us with 4, and I think that gives us a good stopping point for the night. But this is filet creamy or Phil cream. The pronunciation I'm a little lost on, but they are a Div 7 player. They have a Div 7 scrim that they have submitted. Thank you very much. So usually with these types of things, I put the main focus on you, but I'll note opportunities for like the team as a whole to, you know, be looking to paint or look to push forward or look for opportunities to do things. Oh, is that the team name? Is FC? I don't know. Oops. Alright, so more ballpoint gameplay. Sheesh. Some of the notes was I'd like to explore more pushes we could have done since our team has multiple ways to get in. Stamp 2 jets and brush speed, as well as some of your 1v1s. I feel like our comp should have been able to win 1v1s with ease. I feel like our defense and the ability to stay alive are good. So we're confident going into this with our defense, and we feel like our offense is what was failing us. Let me update the names real quick. I'm just gonna put, since everyone is FC, I'm just gonna say Ganyu. I hope I don't mess this up. And I'll put FC as the team tag. I'm just looking at like div 7, I'll say, and then we'll just put scrim here. And then this is also a bullet point. Give me a second, I need more coffee. It's a long night for me, so please give me a little bit of time to get that, and then we'll get into it. Yo, what's up, Mana? Hello, hello, hello. How you doing? I have not been too bad. I've been definitely busy contemplating life. Or things in life, not contemplating. That didn't sound good. I've been contemplating different aspects and self-reflecting parts of life, as you do as you get older. But overall, things have been good. I've been staying busy, which has always been the nice thing and the most important thing. But yeah, we'll start looking at comps and everything here shortly. I just wanted to look at your build, which you end up going for Object Shredder, and probably would want to look at Drop Roller, I think. I don't know if there's something specific. I mean, Object Shredder could potentially make sense on Crab, but like I don't think that's really your role as like a BP. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you're still here. I know you're here before. Actually, I think you went to sleep at some point. You got some good news. Let's go. Let's go. Feel free to share if it's something you are comfortable sharing. Otherwise, I'm very happy for you. Yeah, give me like 30 seconds and then we will get back to Coffee Dub Gamer. Sorry about that. I needed to put that on the burner. The little thing that warms up the coffee turned off, so I had to throw it in the microwave. The things we do for heat. Yo, what's up? Anglicized? Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. What's going on here? We are doing some VOD reviews. We've done a couple of VOD reviews today, and yeah, just kind of talking Splatoon. Fun stuff. If you're interested in submitting a review, this is probably the last one we're going to do tonight, and there's like a tiny bit of a wait. If you submitted it now, you probably could get to it tomorrow. If not, we'll definitely get to it this weekend. How do you feel about reviewing a Carbon Roller deco? I'm here for it. One of my teammates is a Carbon player, and they've been recently learning it, so I can definitely help out, and I could maybe pull in Saf in a scenario like this. But yeah, Carbon's interesting. Carbon's kind of tough, and a little bit important of what your teammates are doing, but I think it's a super cool weapon. Because I want to continue to be a comp player, but in a different game. Force to yourself to do it. Pokemon Unite, nice, nice, nice. Oh, you already found a team? Sheesh. Let's go. Go submit yours. Perfect. Yeah, there's a channel in there for VOD submissions. So feel free. In the submission rules, there is a template, like the last message there. And if you can just read the rules, I don't really want to look at Turf War gameplay. Outside of that, it's pretty chill. But yeah, if you can copy that template and just, it's a couple things. Mainly like your rank, where you're trying to go, where you're at now, and if you have any specific questions about the gameplay itself, you know, like something that you really wanted to get answers for, then you'll, you know, definitely yeah, get that submitted, and we'll definitely get to it this weekend. Again, depending on how many I can get through, might be able to do it tomorrow. But I think I'm doing some team stuff maybe before I stream, so I might be a little bit later streaming. We'll have to see, but either way, we will certainly get to it. Teammates are really nice. Mostly a Korean and English speaking team. Let's go. That's super hype. Casually Splatoon. I respect that. I respect that. Do you ping? I mean, I can. I usually just kind of go through it. If certain people like want to be here or can only be here for specific times, you know, I can usually like work around that. I don't think I can like do it tomorrow unless I can fit it. But you know, if you're like just generally available around these times and you want me to ping you, if you don't mind putting a note, like if you just put a note somewhere in there, yeah, and all the VODs will get uploaded to YouTube, and like smaller cuts of it will be uploaded. But yeah, if you want to be here live, but just make a note somewhere in the submission post, just say please ping, and yeah, more than happy to do so. Anyways, it's so weird seeing the gameplay up on all three screens. And Croco, you said he's... I'd submit my Stamber gameplay, but I'm in S rank. Wait, what's the problem with that? I mean, learning's good at all levels. When I try to give advice, I try to think things in context of like people's ranks and everything. So like, you know, people could submit stuff. No issues. Oh, I see. Okay, I gotcha. You know, if there's specific things that I can help you with, I can definitely, you know, pinpoint those things. But in general, there's a lot that you can kind of advise on, and there's certain things that you want to focus on, especially like if they're newer to competitive, or even if they play competitive at all. There's a lot of things to address, and trying to prioritize them is something that I am trying to work on when it comes to this. But yeah, if you have any questions, definitely let me know. Otherwise, I'd love to be able to see it. Gotta play new ones? You're good. I know the pain. But yeah, definitely get that submitted. I'd be interested to give it a look. Okay, so wait, we're going double ballpoint. Interesting. So we're double BP brush wiper. So we should have pretty good coverage overall. My only and like I don't think this comp is bad. It's very new to me. My only potential concern with this comp is that frontline and ballpoints are able to all be together. Like we're able to help each other out, and you know, these are like more frontliney weapons and more backliney weapons, and then ballpoint, you know, ballpoint's a little bit more backline, and these two can be a lot more aggressive. So, you know, ballpoint has the flexibility, and something like wiper is able to stall long enough, and brush can survive long enough. But this feels like a comp that might be a little bit not difficult to navigate, but it's going to take some practice and some experience. So you know, again, not really a good or a bad thing. I think in general y'all are fine, and I think double inkjet's actually really interesting. So we'll see how it plays out. But that's the only potential concern, is that backline might be a little bit too slow to rotate, or frontline might be a little bit too quick, and we're not meshing as a full team. When we look at their comp, this feels a little bit more standard. We got double shooter, Actually don't know this team, but on the other side, but either way, we'll probably see them tomorrow in low ink. But you know, they have a ballpoint as well, so we're playing a bit of a mirror match when it comes to ranges, and they also have a brush. So I think our specials, we can definitely apply a lot of pressure very fast. We have to be a little bit careful about some of the tools that they have. Overall, I think I slightly like our comp a little bit better. Assuming that we're really going to be focusing on dealing with Crab and looking for opportunities to push. But I do think with, you know, double backline and especially with Wiper to deal with these three of these weapons, I can definitely see that you feel confident in defense and found issues looking to push forward, but you should have potential opportunities. So we'll see how that is. Additionally, we were talking about potential 1v1s being an issue, so we can kind of see how that plays out. I'm going to mainly focus on the submitters PvP or POV. But if we need to switch it and see a more general coverage of like what the team's doing or a specific teammate, we can potentially look. So this opening is interesting. You're getting pressured quite a bit, and I feel like our team is having a hard time moving forward. Yeah. This is a really weird opening. This opening feels really weird for a couple of different reasons. I'd be interested in your team's philosophy of why we played it the way we did. I don't think they're here, but double BP comp is important to farm inkjet. Yeah, that's a really good point. Having the cycling inkjets are gonna allow you to take a lot of space. I'm actually interested, Spanish Armada or Satu if you're here as well. Where do y'all look to inkjet on this map? Like, I know that there's like an interesting angle over top this way, but like as a ballpoint, are you like using it in mid? Or are you using it like around their ledges? Where are we looking to like ideally get value out of the ballpoint? And obviously it's going to be contextual depending on like when we need it, but I was watching a VOD on this map, like this map mode exactly with an inkjet, and I wasn't exactly sure of what makes the most sense. Good spacing and or like a safe recall and high ground. Fair. Okay. Like I think a playing around spinner seems very good, especially on this map or like this mode. There's a lot of staggering like heights, so that if we're playing more aggressive, I think we can probably use spinner. But I still have a bit of Splatoon 2 inkjet brain where people are like using it directly underneath ledges, which seems probably a little bit scary because we probably want to be a little bit taller. Off angles, the teammates aren't focused. That makes a lot of sense. All right, so that'll be the other thing of us being selective. So the first thing that I see as a problem here is with y'all having like a brush. I don't necessarily hate ballpoint going for this type of play, but we need like aggression immediately. Especially if you're going to commit to this drop here, our teammates need to be like either getting paint on left and looking to push mid or just like pushing mid. Because we're able to like bully some of the shooters, which makes sense. Like they shouldn't even probably really be looking to drop in this kind of scenario, but you know, we're able to kind of move them away. But we need to be taking space. We can't be sitting on our plot. And that's part of why this goes so bad, is because we're like trying to find an opportunity to be aggressive and we're just kind of scared to make a move. And we have bombs to deal with these types of situations, but you know, we need to be taking more space around mid. I think we're in a decent spot here, but we're not committing to any sort of play. And yeah, we let the enemy team get specials. We pop a interesting inkjet over here. But I think as a team, we need to really try and like use our bombs. We have double fizzy bomb, a torpedo, and a splat bomb. Like we have a lot of bombs. When we push them back on their side, we should be able to move forward and get bombs to kind of cut off their paint, look to get chip, and continue to push them back. And we were really slow in identifying that we're able to take this space when we bully them off of our side when they go for this initial drop. And then our ballpoint's just kind of stuck in this scenario, and especially when they drop, they're just stuck here waiting for the rest of the team to like start being able to support them through mid. So we can't necessarily just hold forward, but I think we get a lot more value out of our bomb. Under the ledge is a plot. Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate y'all's feedback. But again, Wiper makes quick work of the short range weapons, but I think we need to be looking for, you know, especially with 2 down, we should already be taking top mid, potentially looking to cross, and hopefully close to specials. I see we have a hammer, and we're already using chat. Okay, I'm gonna go back to first person. But I think we need to probably take space in this kind of scenario versus just going for the inkjet. We are, I don't often talk about mechanics, but it feels like we're whipping our shots. I think in this scenario, I feel like we can just take top mid for free and just kind of paint because we have numbers, and our frontliners should just be pushing in on this right side. For me personally. But like I think we're a little bit too quick to pop special in the scenario that we're at. We're not really in a scenario like we should be able to take space, but we should be able to do that anyways. And then once we like have space and we're pressuring these people, we can probably still get inkjet off and time it so that we're still taking a 4v2. But I don't love the initial like timing and positioning of this. The other thing is that when they pop this crab, we can just kind of solely focus on the crab. And we're whipping our shots. The crab is very slow and immobile. We just need to like take our time, take a deep breath, and like hit our shots. Isn't it like especially when your teammates are shredding it, like one shot's definitely gonna totally explode the crab and shred it. So, you know, we're going for like the crazy clips. And that's why we're unable to take full opportunity here. Also, Ace of Clubs, welcome in. Hello. A to you as well. Yeah, holding mid here is like totally fine. But during this situation, our team is going to be looking to take that right ramp. So if we can get some paint ahead of time, nice job catching that person moving too far. But we really need to focus on like getting paint in this scenario. We can win this war of attrition with all of the paint that we have, especially when the enemy team, like when we hold position like top mid like we are with ballpoint, they can't really push past these areas. Like it's not as good as an E-leader. They have more room to maneuver, but they can't like start taking this space. So we should be able to like kind of paint all this space and get our teammates in. We have to be careful about certain angles. Like people love sitting on this backside of the spinner, and they might get up top here with a crab, or they might get on top of here with a ballpoint, or they might throw bombs from here. So we have to be a little bit careful about that. But you know, I think we can be a little bit more methodical getting paint and looking to paint or push through the right side. Just got a 5-star ballpoint. Sheesh. So many ballpoint players here. And I'm not sure. I'm guessing we're trying to collect clams, but are these, I need to look at it from an overhead. These timings are a little off. So we get inkjet out, and like we don't want our brush to be pushing through if the rest of us aren't ready to push. And we just had an inkjet that's recalling, so they're out of the play. You can't really, like, you're hitting your max range as a ballpoint to be able to assist with this. I think at a very general level, one of the things that I would like to kind of go through is how to successfully take and successfully push on this map. And like y'all did a good job of eventually getting them out of mid, and I think y'all are holding mid well. Once you've taken control of mid, especially when you have such a, I don't know, the more I look at your comp, the more I actually enjoy it, especially on this kind of map. But we don't want Brush to be pushing super, super hard. As a team, we kind of need, like, I like your presence in mid because you can get paint and you can hold this part of their plat. But as a team, we need to take this space and start pushing in from this ramp. Like we should have 2, maybe 3 people pushing in. And once we get into this type of position, then this Brush can look to go in, or Brush can actually push around with the rest of us. But we want to take this area first. Again, we have a ton of bombs. We can use Torpedo to watch behind Spinner. We can get ballpoint paint behind Spinner area and either force them back or force them to cling to the walls, or we can look to potentially punish them. And in general, make them very uncomfortable. But we're kind of just poking at them by running at them, which doesn't allow us to leverage our advantage. Like this Brush isn't going to get value unless we have a push going in from another angle. So that would be the main thing that I would be focusing on here. But we, you know, with the initial inkjet that Bella uses here, I think your 2 frontliners should just be taking this space. And then y'all use bombs, y'all use paint to like slowly push these people out. Because we're kind of just going for it. We do get a trade, but yeah. Like your teammates have to hold while you go for clams. This is fine if the rest of your team's pushing in, but we inkjet a little bit too early before the rest of our team's ready to push, which they can still push and this can still be a good play. But like, imagine how much more value you could get from this inkjet if you had all of this painted and you had 2 or 3 people ready to push from the right side. So instead of having to hover around mid and like hit these shots where they can get behind cover, you can play a lot more forward and a lot more aggressive. And not only are they dealing with your inkjet, but they're also dealing with a Brush running on them. They're dealing with, you know, a wiper potentially pushing in another direction. And, you know, they're really losing out on paint and they don't have a lot of room to maneuver. These inkjets haven't corresponded with the pushes that we are looking to do as a team. And that's what's causing us a little bit of grief in these scenarios. We're using the inkjets to take space that we've already established control of, and we're like either too scared or we're not aware enough that we need to be holding that, like pushing in from the right ramp like really fast. And holding ballpoint in mid should allow us to start at least approaching that ramp, like, and aggressively pushing it with yeah, the thermal ink, let's go. Real. And so yeah, at this point, again, they have double shooter and a ballpoint, so they're able to paint up, wait, a bit. I like using this wall, but can you see, like in this kind of scenario, their team takes control and then they use specials to keep y'all in place. We'll see if they're struggling a little bit to actually make a push, but we can go back a little bit and kind of show this from an overhead perspective. Okay, they were unable to fully make the push themselves. Okay, all right, they just got inkjetted. But from their perspective, like this initial start is great. They pop crab. I think their team, especially since y'all are all kind of stuck over here. Now, you do have this one ballpoint here, but this ballpoint can kind of keep this ballpoint in check. They have this crab out and the rest of the team is able to potentially like move forward. But you can see that them using 2 specials makes it really uncomfortable for you all to exist on your plat and you have to sit back here. and they're able to kind of dislodge you all and get a bunch of chip damage. And like y'all could be doing this with fizzy bombs and just with your overall presence and paint as y'all were moving forward. Are you reviewing any replays or just from scrims and tourneys? I review all replays, so like any I always say that, but like Turf War is something I'm not really interested in, but anything like Anarchy Series, Anarchy Open, X Battles, anything you got, I am more than happy to provide that type of context. But so far, both teams have been really scared to like commit to pushes. This team used their specials at the right time, but they still weren't looking to push forward. And you do a good job. I like your positioning here to kind of hold them in place. Making sure your recall's in a nice spot, but at least your teammates are able to clean up. I probably would have preferred for you to just keep height there so that you had an easier time dodging the enemy. Especially when your team had specials and got the double, you can kind of just focus on staying alive and like let your teammates get clean up on the other enemy inkjet. And again, in the spot I want you to be painting. Holding this, like what is our left side, it looks right on this map, but from our perspective, this left side, getting pink here is really important, and also preventing any potential flanks here. So while our like two of our teammates are down, but we technically are holding mid, I think we can do a lot more painting in these types of scenarios. Nice. Yeah. A lot of these inkjets really require the rest of your team to follow up. How about tricolor? I prefer that over Turf War, but not prefer altogether. This will probably be the last one for the night, Ace of Clubs. But if you, there's a VOD submission channel in the Discord. You can post your codes in there whenever, and you can work with that in order to, like if you just post it in there, then you're kind of like marking your spot in the queue, and that's like the way that I've been managing it. Yo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah, because I think again in general, I think we can, like we used 2 inkjets and we didn't have the rest of our team ready to follow up, which some of that was because we didn't have proper paint, but I don't think we need to immediately pop special after we get that first pick. I think it's more important for us to start painting and setting ourselves up, because if we have a numbers advantage and we're pushing in with double ballpoint, the enemy team and wiper, the enemy team can't really do all that much. We're like scared to move past our plat. Inkjet versus, oh no, we're gonna pop another inkjet. Oh yeah, a lot of these pushes feel not super structured, and it's tough when you're breaking in the mid, but you kind of just have to like get the paint down so that you can slowly through attrition like push the enemy back. If they want to fight for paint that you're painting over, then they should have to deal with the wiper on your team, which they can't. So again, paint in front of us, paint our sides. Let's wait for our teammates to get together. Like we're doing a good job through painting, but you know, instead of looking to like inkjet here, if you just use a fizzy bomb to like start chipping them and making them uncomfortable, that gives your team time to like start looking to move forward, and eventually you can use your inkjet. But like we're ready to just rip the inkjet the second that it's like second that we have it, and it's not often in positions that our teammates are able to fully support, but we're able to follow up on this. So excellent. Yeah, but I don't want us to be going backwards while the rest of our team's trying to push. I like the fizzy. And again, it's important for one of your ball points to be sitting in mid so we can control this area. So I like this. And as you're set up here and the enemy team is stuck on their plot, we may have to be careful about a flank on the left side, because I don't think we've had that. I don't think we ended up painting that ever. So that is one thing we have to potentially be careful about. But But yeah, I like us sitting up here, and we need our teammates to start getting that presence forward. I feel like Fizzy's hard to use with BP. In consumption hurts. Yeah, no, there's a Vapor is another really good backliner, and they were playing some ballpoint, and yeah, we could tell a lot of spots where the Fizzy usage definitely slows down the whole gameplay and everything. So managing that, definitely tough. But I think in certain spots, like we have so much room when these people are stuck here and we have a presence on this part of plot, the enemy team's kind of just stuck unless they either like use their specials or, you know, we like feed into them. But when they're kind of stuck in like single places, this is when we can take some time, get like a full tank, and then throw fizzy bombs to allow like time our fizzy bombs with them moving in so we actually get value. Because yes, we can't like kind of mindlessly chuck the fizzy bombs, and even still it's definitely tough, but so many ball points, yeah, it'd be like that. But good movement. Unfortunate your teammate got caught, but they had a pretty good crab in this kind of scenario. But we haven't really, we've teased a push from the right side like for most of this game, but we've never actually fully followed through as a team. I feel like you're just gonna get special and then pop Inkjet from your plat and look for like a hero play. Okay. Because your other ballpoint went down, I like that you're holding and just continuing to paint. Oh, that's unfortunate. Nice shot. Uh-oh, this is gonna be a 7 or how long is overtime on this on Clam Blitz? Is many minutes, isn't it? No. Nice. This is so intense. As an interesting, I like this. I feel like I've never seen someone use ballpoint in this type of angle. This is really interesting. It's like side note from everything else. 3 minutes. Okay, that makes sense. I actually really like. I like getting this angle where the bump is. That's sick. That's actually like next level tech. I've never. To be fair, I haven't seen a ton of ballpoints, but I've never seen someone use that angle. You can pop inkjet. Ooh, yeah, no, that's crazy. That's a good point as well. But like when people start moving backwards when we take space this way, ooh, I like that. I don't think our team's ever playing ballpoint, but that's a sick play. I'm gonna get punished by that and remember this conversation at some point in a tournament. Oh. Dude, that's why I do these reviews, dude. I'm just looking for the tech. I'm just here for people to share some tech. But we're able to hold the defense, which is good. Then again, we're looking for inkjets and the team isn't ready to push. This is the biggest part of the biggest problem with the way that we've played this game, in my opinion, is that our front line is inkjet instead of our front line being our frontliners, and then we're supporting it with inkjet. I'll be our BP king. Can't stop the flex god. He does it all. This is such an intense game. I'm like, no. Nice. That was a really nice squid roll. Holy. I hate what I'm watching, but I love what I'm watching. This is like the primer to low ink this weekend. If there's one game that shows us what to expect, this thing is... I am edge of my seat. I am so nervous for both of these teams. The game of all time. There's a lot of good moments, but... it's so scary. Yeah, like... Again, in these types of spots, there's even more time. 6 power clans on the map. Ballpoint can do so much and it's a flexible weapon. That's why you main it. Yeah, it's tough. Like, just watching people play it, I can just feel... It's like when I watch Stamper. It's like I can just feel how hard it is, but at least, like, for ballpoint, ink management is just next level. But instead of looking for an aggressive push here, we just need to paint. Our teammates are getting into good spots. If we paint mid in this scenario, we get inkjet and we can look for a funny play. Because they're just, if y'all are all sitting up in this kind of spot, y'all have nowhere to move once they inevitably start throwing bombs at you all. If you're like, before you were playing this role that I really liked of like BP and mid, and I wanted you to just kind of keep this area clear and then start holding this area. But, you know, it's the end of the game. We're like more minutes into overtime than I've ever been. Challenges. Too many ball points, too many inkjets. And a lot of this could have been avoided by just giving your teammates more room to maneuver. But y'all are trying your darndest. Okay. I think they were far left enough that we're chilling. Oh my. Okay, this game has everything. This game has everything. I can't watch. Okay, okay. Hit the shot. Let's go. We got 2 claims in. Holy. I hope nobody scored. Yeah. Imagine this clip was just the 1-0. Whichever team made the most power claims wins. Dude, that game was sick. Oh my. They probably popped out. Yeah, I'm jumping out of my chair and screaming over a scrim if that's the end result. There's no way. That was so Alright. So that was probably the most entertaining game I've watched in a long time. That was, oh man, that's awesome. Splatoon is a wonderful game. I think your analysis is relatively good. I definitely think y'all struggled to be able to move forward. And I believe your defense for the most part was pretty solid. I think you'll, like, mechanically as a ballpoint, like, I think your aim, your range, and your inkjet to a certain point, I think was very good. There's also a couple of moments, like when you inkjetted mid, and you were looking at the crab over here that's just like slowly turtling backwards, that we whipped a bunch of shots to the left and to the right. And we should probably chill a little bit on that and just take our time. But yeah, I think the biggest thing here is that we played, I felt stressed watching you all play, partially because of that ending. That thing was very fun to watch, but I think y'all were playing rushed. Instead of playing fast. I'll just say rush, not fast. And we're gonna do that thing that we do when we write on papers, where we kind of go all the way, start writing down the bottom. Anyways, yes, this whole game, the way that we attempted our pushes, the way that we were looking to take space, it felt very rushed. But there were spots at the beginning where we were playing very stationary. But, you know, I think the biggest contributor to the feeling of rushed is knowing when to take space and know and how to take space. My handwriting is atrocious. I'll just do it on 2 lines. It is what it is. This is the biggest thing that caused you all grief this entire game. So, like, if we look at the very beginning of the game, I think I'm not worried. I just like that there seemed like some sort of coordination of, oh, I'm gonna drop right side, and then, you know, y'all look for an opportunity on the left. I don't think this opening's great, but I don't, at your point, this seems like a relatively organized opening, so I'm here with it. You have your wiper watching this ramp. They're able to move the V-shot out of play. This is sick. Once this person starts moving back and you have this ballpoint saying there are 3 of them on their plot, please move forward. We should know that we outrange them for a variety of reasons. A, we have double ballpoint. B, we have a wiper. We should be able to slowly kind of push them back. And if they're already giving us this space, we need to look to take this space. Our ballpoint here can hold and get some paint if the rest of us are able to push in. And if this person gets rushed, which eventually they do, then these people should be able to, you know, get either the other ballpoint can help with the range, or they can throw fizzy bombs, they can throw, you know, splat bombs. They can find ways to deal with those people. But this should be an opportunity for us to be able to take space. And we know, like, why can we take space here? Because we have a clear range advantage, and we have someone that's like poking them at an off angle. So they're kind of like, this team's kind of pincered, and like they're kind of cramped in mid. And if they commit to one side or the other, then you all should be able to like find that space. So this team, the rest of your team should kind of be moving forward in painting. Ideally, you can look to get a ballpoint up in top mid, but just in general, we need to get off of our plat and start looking to move forward. Our comp allows us to be able to do that. And this was like one of the few times where we were kind of scared to take space. Although I think in general, if I had to give a perspective of your team, I see this as us not knowing, like, I feel like we just played too scared altogether. Like, it felt rushed because we felt scared. I feel the nerves when I watch you all play. And I think that's part of the reason why, oh, we have an inkjet, let's just get, like we just need to use it. If I pop inkjet, maybe we can get picks, and if we get picks and we have numbers, then we can start moving forward. And we don't necessarily need picks and to be able to take space. In certain spots, we just need to, you know, have a wiper prevent their short range weapons. Like, all their front line gets outranged by your wiper. So if your wiper really holds open spaces, you know, like if they look, they probably can't push too far this way or else they might get ball pointed, but you know, they can hold this type of lane, they can hold this type of lane, and if they want to push this way, they can help hold this like ramp push. But when they're holding these types of spots, the rest of your team, or like the rest of the enemy team, like kind of is like frozen until they get specials. And we need to really leverage that as our way to be able to get in. The other really important thing is like how to take space, but I'm going to put it as its own category because this entire game was wasted inkjets. I think we understood that there were good times for us to use inkjets. I think the timings were like okay, but the rest of our team didn't really know how to push with it. And in the scenario, FLC, because like they pop inkjet because they had it rather than popping it with the team. Yeah, no, for sure. We need to have a plan with our inkjets. Like I forgot how I think y'all end up going down at the beginning, but over time you'll end up getting control. I'm not gonna speed through all of this because it takes a long time to do. But eventually I might have gone too far forward. Eventually you'll get enough space forward and you're just popping inkjets. Yeah, I think I've gone a little bit too far. But we're just popping inkjets because we have a special and like we know that special's good. But we have to figure out how to be able to do this. Oh, sorry. Ink brush fed in this spot. So a little bit before this is like the perfect setup. Y'all took control of mid. Y'all are probably close to specials. You already used one, which again, using this special here to like allow the rest of your team to get into position, I think is fine. You probably don't need to, but it's fine. But in this spot, your frontliners need to push this ramp. front line. Ready to move. Inkjet to distract. On a separate line. To distract. So we move. And all of our inkjets were very selfish, maybe not the right word, but we use them without, exactly like Spanish Armada was saying, without the rest of our team in mind. And like this inkjet to clear space so that we immediately take this ramp is like fine, because we have 2 inkjets, and I think that's okay. Like I think that's one way for us to be able to like take that space, but our front line needs to know like we're holding this. We have our back, like one of our ballpoint dominates this area. And if their ballpoint tries to contest for whatever reason, then y'all have bombs, you'll have a second ballpoint, you'll have a lot of presence to keep the rest of the enemy team back so you can isolate this ballpoint. So I really like your positioning in mid, but the rest of your team needs to be able to take space. And like this is fine. This is actually really good, like crossing with this, but we don't immediately run at them. We hold this space so that they're still stuck over here. Like the enemy team has nowhere to go in a situation like this, and it's important for this person to be in position for a play. I understand that y'all are looking for like clams and stuff to score with, but if we're not looking to push in this kind of scenario, then we shouldn't have used Inkjet, and we should be collecting clams and holding this position in mid. Like I don't know who would be collecting clams in this spot. Maybe the brush, maybe one of the ballpoints or something. A wiper could do it fine as well. But, you know, if one person's going back and is not part of this push, then we don't want to actually like start committing all of our resources to the push. We definitely don't want to commit our bodies to the push. No one is set up. This does actually give us space, but you know, we can take that space through proper painting and taking advantage of our range. But again, if we want to look to use an inkjet in this scenario, these people need to be ready to push, and that we're timing it together. And we're like trying to collect clams while we already are in position. We have the special to move, and we have the people in position to move, and we don't execute. We built to where we needed to build, and we were ready for the push, and we just didn't go for it. Now we're using our inkjet, and the rest of our team is no longer in position to do anything, and people are probably going back and collecting clams. And this is the root of all of your problems so far. Your ballpoint does a good job of identifying the situation, but like these people are not in position to actually be able to go in and push. Because like this situation's so good. We throw bombs as we start moving forward. These people are not in a good spot. But those timing windows and coordinating everything together is very, very important. Otherwise, you're going to be stalling with these types of plays just consistently. And if you watch high-level like tournament gameplay, their team are in an advantageous spot and they're ready to move with whatever specials. Specials break open the map, but we should be able to control the map and start moving forward with paint alone, at least with this comp. Certain comps might be a little bit different. I think I'm gonna have to join the stream a lot. I can't join any tournaments, so I think this is how I get better. I mean, there's a lot of tournaments that are like they exist for new comp players. Let me get you the stream for IPL. Low Ink is probably the biggest Splatoon tournament, and it's catered toward low-level players. It goes on the entire weekend. It'll be streamed most of Saturday and most of Sunday. So if you don't already follow IPL Splatoon, this channel streams a lot of like competitive tournaments. There was actually a LAN last weekend, and this was the stream for it. But if you look under their recent broadcast, there's just a ton of tournaments. So if you're interested in like watching tournaments, which is another good way to get better, I would definitely look to like follow that channel. There's some other channels that do it, but I think IPL is probably your best bet, especially with their big tournament this weekend. But there are a lot of opportunities for people to get into competitive. Obviously, you know, I'm happy you're here, and you know, if you have any questions, and you know, when you submit replays and stuff, like we're chilling. Little Squid League, yeah, another awesome place. I forgot how often they do those tournaments. I think they're monthly. I could be wrong, but yeah. Are you in the Discord? A lot of times those tournaments have Discords where you can like help find other players that are looking for teams. Because I think the biggest spot with where you're at now is just exposure overall. Just get tournaments under your belt, get comfortable with the process. You're not going to do well, that's totally fine. You just play it. You get those first tournament jitters out, and then you're ready to compete. You are? Okay, awesome. Yeah, if you end up playing, definitely let me know. I love watching tournaments when I'm like rooting for someone specific. That's why Low Ink is fun, because it's like, oh yeah, I know these people. Oh, I've played these people. And then you just like are able to cheer for them. But yeah, that's the biggest thing, is that our offense was poor because we never fully committed to a play. We didn't inkjet when our front line was ready to move in. I think we took good positionings. Our inkjets to pressure them was good, but you need the follow-up, you know. It's like a sandwich almost, where like you're using some peanut butter, but you forgot the jelly, or you forgot the jelly, or you have jelly but no peanut butter. It's like we need all of the ingredients together in order to have a successful push, or whatever your sandwich filling of choice may be. I feel like I gave you a Brella game, or I gave you a Brella game. I feel like those are uncommon. Yes, they certainly are uncommon. I might need Bab on the mic for that one. He's the Brella goat. But I got you. I can give you a lot of general stuff with Brella, and just overall like how to play. Like the enemy team does a pretty good job here with like getting specials out, but you know, again, they're scared to commit. I'm actually interested from their perspective. Again, this is like a common thing with like the current competitive experience that you all have. This is very understandable that this is happening the way that it is. Because like we're focusing on getting a clam and getting a score versus like getting bombs and taking control of the spinner. And we're holding forward instead of being able to use resources. But like Inkjet here for the rest of their team to push in is great. We walked into a bomb. But this timing from the enemy team is actually really good. They just maybe got a little bit ahead of themselves. But their frontliners should be throwing bombs in the back when it comes to actually scoring on this map. You have to take the ramp first. Ideally, you have either a backliner or we have something to control the paint, you know, someone in mid to threaten anyone that pushes the front of their plat. And once we have that, we either go around, we go on top from different angles. We can potentially look for a flank or like fully around, but we really need to get paint and pressure behind this spinner so we can actually push and take it. The key to these pushes, you need strong presence on the ramp from your team. B, you need a special to threaten splats if they want to hold that space. But the biggest thing is that we need to take control of the spinner. We have to. If we usually can get the front part of it for free, and then they're going to be around this back part, and then they'll back up if they need to. And that's why this angle here is so sick with the ball point. I love that. But yeah. But for our comp, for example, or like at least how we were playing it, we're okay with them pushing back here and still staying alive, because once we have control of spinner, we can use inkjets from spinner, especially with like 2 inkjets. Like we can use one to start pushing, and then we can use another one once we have control of spinner to actually push and score with. And we were just rushing. We had our people pushing in too fast. We had inkjets that were used at poor times where the rest of the team isn't able to be able to assist. And the spacing between our front line. The ironic thing about this, when we initially started this game, I was concerned. Oh, oops. So at the very beginning of the match, I was concerned that our backline would be too far back and we wouldn't be able to connect with our front line. But the way this actually panned out is that our backline was too far forward and our front line was unable to connect with our too far forward front line. Which is a really interesting dynamic because I did not expect that. But I think the front line was in charge of like getting clams, which I don't love that play, but I don't think it really matters. I think y'all were in good positions to push with enough clams to at least open the basket, and we just weren't able to piece together a push to do so. So definitely come up with a plan. Don't just use specials because they're shining on your screen. Figure out how we can incorporate our team and incorporate parts of the map to get value out of our special. If we're specialing over top mid, we need the rest of our team to crash into the area where you're getting shots, because you're going to get chip and then they can follow up, or the enemy's backing up to avoid your inkjet, and then your teammates need to be ready to take that space. And that's the biggest part of this entire game, and that's why we weren't able to get a good push. But overall, like I said, that was probably the most fun gameplay that we've had. It's probably one of the most entertaining Splatoon matches I've seen in so long. Yeah. And as Spanish Armada was mentioning in a previous ballpoint gameplay, like because both teams, I can get rid of this, but because both teams were painting quite a bit, you can see that there was high paint numbers all across the board. But overall, good game. But yeah, this is a telling sign that we made a mistake. We can't have 17 inkjets and not be able to come up with a play. And that just shows that we're using our specials too fast and we don't have a plan for them. Yo, what's up, Rin? Hello, hello, hello. You've been playing the new Zelda, right? Hopefully you've had fun. Maybe don't spoil if you are playing it, just for people that may be sensitive to that. I always have to preface that whenever I talk about any of that. But I feel like all the talk about, that's the most genius thing about the new Zelda, is that all of the talk about it is actually impossible in order to, like the game's never gonna get spoiled because there's too many like funny build things that existed. You graduated, let's go. Very big moment in life. We love to hear it. Got lost in the starting area. Oh no. That happened to me in the first game. I was like in the starting area for like way too long. Alright, let me see if I can find someone for us to move to. I think we're gonna move to Amy's stream. Amy, a competitive player, X-rank grinder, salmon runner, tournament champion, all of the things. Oh yeah, they're also recently competing. There's like an Australian tournament called like Frostbite or something. I don't know how we didn't get an invite to the tournament. I'm a little bit disappointed. Our team name is Frostbite, but yeah, they're competing in that. I think it's like they like recently showed off all the teams and everything. So I don't actually know when that starts, but super exciting stuff. Mostly need Tri-Strike tips, at least from what I know. Yeah, Tri-Strike is tough, but going back to what I was saying with Inkjet, I think Tri-Strike fits a similar role where like you need the rest of your team to be able to move forward with it. There's some interesting things you can do, but it really is incorporating your teammates when you're pushing. Your teammates need, like if you can pair what your teammates are trying to do with your specials, like you can get a ton of value. Talking to Six, we should rename our team Against the World for real. I'm gonna change my name from Reborn to They Just Don't Get Me. That's my name now. People just don't get me. People just don't understand me. My plight as a competitive gamer. I wonder what that would look like with like like whatever the cap is for the total amount of characters, like 10. It wouldn't even make sense. Can we be Bob and the Zobs? I was thinking about rebranding, and we could be Bob and the Zobs. You're Bob and we're the Zobs. They just don't understand me. Anyways, sorry, I'm reading, Amy. Bab and I are being silly. But yeah, Amy is wonderful. If you don't follow them, they stream very consistently. They stream, they're Australian, so they stream some unhinged hours for us, NA folk. But, they also just stream unhinged hours because they do a lot of like 12-hour, 18-hour streams just consistently. But always a fun time. We love Amy and Amy stream. So hope y'all had a nice one. I will see you all soon. Again, I can't thank Jim enough for the Squid Schoolers to conclude their school session and bring their way over here. It was really nice to meet familiar faces, new faces. Whole lot. One thing I've been really interested with all of the what's it called? All of the competitive and just all the different VODs that were submitted. There's such a variety in like weapon choices. I don't think I've seen a single Splash yet. I don't know if people are too scared or embarrassed to admit that they play Splash, but it's been wild, the lack of Splash and only a little bit of Machine. Ballpoint makes a lot of sense, but we saw like a million ballpoint, so we got ourselves a ballpoint lesson today. Fortunately, we had smart people that play ballpoint here, which was a very perfect timing. So anyways, thank you all. Get some sleep. Watch some Low Ink and Amy stream, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Smile face. Smile face.